The mother suffers from an incurable disease, and the family's daily life gradually collapses. The father becomes frantic in despair, and the daughter is forced to become the pillar of the family. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Koluji's incurable mother was sick. Father had had her hand gripped in his. His face looked the same as mother's. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sweaty and grim. Mother was lying on the bed, her breaths every now and then hitching and stopping, then restarting. Her eyes were rolled back into her head, leaving only white in its place. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It scared me, but after a while, I started to get used to the new way that mother slept. Dr. Walt was checking her temperature, feeling her pulse, giving her weird white pills. This wasn't abnormal. This was my daily routine. It started 3 months ago. Mother and I were weeding in the garden. I enjoyed pulling them up but was often scolded by Mother for pulling up the wrong plant. She didn't mind though. I knew she didn't. She would laugh her laugh that made everyone who heard it smile. Her laugh though suddenly broke off with an even coughing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Climbing onto her back while she hacked whatever was stuck from her throat. It was not common for werewolves to get a ball of fur stuck in their throat, however. Father had told me a story before going to bed of it happening. Mo-I-I-triple-E-E-E. I drawled out, walking to the front of her to see if she had really coughed up a ball of fur. I didn't see fur in her hand though. I saw blood moan. I whimpered, clinging onto her to somehow get the coughing to stop. It didn't though. And in between her coughs and gags, she managed to gasp out an intelligible sentence that I understood. Go cough. Cough. Get hack. More blood fell out of her mouth, Dad. Without thinking I left her there, crouched on the ground, clinging to her mouth, running screaming D-A-D-Y. D-A-D-D-Y. He ran outside, his eyes blazing gold, alert to danger. Then he saw her on the ground and ran to her. He picked her up and ran out of the garden with her in his arms. I stood there staring. They were gone so fast. In my numbness, I sat down and stayed there until the sun slowly came down and the moon rose. I felt hands on me, lifting me and tucking me to bed, however the scent wasn't Mother or Father's. Before my eyes closed, I had one last thought run through my head. Mother is sick. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Poking my head around the door, no reply of acknowledgement was heard. I slowly opened the door more, wincing at the creak that it gave. Cautiously I took a few steps in, waiting for any movement or noise to happen. I breathed a sigh of relief and headed to the kitchen, but I had let my guard down. Before I could react to the sound of running footsteps behind me, I was pinned down, Father on top of me yelling. Where is she? Thea. His eyes were wild, frantically looking everywhere but at my face. Please don't look at me, I pleaded in my head. I've looked everywhere, Fayette, but she still hasn't come home. It's so late. Tears freely flowing from his face now. I tried to reach for the needle in my back pocket. I should have had it out the moment I entered the house. Suddenly he looked down at me. No, my mind whimpered. My father's tear-ridden face lit up, and a smile came on. Darling. Leaning down and peppering me in kisses. Where were you? I've missed you so much and now you're here. We have to find Fayette and celebrate. He jumped off me and started to swing his head around. Fayette, he yelled, guess who's here? I took this chance to grab the needle from my back leg. While he was distracted, I stuck it in his arm, pulling down and letting the clear liquid flow freely into him. Please work fast. He looked down at the needle in his arm. Realization hit him. It should hit him. I did this to him every day, and every time I braced myself for the moment. The horrible moment when it kicked in. His whole face sagged. His eyes dropped into hooded lids, and his body hunched over like he had a block on it. He looked up at me with lost eyes. Where's she? Fayette, he whispered. I took my father, the broken man, enthusiasm, in my arms and let him sob on my shoulders. I let him sob there every day. I said in his ears, knowing that by now, nothing I said or did would help. It's okay, Dad. I'm here. You still have me. We have each other. Mom wouldn't want this. She wouldn't want this. But nothing I said reached him. He was gone. I don't know if it started the day she died and he did well hiding it, or if the madness had slowly sunk in. Werewolves could find other mates if one died. However, there were some mates that were for life. These were rare, but my mother and father were life mates. SSCCS, I said again, stroking his hair. It's going to be okay. I don't understand drive. Walt, werewolves can't get sick. My father's frustrated voice rang out from his study. I hid behind the door, putting my ear up to the crack to listen in. There are exceptions, drive. Walt's deep voice answered, your mate has a genetic defect. Something went wrong and now her body is weak and shutting down. A frustrated sigh could be heard. I couldn't tell from who. Can she get through? My father's voice spoke out in the silence, breaking halfway. I jerked my head back. I had never heard my father's voice waver before. It had always been strong and assertive. There was a long break of silence. I put my ear up to the hole, wondering if they had fallen asleep. However, drive. Walt whispered only one word, no. Tears fell freely from my face as Dad held my hand and walked me up to Mother's bed. I didn't want to look at her, but pushed away the thought and instead crawled into her arms. Hey little girl, she said in a whisper. Her eyes followed me as I brushed hair away from her face. Mommy, was all I said. She was too weak to lift her head, too weak to even breath at some moments. I need to tell you something, she whispered. I leaned in closer and whispered back, okay, caught in our bone bubble that we had made. My darling, I need you to remember these words. I nodded, squinting my forehead hard in concentration. She smiled at my expression. Don't give up. Okay, baby girl. I nodded wide-eyed. I want to tell you to be the sun. I knitted my eyebrows in confusion. Listen carefully. Fayette. Be the sun. Please remember that. Be people's warmth even if they are raining on you. Be people's light, even if they are closing you up with dark clouds. And like the sun, always keep going. Don't stop. Don't give up. Be the sun, I whispered, looking her in the eyes. That's right, she breathed, looking up at my father and smiling at him. My father got down on his knees and laid his head next to Mother's. I love you, he whispered in her ear. I love you, Mommy, I whispered also. We both kissed her cheek. I left the room because Father seemed to want to talk to Mommy. As soon as I was out of sight, I ran to my room and wrote down everything I could remember that Mom told me to. When I woke up the next morning, the house wasn't quiet. Since Mother got sick, it had always been quiet so we wouldn't disturb her. The house was loud. I covered my ears, but I couldn't block the heartbreaking howls that were shaking through the house. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I thought racing to her room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. But all I saw was Father's tan wolf, with tears dripping down his face as he lifted it to cry his pain over and over. Chapter 1, in which it's a normal day, the alarm jolted me from my sleep. The image of father lying on the ground. I slapped my cheeks in an attempt to regain control of the dream that I had. Every night it was the same since that day. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It used to scare me, waking me up screaming or sweating in the middle of the night. But I got used to it. I accepted that now the dream was a part of me, the deep dark part of me that I could tell no one. Be the sun, I chanted in my head. Be the sun, I said out loud. Through the window, I could see that the sun that gave me so much hope was barely starting to rise. With my alarm set to 5 a.m. in the morning, I woke up and went to sleep in darkness. I quickly got dressed in a blue t-shirt and jeans, finding one of my ratty sneakers under the bed and the other thrown across the room. It was time to make breakfast. The smell of sizzling bacon and rising pancakes slowly woke me up. Feeding the whole pack was hard. It was like feeding a black hole. Everything that was cooked was sucked in and yet still wanting more. Lizzie and Jane soon came to the kitchen, bright, eyed and woken up by their morning chores. "Morning, Fayette," Lizzie said, grabbing the spatula from me and taking over the pancakes. "Lizzie, Jane," I said with a smile. They smiled back. Together we silently worked on feeding our army. There were a lot of early jobs that needed to be done before the pack woke up. Most didn't even know about it and just woke up to the luxury of fresh muffins, clean bathrooms, gear that was polished, rouge prisoners that were fed, and fresh laundry. It was hard. No one would want to go through back-breaking work every day, but someone had to. Those summons were the gazer. I didn't mind though. I had been in Omega for so long now that I didn't really know how to be anything else. My thoughts always turned to this when I had chores that didn't keep me too occupied. Suddenly I felt a hand pass over my eyes. I smelled the air and smiled. "Breakfast is almost ready, Alpha Bruno. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Turning to face him and give him a morning welcome hug. Alpha Bruno laughed and returned my hug, and then proceeded to ruffle Jane and Lizzie's hair. They didn't mind though. It was already messed up from the work and heat of the kitchen. "I'm so hungry," Alpha Bruno whined. He faked like he was about to pass out, before leaning his body on us. We laughed and complained. All of us knew that the Alpha only acted like this around us, playful and needy. For some reason he let his guard down when we were around. I smiled as Alpha Bruno tried to steal some bacon from Jane, only to be scolded and have his hand slapped. I had known Alpha Bruno my whole life. In a way, he was like a second father to me. He was always with me when I needed help, carrying me to my bed when Mother had collapsed, and letting me cry for hours next to him when Father. I slapped my cheeks again, startling everyone in the kitchen knew. I waved my spatula at Alpha Bruno. "Get out," I playfully teased, swatting my spatula at him. All right. He laughed and gave us one fleeting smile. The moment he walked out of the kitchen though, his face hardened and he became the Alpha. All of us gazer knew he wanted it to be a secret. Even Alpha had to let off some steam and be himself every once in a while. We were all honored, however, that he had chosen us, the lowest of the low, to be a part of such a secret. Breakfast soon was ready and the stacks of pancakes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And bacon were quickly devoured. Everyone dug and greedy, some starving after a long night patrol, others just because of a good night's sleep. The gazer and I huddled in the kitchen. There was no such thing as leftovers, so we had to take a cautious amount of food that wouldn't affect the pack, but enough that we could still work. Alpha Bruno refused to let us starve like how some packs did to their own gazer. He always came after and made sure we had all eaten. Cooking and serving breakfast made it seem like the day was already over. However, it was just beginning. Remembering that Alpha Bruno had asked if Gazer would polish the training gear and repair it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everyone looked at me. I could fix almost anything. I had learned at an early age after all how to take care of myself. Plumbing, electricity, anything really I could fiddle with and work with to make work. The training equipment broke easily due to the pack members getting overexcited and not having self-control. I opened the door and led the other Omega. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Splintered wood and rusty metal sat in desolation. I groaned on the inside knowing this would take all day and night. Be the sun. I turned to Charles and smiled. You'll be okay, Charles. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll help you if you need it, and I'll do all the hard repairs. Why don't you start by polishing that spear? Chapter 2, in which I get reminded. The best people possess a feeling for beauty, the courage to take risks, the discipline to tell the truth, the capacity for sacrifice. Ironically, their virtues make them vulnerable. They are often wounded, sometimes destroyed. Ernest Hemingway. The repairs to the gear took longer than I thought. It took 3 days. Charles, really. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shaving off a piece of wood to make a new hoop for the running course. I can finish this on my own. Quickly after starting our cleaning, I found out how hopeless Charles was at repairs and polishing. He kept knocking things over, apologizing profusely and then backing up to knock down another thing, which would then lead to another string of apologies. Even me, known for my patience, was being worn thin. I finally had enough of him getting in my way. I said as sweetly as I could, "You had better being somewhere else. I'm pretty sure the other Ungazar are having a hard time without you." Charles smiled at that. "You should really go and help them," I added, just to drive home what I wanted. Charles agreed with me, knocking down a few arrows in the midst of his vigorous nodding. At the doorway there he paused and looked down at me. "Iwan, Fayette." I looked up, wiping away sweat from my eyes. "I'm going to bring you some food. And water." He smiled at me, leaving me with a silly grin on my face. I was glad that Charles would think of that. I knew he would get food, but it touched my heart to know that he remembered and thought of me. My stomach crumbled in that instant and I laughed out loud. I hadn't eaten in 2 days. I had only slept for about 6 hours, before getting up, making breakfast and then heading back to fix the gear. I hid all this from Alpha Bruno, of course. I knew he was kind and wanted us to be okay. But the amount of work us Omegas had to do left us with little time to eat or sleep. My head perked up at the sound of footsteps approaching and then coming down the stairs. Charles is fast when it concerns things, I grumbled in my mind. But it wasn't Charles. It was Anna, and her twin Estella. I put it down to my natural instinct, the wolf part of me that made me stronger and faster, and let me sense when something was wrong. And every time those girls approached me, I felt something wrong. Anna, had red hair and was the youngest twin, while Estella had raven black hair. Besides their color, they looked the same. "Bruno told us you would be here," Anna purred. I bristled at the casual use of Alpha Bruno's name on the inside. My outside appearance was anything but hostile, though. I smiled at the 2 girls, wanting to show them that I was friendly. "Why are you always smiling?" Estella asked. She had a horrible voice that sounded nasally all the time. It hurt my ears to listen to her talk. Before I could reply, Anna, Lee spoke, saying, "She's obviously smiling because she's dumb." Estella said, coming closer to me. It was then that I realized, enthusiasm in the presence of these two groomed girls, how dirty I was. Grease covered me from head to toe and tools laid scattered around me. Enthusiasm in the middle of my repairing. I had taken off my shirt, leaving only my sport bra on. I had used my shirt to wipe my hands. Estella wrinkled her nose at me and confirmed my thoughts. "You smell so bad, Thea, like something died on you." Anna, Lee started to laugh. Estella smiled at her sister and turned to me, continuing her goading in hopes of getting more approval from Anna. "Lee, look at your stomach. New fashion says to be skinny, Fayette, but let's not be sticking bones here. You might be the dying source for the smell." Both sisters crackled up. Well, I sarcastically thought, that hurt so much. I couldn't help but give a small chuckle at Estella's laughing. She sounded like she was the one who was dying. Both sisters immediately sobered up. "Are you laughing?" Anna, Lee asked quietly. "No, I wasn't really, My voice died with their approaching figures. Faster than I could see or register, Estella quickly picked up one of my tools, a screwdriver, and slashed my cheek with the pointed end. Not satisfied enough, she hit my head with the blunt part. I went down, seeing spots in my vision and hearing a ringing noise. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I heard Anna, Lee gasp. "You heard her?" She hissed at her sister. She was laughing at my voice. At the way I laugh. I know she was. Estella motion was going to hit me again, but was stopped by Anna, Lee. At least one of them has brains. I sluggishly thought. Estella, you can't hit her though. Anna, Lee turned to me and her lip curled. Even though she's an Omega, she's not good enough for you to waste your time on her. Estella ran out of the room, throwing the screwdriver at my hunched-over back. I heard the sound of the closing door and gave a sigh of relief. My relief was short-lived though when Anna, Lee's voice startled me back to reality. "I'm sorry she did that," she whispered down at me. I couldn't believe my ears. I struggled but forced my head to look up at her. She seemed to have regret in her eyes. "Maybe this will remind you of what you are." And with that, she walked out. "Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry," kept repeating in my head. The door opened again and I cringed and curled up in a ball. "No," I whispered in my head. "Don't come back. Please." But a different voice filled my ears. "Fayette." I heard Charles shout and rush over to me. His hands gently lifted me up. I felt a breeze on my face as we left the gear building. Charles was frantically carrying me, but I lost focus of the world before I knew where to, and my vision of grey turned into nothing but black. Chapter 3, in which I burned the eggs they witnessed her destruction, then were left to wonder why. She saw nothing but darkness, though the stars shone in her eyes, but maybe they've forgotten, when they failed to see the cracks, that a star's light shines the brightest. When it's starting to collapse, my mouth watered at the sizzling bacon that was slowly popping every now and then. I was cooking breakfast alone today. Lizzie and Jane each stayed up the whole night to debate Ryan needing his files cleaned. It took them all day and night. They were taking a 4-hour nap before finishing the rest of their chores. I turned around at the sound of steps coming into the kitchen. Alpha Bruno walked in and gave me his regular big smile. "Morning, Thea." He came up behind me and set his chin on the top of my head. "Morning, Alpha Bruno," I replied, stirring the eggs, making sure they didn't stick to the pan. Alpha Bruno sighed at the top of my head and asked, "How are you feeling?" Not wanting to answer, Alpha Bruno growled in response and turned me around to face him. "Thayet," he said in a low voice. I asked, "How are you feeling?" I put my head down in shame. Werewolves healed fast, and by the time Charles had reached the pack doctor, my cheek was already healed and I was slowly waking up. However, I felt horrible for the fact that Alpha Bruno was in an important meeting with his beta after it to see me. I had gotten in the way of his duties in the pack. "Werewolves heal fast," I replied, turning around and continuing my stirring of the eggs. "It's all healed and I'm better." Alpha Bruno sighed and said, "You know what I meant when I asked, Fayette." My shoulders sagged. He saw right through me. I could smile all I wanted, tell everyone I was fine and laugh as loud as I could, but he knew the truth with a single glance. I mumbled to the eggs, knowing that he would hear me, but I didn't have the courage to face him. I don't know what I did wrong. Why did they even come down there? How were their hearts so? I struggled to find the right way, but I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to understand why people could be so mean and malicious just for the fun of it. It wasn't the fact that Estella had cut and hit me. I had been hit before for messing up a job or going too slow. What confused me was that they purposely sought me out, and then carried out their cruelty. I felt Alpha Bruno's arms enclose me from behind. I leaned into his chest, missing the feeling of warmth and being loved. "I'm so sorry," Alpha Bruno whispered in a pained voice. He kissed the top of my head and let go, allowing me to finish breakfast. Walking over to the island in the middle of the kitchen, he perched on it and said, "The king sent me a message saying he needs extra hands for the Blue Moon ceremony." I nodded. He had already talked to Guillaume Gaze about it. I wasn't going. I did too much around here. Alpha Bruno cleared his throat and continued saying, "Stacy approached me and told me that she and her mate are expecting a child though." I gasped in excitement. "Stacy and Bill are expecting." I did a happy dance with the stirrer in my hand. Alpha Bruno laughed. "Yeah, well," she asked if she could stay. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I was against it, but with the recent event on you, I'm thinking otherwise. I turned to Alpha Bruno confused. Where is this going? Narrowing my eyes in his direction. "Thea," Alpha Bruno ran his hands through his hair and said, "I don't feel comfortable keeping you here. I can't stand the thought of someone hurting you when I'm just a building away. I would feel better if you took Stacy's place and went with the other Omegas to help with the Blue Moon ceremony at the palace." I stood staring blankly at Alpha Bruno. "Your eggs are burning," nodding in the direction of my pen gauge. I quickly turned off the stove and tried to scavenge what I could. While I saved my eggs, exclaimed to Alpha Bruno, "I can't leave. Who will cook breakfast?" "Stacy will," he interrupted me, saying, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Then who will shop for? Stacy can do that too." "Then who will file, Fayette? You do know that Stacy is not the only Omega here, right?" "I'm only taking 5 of you to help with the ceremony," Alpha Bruno said, interrupting me again. "Fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Then a thought came into my head. But who will do the repairs? Alpha Bruno stopped with his finger pointed in the air like he was about to make a statement. His mouth was open but nothing came out. A look of deep concentration soon came over his face. A smug look came over my face as I watched his struggle. Finally, Alpha Bruno sighed. "Fayette, can you please just go help? Leave for a bit. Experience the palace. Have fun with Lizzie and Jane. They won't work you so hard there, and you'll be safe." Alpha Bruno looked down at me with pleading eyes. "Please just do this for me, Fayette." I looked away. I would do anything the alpha asked. He didn't use his alpha voice, the one that made us obey whatever, whenever on me. I know he didn't use it because he treasured me, respected me. And I could count on one hand how many people did that. Looking at him, I gave a small smile. Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll go. Chapter 4, in which I am consumed, bad dreams go away. Good dreams, please stay. The Blue Moon ceremony happens once every 15 years. I would have been for when the last one happened. Thinking back, I don't remember it. That was a time when things were good. When my world was whole and I had people who loved me. When I was too young to know the word starve or work. I imagine that Mother and Father sat on the back porch so we could watch the moon. Me in Mother's lap, while Father ruffled my hair with affection, still able to remember me and love me with his whole heart. Closing my eyes, I can still hear Mother's laughter ringing. I like the chirp of a bird, with Father's deep voice accompanying it. The sound was the best music I could wish for. My fantasy was cut short abruptly by Lizzie's violent shakes and squeals. Oh my gosh, Fayette. She jumped up and down, grabbing my hands, forcing me to put down the clippers that I had in my hand and jump with her. Alpha Bruno just told me you're going with us. She squealed again and hugged me tightly. I hugged her back. I was always desperate for love and attention but was good at hiding it. She pulled away to smile at me. I'm so glad. I was going to ask Alpha Bruno if you could come, or if I could stay with you. She started to stroke my head affectionately. I didn't want to leave you here with people who could hurt you. My emotions almost overwhelmed me. To hide the tears that were threatening to overflow, I quickly hugged Lizzie. She laughed and gave me a tight hug back. Thanks, Lizzie, I whispered. No problem, my little sunshine, she said, laughing. We sat down on the porch to the pack house. I had been trimming the bushes before Lizzie arrived, but decided a break was needed. I'm so excited you're going, Lizzie gushed. And maybe if we have time off from work we can catch a glimpse of the prince. Lizzie mimicked the emotion of swooning. I laughed at her silliness. I thought the prince was doing a travel around the world or something. Lizzie's eyes brightened at the question. Yes, she said. The prince is so romantic. He's traveling around the world to find his life mate. Lizzie started to squeal again. I smiled at her. I loved it when she got excited and crazy over meaningless topics. In some ways, it helped all of us gays stay a little sane and remember that there was to life. I got lost in thought while Lizzie explained all the places the prince had been to. So he was searching for his life mate. I think I vaguely remember hearing that. When you're Anna Mega, though, reading through Werewolf Weekly wasn't high on the list of things to do. Life mates for werewolves were rare and hard to find. Alpha Bruno told me one time that only 14 of werewolves found their life mate. Most people define the love of their life, just not their soul mate. Mother and Father were life mates. I mused. I winced at the end of their love story, though. I registered Lizzie's voice, jerking me out of my train when she said, "When he came I was so excited and nervous wait," I interrupted. "When who came?" "The prince, Fayette," Lizzie sighed and said. "He's so dark and handsome and didn't speak but." "What do you mean the prince came? When did the prince come?" Lizzie looked at me with blank eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm pretty sure he came at the beginning of his search. 2 years ago. Giving me an uncertain look. I never met him. I yelled. Where was I? Lizzie gasped and then started to laugh hard. "Oh, Fayette," she said, between gasps of breaths. "Don't tell me you were working while the prince came." Lizzie leaned down and couldn't talk anymore with the hysterical laughter that had taken over her. I grumbled. Boo-hoo me. Missed the prince while I was working. I smiled at Lizzie, who was still laughing and wiping tears from her face. I'm sorry, Fayette, she gasped. Only you. This could only happen to you. I couldn't hold it back anymore. Her laughter was infectious. I burst out laughing myself. I was probably cleaning the toilet. I gasped. Lizzie laughed harder. Then it's a good thing you didn't meet him. We couldn't talk after that. I laughed so hard my sides started to hurt. But we still kept laughing. It was the fact that we were able to laugh. Able to sit on the front porch and be like this that made me not want the moment to stop. I only disobeyed Alpha Bruno's orders once. Only once in my life did I go against what the Alpha wanted. Don't give him what he wants, Fayette, Alpha Bruno said, looking down at me with burning gold eyes, letting me know that his anger was getting to him. I nodded. I won't, I whispered. Alpha Bruno sighed and gave me a hug and then left me to go to bed. That was the only time I disobeyed the Alpha's orders. I walked inside the house, cringing at the creak the door made. I said into the darkness. A huddled figure gave a slight movement. I walked up to it and crouched down. My love, you came, my father weakly said, stroking my face. I watched as tears slowly trailed down his face. I pulled a needle with clear liquid from my back pocket and inserted it into him. The effect was immediate. His face fell when he realized it was me. Dad. Thea, he whispered back to me. We both stared at each other. I knew he was waiting for the drug to wear out so that he could go back to his delusional state. I took a deep breath. I found what I was looking for in his eyes. I have what you want, Father. For the first time in a long time, I saw something in my father's eyes. Hope. I was jerked awake. I heard a desperate whisper, one full of pain and sadness, say, Thea, you need to come with me. I was led to the house. The door opened with a creak. I didn't call out for Father. He was right there, lying on his side, staring at a picture of Mother. Scattered around him were empty needles. Thea, I'm so sorry. My head didn't register the voices though. I slowly walked up to the fallen man. The last thing he saw was her, not the picture of us. I knew the guilt was too much for him, the fact that he was leaving me. The fact that he had asked me to help while abandoning me to the too cruel world. Suddenly I heard screaming. I felt a prickle of pain on my arm as I looked down and saw a needle with clear liquid in me. Oh, I thought, that was me. I woke up screaming and covered in sweat. I quickly covered my mouth though. How long have I been screaming? Did anyone hear me? I sat there calming myself for a long time. My heart rattled in my chest, never quite getting back the beat it needed. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Why, yes, I answered, startled. Hey, Fayette, I heard Jane's voice say behind the door. We're leaving in an hour for Breen Castle. Just wanted to let you know. I heard Jane's footsteps walk away. Trying to take deep breaths, my stuttering heart would not be still. It had been a long time since I was tortured by my own mind. Chapter 5, Alto August. What's the difference? I asked him. Between the love of your life and your soulmate. What is a choice and one is not? SHOUTTO toxin flame, you're amazing. GDINPOV. I'm not sure we should keep going. I looked up at my mate in confusion. Her eyes was crunched together tight. A cute sign that told me she was in deep concentration. I could feel through the bond, waves of concern and doubt, flooding into me and mingling with my own thoughts, making me confused. I stood up and brushed the dirt away from my pants, slowly reaching for her hands. Why would you think that? Taking her hand and leaning my cheek against them. Her expression still etched itself with concern, but I could tell through the bond that my touch was relaxing her. She let out a deep sigh and took a few steps closer to me, allowing me access to wrap my arms around her and bury her in my chest. I moved my nose up and down her neck, breathing in her scent. I laughed out loud, knowing she had forgotten the question I had asked a few moments ago. Straightening her out so that she was looking at me, I stared into my life mate's eyes and asked again, "Why do you think we should stop?" Crystal's eyes misted over. I knew then not to play with her. She was serious. Before I could embrace her again in comfort though, she let out a small sob and said, "I know it's hurting him." I didn't need to ask who. Our mission. The prince. We both stared at each other. Crystal grabbed my hands and held them close to her. "Gavin, can't you see that every town we go to, every pack we meet with, every girl we look at, all of it is getting to him now?" Tears were threatening to overflow from her. "It's hurting him. So much. After 2 years, I've lost count of how many girls' eyes he has looked into. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stroking my mate's face. "How can you possibly tell that our prince is hurt? To me he seems to be doing all right," and my voice faded at the look Crystal was giving me. "You don't see it," she growled at me. I looked at her lost. "No," I replied. "I don't." Crystal shook her head. "Has he always been silent?" "He is a soldier born and raised, Crystal. He talks only when he needs to." Crystal gave me a doubtful look. "And does he always just?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With no emotion. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So this was where she was getting her basis for her argument. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Here's... Soldier, how can I stress this to you? I have known Prince August since he was a pup. He learned to keep his emotion in check so he could be stronger than everyone. Tower, I looked at her to see if she understood. I think it's because he hasn't found her yet. Crystal said to me, "No, Apple, trust me. He's always been like that." Why is this even a ritual that the heir must go through? Crystal muttered under her breath. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't want to agree with her, but secretly I did. The first ever Wolf King's reign was with a life mate by his side. After realizing that a life mate had played a part in making his rule strong, the first king put in a passing ritual that all heirs who were taking the throne must proceed to undergo. At the age of 20, they must go and travel for at least 2 months to find their life mates. No punishment would fall unto them though should they fail to find their mate. No king since has found one, and the prince has been searching for his for 2 years. I sighed at how extreme and diligent he was. Of course, along the way he had set up relations and negotiations with various wolf packs around the world. But many called him a fool behind his back for what seemed like his impossible quest. My head turned at noise to my left. Facing it, I saw Prince August himself come out of the forest. He had sweat dripping all over him. Another hard day of training, I thought. He truly was a warrior. Crystal perked up and went to greet him, asking if he wanted water and some apples. When I first introduced them at the beginning of the quest 2 years ago, Crystal had been nothing but scared. Intimidated by the tall, tan-skinned and black-haired man, she was barely able to speak to him, let alone be in the same room as him. His looks were menacing, but it was the aura that he emitted that had caused her to faint when she first heard him talk. He had simply asked for the salt, saying that one word to her. Yet everything he said was done in such a commanding and powerful way that the mere words Salt uttered from his lips had sent her gasping in a faint. I still teased her about it to this day. Watching now, I was glad that through the years my apple had gotten used to him and treated him almost like a mother would a child. He should have a mother figure to look up to, I sighed inwardly. Both of them approached me then. I had been too busy thinking of the past to notice what was going on with the bond. A wave of smugness and satisfaction was coursing through her eyes, dancing between "I told you so" and concern. Looking between the two, I raised one eyebrow, waiting for someone to say something. Finally August spoke. "I'm going home." Chapter 6, in which I bleed. While they all fall in love with her smile, she waits for one who will fall in love with her scars. The dreamer, it had been a month since Alpha Bruno had left us at the palace. The awe and splendor of it still had my head reeling when I walked through the halls. Gold seemed to frame every inch of the white polished stone. And then there were some halls that were red and jeweled, some that were carved in nothing but the darkest of stone, and even still halls that had paintings swirling on the ceiling and through the walls, depicting stories and tales. The first few days it had been a distraction to me. I wanted nothing more than to just explore the grandeur of it all. Soak in the architecture, ask whoever how such a feat as building this structure was possible. But I wasn't able to. When Alpha Bruno brought us, I felt that not much would need to be done, since the Blue Moon ceremony was a month away. Surely the castle had taken the necessary precautions and had the majority of what they needed to be done by now. But I was wrong. When we arrived to chaos and disorder. Since the ceremony only happened once every 15 years, not many of the servants and decorators knew what to do or how to set up. "Who knows how to work wiring?" one man screamed. He was running frantically from one end of the room to the other. However, his plea was met with shaking of heads and "Sorry, not me." Alpha Bruno pushed me up to the man and, with one hand on my shoulder, called attention over to me. The man rushed over, slightly large and breathing heavily with a red face. "My pack member knows how to work with wiring," was all Alpha Bruno said, before giving me a slight nudge and releasing me to the man. The other gazer that came Charles, Jane, and Lizzie, quickly went to work. Lizzie and Jane, my assistants of sorts. With them, we set up the light show that would take place during the ceremony, the lights leading up to the castle and the lights surrounding it. Through the next weeks, I learned the name of the man who first approached me. He insisted that we call him Mr. Obi. "Amazing," he breathed, as I fiddled with the box to get the lights to switch on and change color. "Where did you learn to do all this?" I smiled at him. I had grown to like Mr. Obi. He was a kind man and didn't treat Jane, Lizzie and I with any harshness. "I'm just good with my hands, I guess. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Milburn, hearts that thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Lizzie approached us and heard the last part of our conversation. "She's not only good with hands," she said excitedly, "Mr. Obi, did you know you were looking at the inventor of the Lizzie?" I cut her off abruptly. Lizzie looked startled and then stared guiltily at me. "I need the new lens for the lights on the balcony. Would you mind grabbing them?" I asked as sweetly as I could so I wouldn't hurt her feelings more. Lizzie nodded and mouthed a quick sorry before running off to get the lens. I turned to Mr. Obi and smiled at his curious gaze, then went back to working on the sequencing for the light. I didn't want it to be too much and obscure the blue moon that would be hanging in the sky, but Mr. Obi had said that the king and queen thought to just stare at a moon all night, and so wanted other entertainment provided. I could still feel Mr. Obi's gaze on me and decided to look up at him again and smile. With a confused expression, "I don't understand. The light sequence." Trying to veer off the topic that I knew we were coming to, No, mister, Obi said, shaking his head and gazing at me even more intently now. I don't understand how you are an Omega. I laughed and continued fiddling with the box, even though the sequence for the lights were perfect and in place. On the inside, though I felt uncomfortable, go away, I wanted to yell. But I held my ground and continued smiling. Why is it that someone who is on par, no mister, Obi stopped to correct himself, who is even better than our electricians and engineers, those who have been royally hired and trained, is an Omega. I stopped my hands with their work and set down the box. I knew he wouldn't stop his questioning unless he had an answer, mister. Obi was a man of invention and brain. Like me, he needed to know the solution to the problem. Why I wasn't being sent to an academy and then back to the palace to serve my king. Why I wasn't promoted in the pack for my skills. Why instead I was beaten and kicked, spit on and despised, deemed unworthy when in reality I could outthink and outmaneuver all of them. I felt a darkness creeping into me, one that I was familiar with. One that I never liked the feeling of, be the sun. I got up and walked to Mr. Obi, stopping until we were barely a foot apart. Quietly I said, Mr. Obi, all my apologies, sir, but you don't know the first thing about my life or what I've done to be what I am today. I looked at him with burning eyes, trying to make him understand those words. I saw the click go off in his eyes. Suddenly he took a step back. I felt a small part of my heart chip off. You, mister. Obi started to sweat profusely, as he continued taking more steps back. What did you do? He hissed at me. What horrible thing did you do to become this? He didn't wait for my answer. Instead, he turned around with a distorted face. Not before spitting. Stay away from me, Omega. I stood there and watched him leave. Lizzie came up behind me. She silently stood by my side as we both watched the retreating figure. Without saying a word, she leaned her head down and placed it on my shoulder. I rested my own head on hers and took a deep breath. He left, I said in a small voice to Lizzie. I heard, she answered back. We stood like that for a while, getting curious glances from workers as they passed by. But for just a moment, I needed to stop and let my bleeding heart stop its stutter. I heard Anna, Lee's voice in my head. Maybe this will remind you of what you are. And then I heard Mother's voice. So fragile and faint now. Just a whisper to me, but I could still draw it and remember. My darling, you must be the sun. I took another deep breath and another. Then Lizzie and I broke off. We need to work. I smiled at her. Fair. Lizzie hesitantly spoke and looked at my eyes with sadness and regret. I shouldn't have said anything. It's my fault he left and was like that. I just got excited and words started pouring out of my mouth and... It's okay, Lizzie. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Patting her on the shoulder. Lizzie bit her bottom lip and looked down at our shoes. I was just so happy that people were finally starting to realize how wonderful you are. I laughed out loud and embraced her. I love you, Lizzie, I said without thinking. Lizzie laughed with me and hugged me back. I LOVEYOUFAYETT, she screamed. Some disgusted groans and a few gaps of horror could be heard from the workers who were in the ballroom watching our public display of affection. I looked around in alarm and whispered to Lizzie, You know this is sister love, right? Lizzie mocked a hurt look and put a hand over her heart. She rejects my love. How quickly you dismiss what we have. I giggled and burst out laughing. Other workers started in on the fun. Some catcalling, others yelling at me playfully to accept Lizzie's poor love. The fun stopped though with the man in charge of overseeing, Mr. Joseph, running in and yelling, THEPRINCISHERE. He ran around the room frantic, yelling the words over and over. The print. Lizzie said, confused. but we set up a ceremony thinking that the prince wouldn't be here. She looked at me, but my only response was to shrug Mr. Joseph kept running around, yelling that a throne chair needed to be added for the prince, a place at a table needed to be set, and several important guests were with him that also needed seats. The whole room burst into chaos then as the month of work quickly fell down the drain, turning into a week left to get the ceremony ready. Lizzie and I quickly ran down the stairs. After listening to Mr. Joseph explained that the lights needed a certain color added to them, thus messing up the entire display. Maybe we'll get to see the prince. Lizzie squealed. Doubtful, I answered. I thought of my encounter with Mr. Obi. Why would the prince want to talk to an Omega? Chapter 7, in which I am interested, and never could I have known the taste of heaven. Had I not swallowed pieces of hell first? EBM, I couldn't keep my excitement at bay. My hands were shaking, my head moving back and forth in the same restless movement as my feet. I needed something to do. Lizzie was gone doing who knew what chore. I had the light sequence, the show, the walkway, the gardens, all of it was perfect, Mr. Joseph paid me the highest compliment I had ever received when I showed him my work. He simply took my hand, kissed it, and said, "Brilliant." The atmosphere had changed drastically since the printer's arrival. Instead of the chaos and random bursts of hyperventilation and tears, there instead seemed to be a calm over the castle. The staff knew it, and I knew it. We were ready for the ceremony. I saw Izzy then down the hall, struggling to walk straight with piles of vegetables stacked in her arms. "Lizzie," I yelled, running to her. She turned around to me and smiled. "Come to help finally." She joked. I gave a small chuckle before reaching for the carrots and potatoes piled in a basket, leaving her the lettuce. "Come on then," Lizzie said, motioning for me to follow her. We went to the kitchen and deposited all the vegetables. "Do you need help peeling?" I asked one of the cooks. We had only added to the enormous amount of food sitting waiting to be washed and cooked. "Get out of my kitchen," he yelled, brandishing his knife that he had been using to cut carrots. Lizzie stuck her tongue out at the man and wiggled it in his direction. No need to be rude, Lafair. Lafair continued growling at us and waving his knife, but I knew now with Lizzie's playful banter that he meant no harm. "Have you girls explored the castle yet?" he asked us. We both shook our heads. Between creating the lights and cleaning for the Blue Moon ceremony, not much free time was left for fun and venture. "Go on then," waving his knife in the direction of the door. "I'll give you an hour break before I put you to work on them." He motioned towards the potatoes. Lizzie quickly grabbed my arm and dragged me out of the kitchen. "This is our chance." She squealed. "Chance for what?" Tugging at my arm, trying to get her to release it. Lizzie turned to me and said with an earnest voice, "We can go spy on the prince." I gave her a scolding click and swatted her hand from my arm. "We can't just go and look in on the prince," I said to her. "Oh my gosh, Fayette. He's so gorgeous." "Maybe he's training." She had a wicked gleam in her eyes. "Lizzie," I moaned, "you've only seen the prince for what? 3 seconds. That's not enough judgment to go off of. You probably just exaggerated how he looked in your mind." Suddenly Lizzie stopped abruptly in the hallway and turned quickly around to face me. "Wait." Her mouth gaping open in shock at a sudden revelation that had occurred to her. "Have you ever seen the prince before?" I looked away guiltily in a different direction. Fayett. Lizzie screamed. "Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Lilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I yelled. "I haven't seen him, okay?" "No, I don't know what he looks like." "We have to go find him right now," Lizzie said in a hurried single breath. She grabbed my arm again and we were racing down the hall. We stopped when Lizzie saw Mr. Joseph. Mr. Joseph. Lizzie waved her hand in greeting at him and dragged us to be closer, Mr. Joseph turned around and raised an eyebrow. Not working girls. I gave an audible gulp, but Lizzie bravely stepped forward and explained. The fair gave us an hour off. We were wondering if the prince was around. I gasped out loud at Lizzie's boldness. Lizzie. I screamed in my mind. You can't just ask about the prince's location like that, Mr. Joseph chuckled at us though and directed us to another man. This is George, Mr. Joseph said. He can tell you everything that is about the prince and the kingdom. Lizzie and I looked at George. He stood stiffly straight up. Thank you. So very kind, sir. He said to Mr. Joseph, Mr. Joseph nodded and whispered to us. Yes, do try to have fun, girl, before walking away. Lizzie and I turned back to George, who was still standing at attention. Hello, Lizzie said, putting out her hand in greeting. George looked at it and then stiffly shook it, giving it a quick jerk before letting go. I'm Lizzie and this is Fayette, she said, motioning towards me. I nodded my head in greeting, having a feeling that George didn't want to shake hands again. Right, George said, getting straight down to business. What is it you would like to know? Where's the prince? Lizzie blurted. George did not blink at the question. He developed a very serious look on his face and said, Unfortunately, the prince does private training for the majority of the day and does not permit anyone to disturb him. Lizzie had that gleam in her eye again. Well, we need to see what the prince looks like. This girl, she pointed to me, hasn't a clue about his appearance. George gave a shocked look in my direction. Maybe there's a picture of him somewhere. Lizzie suggested. George shook his head in a grave way. I had a slight feeling from him that he was taking our problem and making it a bigger issue than need be. Unfortunately, there are no current portraits of the prince. The most recent one we have is of him on his 12th birthday. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why has he had no portraits done since then? George shook his head gravely again. No painter has been able to stand in his presence for that long to complete a painting. Lizzie and I gave each other confused looks. They call him the Stone Prince, George said to Lizzie and I. Awe and fear mixed with his voice. Again Lizzie and I gave each other confused looks. The Stone Prince. I whispered questionably to Lizzie. It's probably because of his ABS. She whispered back. What? George sputtered at Lizzie. No, Lizzie said, giving him a questioning gaze. Maybe he likes. That's too much, I suggested. I said stone, not stoned. George said, breaking his stiff form and throwing his hands in the air frustrated. He moaned his regret at ever deciding to engage us in conversation. Okay then. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Knowing George wasn't taking our joking too well. Why is he called that? Because, straightening back up in his stiff stance, his face never changes. It's like it's been chiseled in stone. He only has one blank expression that he wears. Lizzie and I stared at George, who now seemed satisfied that he had made his point across about the prince. George turned away from us, walked off. I could tell he didn't want to continue associating himself with us anymore. What do you make of that? I asked Lizzie. Lizzie mused. He did see. Like when he came to the pack during his search. She looked up at me with doubtful eyes. Maybe he's shy, I suggested. Garth, Lizzie said. Oh, I said, thinking it through. It could be like with Alpha Bruno. You know how he has two faces? One that's hard and powerful for the pack, but another that's his real self that only we see. Lizzie's eyes gleamed. My dear Fayette, wrapping her arm around my back and leading me to the kitchen. I think you've just figured out our prince. Before we could reach the kitchen, though, we were interrupted by a small cough. It was a delicate cough that I guess the person did many times before finally catching our attention with it. We turned around at the noise and saw a woman in a huge flowing green dress that shimmered when hit upon with sunlight. Only one such person could be wearing something so fine. Ahem. Giving her small cough again. I'm looking for a Fayette. She looked between the two of us with a small smile on her lips. Our lack of answer, though, made the smile transform into an ugly scowl. Don't you two girls know how to address your queen? Chapter 8, in which I'm dressed. Keep your face always toward the sunshine, and shadows will fall behind you. Walt Whitman. Be the sun. The thoughts whirled in my head as I walked down the halls numbly, following the queen in green. I couldn't think as to how that could apply to the situation, though. If I was being honest, I had no idea what was going on. I'm looking for a Fayette. The dainty voice rang in my head. What does she want with me? Don't you two girls know how to address your queen? I couldn't even remember her name. When I was small, when the world was right, I remember looking at pictures of the queen with Mother. She was an elegant lady, exotic-looking with tart skin and dark hair and bright eyes. I remember her name, Queen Isadora. She died before I was born when the prince was still an infant. I remember Mother saying it was a sad day. The people of the land wore the queen's color green to honor her. The king's howl of sorrow could be heard across all packs. What happened? I remember asking Mother, touching the picture of the beautiful woman. At the time I didn't know it, but looking back, it was clear to see Mother's hesitation of if she should tell me the truth or not. Looking at the picture, Mother touched my hair and said, "Some bad men came to take the prince away, and the queen became a mother." I didn't understand what Mother had said. I just nodded and continued looking at the beautiful woman in my hands. I adored Queen Isadora when I was little and was horrified to find out that the king had already married another woman. Queen Cora. I heard the news, even as an Omega, when Queen Cora was banished from the land for her adulterous acts. And now for years after that incident, the new queen was in place. I studied the back of her while we walked down the halls, going to an unknown destination. I could vaguely remember her name, but being an Omega, I didn't keep up with the royals and happenings of politics. When I did go to school, I would always be in the labs. I never worked with history. She's young, but looks could be deceiving. This queen looked as if she was still in her 20s, whereas the king rightly should be in his 50s. What is her name? Frustrated with myself. Even if I'm just an Omega, I should still be able to know the royal family's name. But everyone just referred to them as the queen or the king and the prince, with no real name included. It made me wonder if that was their name. The queen glanced at me and smiled, motioning for me to come along, where I kept my same pace behind her. Her smile never faltered, but she let out sing, song, F, a street. I quickly moved my feet so that I would be positioned, still slightly behind her, but further than I was before. Here we are, the queen said again in her little sing-song voice. I tried to keep a calm face as I entered the room behind her. I still had no idea what was going on. Without my voluntary consent, a small gasp escaped from my mouth. A satisfied look came across the queen's face. She raised her arms and motioned towards the rows and rows of dresses and clothes that lay before me. I'm going to need you to choose one for tomorrow's ceremony. I felt like my eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Me, a dress. I stared numbly at the queen, with her staring back before she let out a loud sigh and said, I said choose. So choose. I still didn't move from my position. I had to take a few measured breaths and swallow a few times to make sure my throat wouldn't close up before I spoke. What? Was all I managed to choke out. The queen gave an impatient sigh. I was starting to understand her personality a little better. This is apparently a tradition that Queen Isadora started. The Queen gave a quick huff at the name before moving on. During each Blue Moon ceremony, the Queen is to ask the who contributed the most in their service to the King and Queen. The Queen walked a few steps towards a rack of silver gowns, touching them and testing the material with her thumb before speaking again. Mr. Joseph said your name, so as a reward you are to attend the ceremony. However, he did voice a concern for your attire. The Queen turned to me then and motioned again to the materials hanging. So choose. Baton. Queen, I stated nervously. Her eyes narrowed at me. I could tell she was hardwired to be doing other things, rushing around, being busy, and was not used to being held up. I'm in charge of the light show, so I can't really be at the ceremony because I need to be in it. I snapped my fingers, a nervous habit. The Queen made an impatient sigh and said, just go for as long as you can, eat for as long as you must, dance for however much you're allowed, and don't mess up whatever part you have. She looked at me, and to my hand that I was snapping. Stop that. I immediately stopped. I'll give you a Bluetooth clip so you can talk while at the ceremony. I'm sure you have an assistant of sorts who's able to program also. The Queen gave me a hesitant look before saying, you were chosen by Mr. Joseph for a reason, and the King and Queen greatly honor your hard work. Faye. Tomorrow night I will try to make as magical for you as possible. I stared numbly back at the Queen. The hard expression returned in her eyes, and she walked forward to the dress rack. This is all leftover clothes that once belonged to the Queen's or Highleys. The Queen curled her lips in disgust at the last words. But we should find something for you. We found nothing. The Queen had called in 5 of her maids to come help in the search. But the dresses were either too big. The color was not right. The bust was not good. No way are you going out in that piece of cloth. The Queen shouted once. We finally were down to 2 dresses, and both of them I did not like. Neither did the Queen. She frowned at the results of our 2-hour search. This is it. Look back and forth to her maids. They all shuffled their feet and nodded, looking down. It's too late to order something dear, so choose from the 2. The Queen told me. Throughout the 2 hours, I had somehow gotten to know the Queen more than I had thought I would. She in the process had developed a nickname. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It startled both her and me. But after a while, the name rolled off her tongue and sounded natural. One of the dresses was green, so I knew instantly I could not choose it. The other was an ugly pasty orange that I could never understand why anyone would choose to make a dress out of. Wait, one maid called out. We all turned our heads to the glimmer of hope that one word brought us. In her hands were 2 dresses. Both were gorgeous, but only one caught my eye. I'd choose the pink one, dear, the Queen said. I'm the light pink. No, I breathed. I stepped forward and grabbed the other dress from the maid. What? The Queen sputtered, at a loss for the first time I had seen her. You want that yellow one? I looked down at the yellow dress. It was beautiful, with no straps, and an intricate embroidery design along the top, half and down the middle, leaving flowing light yellow material to surround it. Be the sun. It's perfect, I breathed. Try it on and let us see first, dear, the Queen said, doubt lacing her voice. I quickly stripped, used to it now after doing it so many times in front of the women, and allowed the maid who helped find the dress assist me in zipping it. The women stepped back and looked. I heard some gasps as I turned in a slow circle for them. Yes, the Queen said, nodding, with the maids giving thumbs up behind her back. Yes, dear. It's perfect. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. The prince transformed into a dominating black wolf, only to fall through the hoop and become a prince again, as if the transformation was an illusion. Welcome to the Alpha's Loved channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 9. Alto August. So I love you, because the entire universe conspired to help me find you. The sun stood out. It shone overhead, shedding its afternoon light before the thin rays dissolve into evening sets. The brightness overhead shone over a lone figure in a training yard. The figure had been out since the early morning, to the very hour that is now being spoken of. No sound came out of Prince Alto August's lips as his body hit the ground swiftly, before he pushed himself back up, only to repeat the process several times. With a sudden burst of energy, the prince sprinted to the hoops lying aimlessly around the ring. Still making no noise, no deep breathing or panting sound, the prince, with what looked like ease, leapt gracefully in the air. While suspended, faster than the eye could blink, the body of the prince shuddered and changed into a dominating black wolf. Falling through the hoop, the wolf suddenly became a prince, almost as if the transformation itself had never happened, only an illusion to the eye, perhaps a trick of the sun or the results of scattered thoughts from being outside too long in the heat. The body of the human, however, became that of a beast once more, as the process was repeated over and over, shifting mid-air and going through various sizes and heights of hoops. Galvin watched on in awe of the whole process. No one in the land could perform such a feat. How long must he have practiced to be able to do this? The prince continued his training, paying no mind to Gavin's watchful eyes. He was the only one he would allow to watch, and Gavin knew this and respected it. Galvin felt the sudden urge to train harder. Inspired by his prince, "I am the beta of this kingdom," were his lingering thoughts while he watched the mighty feats performed as if they were mere warm-ups. Full shifting werewolves now in days were rare, and the kingdom was lucky that their prince was so powerful. Most werewolves now could only half shift or take on a few features of the animal. Some could not even shift at all, their only show that they still belonged to such a mythological race being their strong senses. The training it took to become a full shifter was hard and intense, taking years of endless focus and dedication. The process itself was very painful, and most choose not to undergo such training in fear of reliving such agony. Yet here the prince was. No noise of pain, not a whimper of discomfort or even a small intelligible sign to see that he was experiencing any of this. He truly is a monster, was all Gavin could think as he kept his eyes trained on the prince. Gavin knew the prince had noticed him. Though Gavin and the prince went back, the beta still felt a small sense of fear for who the boy he had adored grew up to be. The prince cut short his training and walked quietly over to Gavin. He took the towel that was offered to him, nodding his thanks, and proceeded to wipe the sweat from his eyes. Gavin cleared his throat and said, "The Queen is wondering why you did not make it to your fitting." August looked at Gavin with no expression on his face. Gavin knew he was already angry for having his training interrupted. He could feel the waves of power coming off of him even thicker after the question was asked. Gavin tried his best to not show his discomfort. "I think she wants you there now." August kept his gaze level and nodded. Setting down the towel, he picked up his shirt from the bench where he'd sat that morning. Finished putting it over his head, he nodded again at Gavin. Gavin started walking to the Queen's hallway where she was waiting. He took a deep sigh, knowing August could hear his pounding heart already. Ever since they had come back from the search, there had been a cloud of darkness that Gavin swore up and down he could see, visible trail the prince. Almost like a rain cloud had descended upon the young man. Gavin knew he had given up. It broke both his and his life-mate Crystal's heart to see it after the journey and trek they made across the world for him. He just needs a little sunshine in his life. Gavin smiled, remembering the words his mate had said when he voiced his concern. Yes, a little sunshine indeed would lift that dark cloud. The only problem was, where do you find it? Chapter 10, in which I slip past. Sometimes, I think of the sun and moon as lovers who rarely meet. Always chase, and almost always miss one another. But once in a while, they do catch up. And they kiss, and the world stares in awe of their eclipse. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. No, more like HOW, this was happening to me. Did these people forget that I'm just an Omega? I had tried not to let my rank in the pack put me down before. Tried to keep up my mantra in my head of being brave to be the sun. But there was always this thread of doubt. This knowledge of the darkness that I knew that was inside me that led me to be what I am today, an Omega. Most people did not look down on us openly like in the old days. I'd heard stories of those times from the older Omegas, saw the scars on their backs from the lashings they had received or the twitches in their eyes that would never go away, caused by the unholy suffering they went through. The king had changed that. Or the Omegas told me. Queen Isadora had changed that. It's why I had admired her so much as a child, and even more when I was demoted to an Omega. But I couldn't understand that single question that kept running through my head. Why me? Why would Mr. Joseph choose me to be honored? Why would I feel just an easy attachment and love for the new queen? Why was she trying so hard for me, to make the ceremony a magical night? I couldn't understand it. Into my mind, I could be honored all I wanted to be, but I was still just an Omega. The sigh that escaped my lips was loud as I walked down the hallways towards my destination, the Queen's hallway. She had asked me to come by and pick up my blue to see a clip, along with the final words of, "I'll need to tell you what time and where to be so we can get you ready tomorrow." A passing butler had pointed out the way to me as I walked to the royal side of the palace, the side where the king, queen, and prince resided, and walked through. Lizzie had squealed with delight when I came from my dream fitting. "Tell me everything," she shouted. So while we peeled potatoes that an angry Lafair had assigned to me, I told her every detail of what had happened. "I can't believe it." She jumped up and down in her stool. "Of course, Jane, I will help while you talk to us." Why gosh, Fade, this is a chance of a lifetime. You could see the prince. I laughed at how single-minded Lizzie was. Always about the prince. "Thank you, Lizzie. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Smiling to her, "I'll try to sneak you and Jane some of the desserts from the table." Lizzie smiled broadly at that and started to laugh excitedly. "Oh my gosh, Fayette. This will be a night you remember forever." I couldn't help but catch some of her excitement. It was infectious. Maybe I was a little excited to go to the ceremony. Maybe it was okay that an Omega like me would be there. But away from Lizzie's warm laughter and smile, I quickly felt myself dark into my previous thoughts of why fate should play out this way. My thoughts kept me company until I reached the Queen's hallway. There the door that leads to her study was obvious to see. It was a thick redwood, majestic with gold leaf swirling around in an arch and golden handles to accompany it. Pulling down on the fine material, I opened up to a room of bustling work and an air of nonsense. The Blue Moon ceremony was tomorrow and the Queen was taking it very seriously. I tried to move quickly with the people, so as to not get in the way of anyone as they sprinted by with huge stacks of paperwork. I spotted the Queen in the back near the windows, looking down on a layout of the ballroom. "I think we need more blue trimming in the balcony, and get those doves out." "Who even thought of such a ridiculous thing?" the Queen said to a group of men. They quickly nodded and made notes, then rolled up the paper and left. I waited until the Queen was done signing something, but she had already noticed me. "I'll have to be quick about this, dear." I have important things I still need to do. The Queen sighed loudly and said, like get a new suit fitted. I frowned a little at the Queen in confusion. Was she wearing a suit to the ceremony? She turned to me and handed me the Bluetooth clips and other wires of sorts. Here is all you need, dear, though I would suggest that you be the one to do the midnight show and not one of your assistants. I nodded to the Queen. I had already planned on doing that. The midnight show was too big for Lizzie and Jane to handle. The ceremony starts at midday, but only those. The Queen paused at this but held her head back up and said, It's boring anyway and you'll be better off not going. I nodded in agreement. The real fun begins at 9. Dinner has already been served and guests will start making their way to the ballroom. You, my dear, the Queen gave me a firm nod. We'll go to the same room where we found your dress earlier today. Once there, my maids will help you get ready. I told them you would be present at 7. 2 hours, I gasped. The Queen gave a small smile. The price of beauty, but they will wash you first, so that should take you around an hour at most. I stood dumbstruck at the Queen. I had never taken 2 hours of my life to get ready for something. Don't worry, dear, the Queen said, patting my cheek. You are beautiful now. I can see it. But when they are done with you, I'm sure I'll have to pry you away from all the men in the room myself. She laughed at the joke she had made and started walking to the door. I followed closely behind her. Sorry that we can't tonga, dear, but I'm expecting a fitting to come by at any moment. I nodded and smiled at the Queen. Thank you, Queen Rena. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bowing slightly, glad that I had asked Lizzie her name before coming up. She smiled with her teeth flashing at me. Any time, dear, was all she said, before turning around and proceeding to yell at a man who had tripped and spilled papers everywhere. She was definitely not what I had expected, especially with such a cold greeting she first gave to Lizzie and me. Walking out the door, I closed the majestic redwood and studied the golden leaf archway for a second. My head snapped up when I heard voices coming from further down the hall. I quickly started to walk back down the hall. A man's voice came floating to my ears. Really, August, it won't be that bad and I'm sure the Queen will be swift with it, you just. Not wanting to be caught in the middle of the Queen's hallway alone, I raced around the corner before the men could see me, turning out of their sights before they rounded the corner. Chapter 11. Alto August. Sometimes the most courageous act a human can do is to let somebody love them. Michael's Avia. Really, August, it won't be that bad and I'm sure the Queen will be swift with it. You just have to hold still, endure it. Galvin watched closely to see if the prince would have any reaction to his words. His face never changed. Galvin sighed as they rounded the corner and entered the Queen's hallway. The majestic redwood doors stood there like they have for every queen. August continued his walk until he was stopped by a hand. Looking down, he saw that Gavin had reached out to prevent him from entering. Gavin gulped back whatever courage he had, embraced it for this moment. He would need it. It's never too late to find your soulmate, August. Something seemed to flash in Prince August's eyes. The most of a reaction Gavin had seen from him in a while. Do you remember the story of the meeting of mates? August's body stilled. Gavin could tell that he was uncomfortable with the sudden change in topic, but he knew that this would be the only time he would be able to get the prince away from his obsessive training. He knew that the meeting of mates story was the prince's favorite. It told Gavin a lot of things about the prince. How when he was little, he would keep requesting to hear the story, and Gavin watched as the little prince, A.W.W. Whedon, laughed. It told Gavin that he was a romantic at heart, that he was a true gentleman and had an old soul about him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You would have such a personality. He spent 2 unnecessary years looking for a life mate after all. Galvin took a deep breath and said, "When they meet it's not as two, but their souls connect and form together. So strong is this bond, so deep is it made, that the tears cannot but help flow, because the other half of one's soul has been saved." August made no move and stared with blank eyes at Gavin. "Thus it is known, to all those who search the one you love, the soul you need is just a teardrop away from your heart." August took a deep shuddering breath and said, "Stop." Gavin's mouth closed. He couldn't have opened it even if he tried. The power that radiated off the prince was too much to make his inner wolf even think of going against such a powerful aura. August looked down at Gavin and said, "Thank you," before opening the doors and walking inside. Gavin gave a deep breath. He had done the right thing. He knew it. Inside he heard the queen briskly tell the prince to stand while she measured him. No other person would get near him. While she did so, the queen struck up a conversation with the prince, a rare sight that Gavin normally did not see. The queen normally was cold and kept to herself. "I need to ask a favor of you." Looking up at August. August looked back down at her, but made no reply. The queen continued, "Your mother made a tradition of honoring a worker who has done an impressive amount of service for their king and queen." She wiped a stray piece of hair that had fallen in her face. "This year's ceremony, a young girl was chosen. She looks to be about 17 or 18, though I want her to have a good time tomorrow." The prince and Gavin looked at the queen, Gavin being the only one to show his astonishment. The queen never showed affection for anything. In some ways she was very similar to August. Gavin mused. "Can you behave and dance with her tomorrow during the celebration?" The queen looked up at August and quickly added, "Please." August looked at the queen. She had never asked anything of him before, and certainly one dance with another of the thousands of faceless girls he had already seen would do no harm. "Okay," August said, nodding. The whole room stilled into silence. The queen smiled and whispered, "Thank you," before turning around to the workers and yelling, "One word and you suddenly become idiots. Get back to work, people, we have lots to do still." With the fitting done, the queen shooed away both Gavin and August, saying she had other things to do. Gavin followed August to the training grounds and watched as the prince pulled off his shirt, threw it on the bench where he last left it, and proceeded where he left off at in his training. Gavin leaned against a post and sighed. It was almost as if he had never left. Chapter 12, Blue Moon Ceremony. Blue Moon, you saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. Blue Moon, you knew just what I was there for. You heard me saying a prayer for someone I could care for. And then there suddenly appeared before me someone my arms could really hold. I heard you whisper, 'Darling, please adore me,' and when I looked to the moon it turned to gold." Blue Moon, a cloud of silence had fallen over the castle. Many eyes glanced at what form of devices they could find that showed time to their wondering eyes. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Joseph looked around the ballroom, nervously making the last walk to check that everything was in place, before taking out his phone. One minute. The kitchen did not stop in their hurried dash as they ran around with the hot fires and heat of the stoves radiating off them. Only one worker took the time to stop and look up at the ticking clock above their heads. One more minute. Fayette, Jane, Lizzie, and Charles set down the plates and silverware for the dining hall, followed by many professional decorators who looked into the small details and adjusted the plates to face a certain way, made sure the forks were correctly placed, that the flowers would not fall onto anyone's spot. Fayette asked Lizzie for the time, only to have Charles look at the watch on his wrist and say, 11:59. One more minute, Fayette said. The seconds ticked by until they dwindled down to the final few. As the handle completed its full rotation around the circle of the clock, there was a moment of silence, and then the bells started to ring. One by one, each deep sonorous sound echoed across the halls of the palace as each worker took a moment to pause in their movement and lean their heads towards the source of the noise. All took in a deep breath, but only a moment was spared for the 12 o'clock noon bells. Gradually each began to go back to their own work, knowing that the bells signaled only one thing. The blue moon ceremony had begun. The room was beautiful. Covering the walls were stained glass artworks, showing the history of the wolf. The noon sun filtered through it, splashing the seated crowd below in color. No one wore any color. Only a sea of white could be seen out. As the stained glass cast its glow, many lifted their eyes to the source of what painted them, taking in the artwork for a second before bowing their head. They were waiting, heads jerked up when the deep ringing was heard of the bells. It had begun. In the front from the side, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Queen and Prince entered and stood above the crowd. Each wore their own royal color as was tradition. On the birth of princes, fathers were expected to choose a color that they thought best suited their sons for their reign. The same tradition applied to princesses and mothers. However, Queen Isadora only bore one male child. The privilege was something that only the king would experience. The king stood before the crowd in a fashioned red suit that bore a striking resemblance to a military coat of the Royal Werewolf Army. Instead of gold lining, though, the color had been replaced with white, the official color of the land that symbolized the moon the werewolves lived by. The queen was embellished in an elegant green dress, the official color of queens, that faded to the bottom in a cloud of white. The prince stood still wearing a formal, yet plain black suit. The only white seen on him was the collared shirt. His attire stood out the most among the white cloud below and the colors beside him. The king stepped past the queen and prince and spoke out to the waiting cloud. Let the blue moon ceremony begin. A rush of excitement filled the air as the mass started to nod and sway. The king held his place in front and lifted his hands upward. The mass knew what he would say, and so, as the king spoke his words, he was accompanied by the many voices all saying the lines that were taught to all from the time they were born. And in the light is the moon, and I see the moon, and she sees me. Let me wane through the years, under her watchful gaze, as forever she is there. Sitting above us still to stay, a hush fell over everyone. No one moved waiting for the king's next words. Bring the fire. A man came from the same unseen side door that the royal family had entered through. In his hands was a bowl that had a flame fixed inside it. Motioned to the man, the king waved his hands towards a table that was in front of him. The man set the flame down and took a seat with the mass below. Everyone has brought their pieces. The king questioned. The seriousness in the air was not broken by the question. Everyone had their pieces. Those who forgot took a quick glance at the prince and gulped back whatever they were going to say about not having it. The king gave another quick look around the room and continued. We bring forth pieces of paper that we will burn. These papers have written on them what you would like to rid from your past. The king smiled and flashed a piece of paper to his people watching. With his demonstration, he placed the slip in the flames, as all watched on in awe of the fire eating what was written, now never to be seen. After the king came the queen, and then the prince. He looked down at his paper. Written on it were only 2 words. Closing his eyes, he tossed the paper into the fire and turned his back to the onlookers. One by one each person came forth and set their paper in the flame. Some cried. Others looked relieved. Some did not look affected at all. It was swiftly done. Only those of high rank and social status were allowed to partake in the blue moon ceremony. Many took honor in such attendance and came, but the crowd still only sized to roughly 200. Most were waiting in their rooms for the real fun that would happen later that night. Once the crowd was seated, the king got up from his chair that was placed in the front to the side. A new burning would take place now. This time we will burn pieces of paper that have written something new that you would like to come forth in your life. The king once again demonstrated to the mass, with the queen and prince following after him. The prince did not even take a second glance at his paper as he threw it away into the flames. The mass came forth again. Some were starting to realize how tedious the ceremony was going to be. Others again, however, were overwhelmed with emotion and throwing their paper into the flames. The king gave a soft sigh of exhaustion of how much was left of the ceremony. Getting back up once everyone was seated, he raised his hands and yelled, "Bring the water." Two men appeared from the side door. One took away the flame and disappeared. The other placed a bowl of water before the king. The king nodded his thanks and turned to the crowd. "Take from you." Servants quickly passed out cups of water to the people. "This water is from the lunar stream," the king said. "Early this morning my son and your queen went to the stream. Together we walked in the stream to prepare ourselves for this ceremony." The people stared in awe at the royal family, then saw the prince and averted their eyes. His presence was a dark wave of fury. All in the room could feel the radiation of power, and some were shocked to locate it coming not from the king but from the sun. The king pushed aside whatever thoughts were traveling through the cloud's head and focused on the ceremony at hand. Putting his hands in the water, he spoke, saying, "Drink the water that is offered and cleanse yourself. Then come forward and dip your hands in the water, for our purpose today is to rid ourselves of the old and celebrate the new." The mass followed their king's instructions, drinking the water, waiting for the queen and prince to wash their hands, and then proceeding up there themselves. A wave of tiredness could already be sensed from some after having to stand up multiple times and wait for the ceremony. The king knew, though, that the final process of the ceremonial part was coming to a close. "Thank you all for coming and celebrating this blue moon." The mass nodded and voiced their welcomes. The king cleared his throat and said, "We lastly must remember our place. We must remember the wolf." The mass nodded again. The king stepped aside and the queen took his place where he stood. She spoke in a clear, strong voice, telling the story of the wolf to the people. Old, long ago, when humans still had access to the land and freely roamed, a village was walking through the forest. The people were moving to a better land. While in the forest, though, a wolf walked past the people. The wolf paid no mind to the people, ignoring them, and the people respected the power of the wolf. One girl, however, said to herself, "If only I could have a husband like that. Graceful and powerful, yet so deadly and beautiful." Later that night, when the village was sleeping, the wolf came to the girl, for he had read her heart and what she was thinking. He turned into a man and woke the girl, telling her to come with him. The girl left her family and went with the wolf. The wolf and girl had 2 sons. As the sons grew, however, they began to notice how different they were from their father. For he was a full wolf, who was able to take the shape of man, while the sons were full man, only able to take of a wolf. The girl, now woman, told her wolf husband that their sons wished to experience human life. Reluctant at first, the wolf eventually gave in and let her go. The woman's father had been mourning the loss of his daughter for so long. When in the middle of the night she suddenly appeared, he was overjoyed. She showed him how different she and her sons were, that explained to him all that had happened. Her father, wanting the woman back, said to her that he accepted both her and the wolf. And so the tribe prospered greatly because of the father's great sense in respecting the wolf. The tribe grew bigger and the wolf eventually overtook the men and women of the pack, until the term werewolf was born and created. Thus, the queen concluded, is the story of the wolf. The mouse exhaled, knowing the queen had given out the short version of the story. The king looked openly mad at the queen for out details, but wiped away his anger by forcing a smile and saying, "Let us remember the wolf." The prince stepped up and a few gasps were heard. This was his one part in the ceremony that the king had greatly debated on giving to him. Looking at the quivering mouse, the prince spoke in a normal level voice that seemed to somehow be heard by all, saying, "Let us now eat." Several people in the front row fell off their seats, having fainted on the spot. Chapter 13, in which I see him, I clipped the Bluetooth onto my ear. "Lizzie," I said hesitantly at first, "can you hear me? Loudeclia." Lizzie shouted from the other end. I winced at the high volume. I could hear Jane in the background. "Lizzie, you don't have to shout. She can hear you." "I can hear you, Lindsay, to my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Confirming what Jane said. "HEDOVAFLOWNTHENEST. I repeat, has the dove flown? Lizzie, you don't have to shout." I yelled at her. Some people jumped away from me and cast a worried glance at the girl who was talking to the eye sculpture, before walking quickly away. "SORYMNOTUSETOTHIS. Lizzie shouted. I gave a soft groan. Would I be able to hear by the end of this night? "BYTHEWAYGIRLYOULOKBEAUTIL. Lizzie shouted. "Thank you, Lizzie," I said in a normal voice, trying to emphasize that it was a good idea to talk in the same tone. "ILOVEETTISS. IT's BETEANWHATYOUDSCRIBED. Lizzie shouted back. I took the earpiece out of my ear and rubbed my forehead. This wasn't going to work. I had muffled noises coming from the device and reluctantly put it back on. "Sorry, Fayette, this is Jane." I gave a sigh of relief in my head. "What happened to Lizzie?" Deciding to be polite. "She said you were too loud and it was getting her a headache," Jane replied. The wing to one of the ice sculptures snapped off. I looked down in surprise to find the melting piece in my hand. Looking around cautiously to make sure no one saw it, I put the broken piece on the back of the swan and walked slowly away. "I saw that," Jane noted. "No, you didn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I walked around the ballroom. People were mingling, the clock almost about to hit 9. The queen's maids who had helped me with my dress, hair, and makeup had gushed over every detail, from my waist to my hair, to my eyes and finally down to my toes. They were nice ladies, but the endless praise had made me uncomfortable. The process, though, had been life-changing. Never had I had someone brush my hair the way they did, or help me with makeup. Never had I had someone gush over me as those women did. I never had that someone who hugged me wishing me good luck, as if I was leaving for something as simple as a high school dance. "Don't cry now, Fayette," one of the maids, Mays, had said to me. I hiccuped with the effort of holding in my sobs. "You don't want to ruin the makeup now, do you, love?" Honey said. "Oh hush, honey. Trish," another maid spoke up. "It's waterproof, so let her cry her eyes out." I would be crying too if I was pretty as her and got to go. I sniffed and smiled at them. "Want to look in the mirror now?" Honey asked. Excitement on her face. I nodded. They had shaved me in places that I didn't even understand. It's not like anyone would be seeing my legs. And had curled my blonde hair, leaving it, as May said, long, hanging and beautiful, only adding a few pins here and there to keep some parts in place. The makeup had been minimal. Each maid agreed on that. "Just enough to bring out those pretty blue eyes," Trish said. After all that prodding and primping, I hoped I would see a change in the mirror. But I never expected what I saw. The girl standing in front of me looked like she was guiding. She looked confident. She looked happy. I stared at the face that looked back at me. It was me. I could see it, just enhanced in a way that I never thought possible. But the dress. Oh, the dress. It was the right choice. You're radiating, Honey said softly, as we all took in my figure. I turned to the maids and kissed and hugged everyone. Thank you, I whispered. Walking now in the ballroom, I felt like I was radiating. I had never experienced such a feeling before of dressing up. It was like I was a new person, like I had taken a mask and pulled it over my face, hiding the broken parts and replacing it with this beautiful new girl. Then the clock struck 9. A cheer went up from the bystanders. They were tired of waiting. Soon the people began to flood in at an overwhelming rate. I waited and watched. Then it was time. Jane. Right here. I could hear Lizzie yelling in the background that she was there too. Cue the lights. The effect was immediate. People gave gasps of amazement as the ceiling became a picture of a moving night sky. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Queen and Prince, who had entered upon a balcony, looked up at the work. Amazing, the king whispered, looking at the ceiling that had somehow become a duplicate of the sky outside. The queen gave a small smile. The king noticed and turned to her. Why are you smiling? He asked warily. This is only the beginning of her work, the queen said, almost in the tone of a proud mother. The king picked up on it but decided not to pursue his curiosity. He glanced at his son, who still had his head tipped back gazing at the sky above. What do you think? He asked the prince. The prince didn't move, and for a second the king worried that he had not been heard, but slowly the prince's head lowered down until he was looking into his father's eyes. The king repressed a shudder that threatened to sneak down his spine. He refused to break eye contact, but the process was very painful. The prince raised his head slowly back to the created sky and said, "Glorious." As the prince looked up at the sky, the queen stepped forward. A soft light was turned onto the balcony. The queen smiled and said, "This is the time to get rid of the old and celebrate the new." There was a rounding cheer from the crowd below. Welcome to the Blue Moon ceremony. Music, please, the queen shouted. Music started, softly at first, and soon couples were forming around the room. Others were choosing to forgo the traditional to and instead take a group into the crowd, dancing away together. The queen turned to the prince and took his arm. "You promised me a dance," she said to him. The prince nodded. At the moment he didn't feel like dancing. Anyone looking at him could tell. As the queen dragged the prince away, the king watched with pitying eyes for whatever girl had to dance with his son. The moment the queen and prince stepped foot on equal ground with the crowd, however, people began to swarm. Some had consumed drinks well before the hour of 9, and in their haze, became more bold with the prince's dark aura. "Oh yes, thank you for coming," the queen said, smiling at the people. "Please go and enjoy yourselves. We were just about to dance also." The crowd began to thin out, but the queen and prince still had to politely shove their way through. "I think you like this girl, August," the queen said. The prince replied only by radiating more power off of his frame. He was not happy. "Well, you can at least be friends with her," the queen sighed. Still, no response was made. "If she faints, please have the decency to carry her to the side," the queen mumbled. At that, the prince broke character and gave one laugh. The queen smiled and laughed. They surfed through the crowd. Many had changed from their white attires into something with more color, though no female had dared to wear green. The queen swirled her head this way and that, looking for the pretty girl in yellow. Suddenly the lights dimmed even more and the ceiling exploded with color. The music and explosions of different novas and stars in the sky collided together at the same time, creating a music show for the onlookers. Keeping in time with the music, the beautiful display of colors left everyone breathless, looking up in awe and wonder. The Queen and Prince stopped to stare, too enraptured with the display to do anything else. "She is amazing," the Queen gasped. The Prince stared wordlessly up. Suddenly the Queen felt a small poke on her shoulder. She turned around to see the girl whom she had been so desperately looking for. "Fayette, dear," she breathed, surprising Fayette by giving her a hug. Fayette shyly returned the hug. "Do you like it?" Faye asked the Queen. "Fayette, dear, it's beautiful. I can't believe you did this." Suddenly remembering the reason as to why she was looking for the girl in the first place, the Queen smiled and took her arm. "Fayette, this is Prince Alto August." Fayette stared at the tall dark back that was facing her. Black hair that was swept in a style was leaned back, as the person the Queen indicated, as the Prince had his face raised to the light show above. The Queen took the Prince's shoulder in her hand and squeezed it. A sigh could be seen given from the back of the tall dark person. Slowly the figure turned around, reluctant as if he did not want to let his eyes leave the show that was above him. Facing the Queen and Fayette, he looked down and froze. The Queen stared with wide eyes as she witnessed a sight she had never seen before. Tears were streaming down the Prince's face. The Queen turned to say something to Fayette when she jolted away and let go of the girl. Tears were streaming down Fayette's face. Fayette looked in confusion and wiped her hands on her cheek, looking in disbelief at the liquid that was pouring down. Gasping, the Queen turned and walked swiftly away. She needed to find Gavin. She left Fayette and the Prince alone to stare at each other. Neither one noticed her departure. When looking back, Fayette could never tell exactly what had happened in that moment. Her heart did not pound, nor did her hands shake or knees go weak as Lizzie always described it. She felt calm, no anxiety, no agitation. The Prince took a step closer to Fayette. As the party whirled on, no one noticed the change in history that was being made in that moment. Slowly, he took Fayette's hand in his. The Prince raised it to his lips and softly kissed it, closing his eyes. When he opened them, it was as if something clicked inside. Still holding her hand, he took another step closer and whispered softly to her, "There you are. I've been looking for you. Chapter 14, in which we dance had you been there tonight, you might know how it feels to be struck to the bone in a moment of breathless delight, less miserable. All my life my heart is sort of thing I cannot name, a piece that suddenly clicked into place. I had always rolled my eyes when Lizzie talked about love at first sight. I didn't believe it. Even now, looking into his eyes, I still don't believe it, but I believe in that click." As he took a step closer to me, and then another. As he reached out for my hand and I gave it to him, as he kissed it slowly, letting flesh touch flesh for the first time, as he closed his eyes, then opened them to reveal his gaze. As he spoke, "There you are. I've been looking for you." I felt that click. I wasn't searching for another half because I'm not half. I'm a whole person. But I knew in that moment that he had all of me. I let out a deep sigh. We still were staring into each other's eyes. Then my haze cleared up and my mind started to pound. Wait, am I the Prince's life mate? I started to let out a choking noise and took a step back. The moment broke. The Prince took a few steps toward me and claimed both of my hands. His eyes held a deep, desperate sorrow that had me staring in wonder. I never knew a man could look that way. Not tonight. My eyes widened a little with. In the moment I had not noted it. But now I realized that his sound was deeper than the average man. "Don't think about it tonight," he continued, burning me with his stare. I looked at the Prince. He kept my gaze, staring into me. I couldn't tell what was going through his face at the moment. I didn't know what he was thinking. Please, he choked out. I wanted to be with him. It was strange. I didn't want to run away. I didn't even feel scared about the fact that I was his life mate. He was my... I wanted to stay with him. My head cleared enough after those thoughts for me to register screaming in my ears. FAYETTE ETTTE ACHEPHEPRINCLIKSYOU HELOVHELOVESYOU. Lizzie screamed. I could even hear collected Jane in the background hyperventilating, saying over and over, "What just happened? What just happened?" DANCFAYETT. Lizzie screamed at me. I winced at the noise that I now could register. I looked up at the prince only to see a ghost of a smile on his face. Holding out his elbow for me, he motioned his head toward the crowd that was moving. I knew he could hear Lizzie and Jane. They were so loud. Without hesitation, I took his elbow. I felt calm around him. Maybe it was the fact that I knew we were life mates, or maybe it was a wolf thing. But his presence, how big he was, and the power that he exerted, all made me feel safe. Leading into the middle of the crowd, the prince took my hand and started to grab my waist. When suddenly the slow music changed, I looked up in horror when I heard the first few notes of the song that only two girls knew I loved to dance to. In the earpiece, I heard Lizzie laugh like a madwoman. Lizzie's EY. Casting frantic looks to the prince, who now stood somewhat awkwardly, not knowing what had just happened. "DNCEGIRL," she screamed. "BREKTHESTO and EPRNC." I gritted my teeth and turned to apologize to the prince when suddenly he grabbed my hand. Looking down there up at him, I saw him smiling widely at me. I think my heart stopped. Just as suddenly he swung me out then back in, and twirled me in a circle. I couldn't help the laughter that escaped my mouth as we took up with the music, and created our own wild dance. The music infected us, the song upbeat, making you want to move along with it. Our wild dancing soon had a circle formed around us as people moved to avoid us spinning out of control. I was laughing hard and he was giving me soft laughs and a small smile. Midway through the song, lights flashed above and rained down on the crowd in an explosion of color. My senses were overwhelmed. We spun to the music and danced in our own crazy way. People were watching, encompassing us in a circle of bodies. Disbelief in their eyes that the stone prince could laugh and wonder at who the girl he was laughing with was. All who watched though couldn't help the smile that came across their face. The couple's attitude was infectious and made many others get up and dance wildly. The prince and Fayette noticed none of it though. The only thing on their minds were the touch of their hands, the sounds of their laughter as it mingled with the music, and the lights that flashed above to their unrestrained dance. "Look at them, Jane," Lizzie said, tears streaming down her face. She looked to see if Jane heard her only to find the girl racking insults. "Jane, what's wrong?" Lizzie asked. Jane lifted her tear-stained face and said, "This is so beautiful I can't handle it," and then went back to crying. Lizzie smiled and rubbed Jane's back in comfort. She looked down at the stumbling, laughing couple. "You go, girl," she whispered, smiling. The queen had to stop and stare at the sight she saw below her. That could not be the prince. There was no way. Her mind was in a panic. Why Fayette? Why of all people? Why her? She pleaded in her head. She needed to look away from the radiant dancing couple. Even though the scene brought a smile to her face, knowing what she knew quickly made it disappear. Have to find Gavin, but there was no need. Like before in her search for Fayette, the object of her pursuit found her first. Gavin, with his life-mate Crystal on his arm, walked up to the queen's side and the three watched in disbelief the dark man who was twirling the laughing sun. "Is that?" Crystal started, But she couldn't finish. It would have been too good to be true. Gavin turned to the Queen with wonder in his eyes. Is she the one? The Queen nodded to the two. Crystal turned to Gavin and the two cheered and laughed together. Gavin in his excitement picked Crystal up and twirled her around, kissing her cheek before setting her down. Yes, he yelled. Crystal clapped her hands in excitement and joy. This is amazing. Look at him. He doesn't look like our prince at all. The Queen had to smile at that. The laughing figure below her looked nothing like the prince. He looked like a blind man who had seen the sun for the first time. He looked amazed. This won't last long, the Queen whispered. Crystal gave a curious look at the Queen, but Gavin nodded. He and the Queen, thinking the same thoughts, both turned their heads at the same time to look at the same person. The King, still standing on the balcony from which he first came in, staring now at his son. The look in his eyes made it seem like the world was burning, and he was the one holding the torch. Chapter 15, in which we talk if I am worth anything later, I am worth something now. For wheat is wheat, even if people think it is grass in the beginning. Vincent van Gogh. I can't really remember what happened. Almost as if I was in a drunken stupor without a drop of wine having reached my lips. The haze that clouded me after he touched my hand descended so rapidly that I could hardly think of what to do, what to say. I tried to shove off the thick cloud that intoxicated me, but to no avail. I stayed in my sober, drunken state. It might have been the music, maybe the lights. The thrill of it all or the whirling events that were coming into my mind. But every time I look back, I can't see clearly what happened in those minutes. I can only see flashes, a pounding heart, a touch of the hand, strokes of light dancing above. Muffled music, his scent, his hands in. When the spell that was cast finally came over me, I was in a garden, outside of the palace. Away from the noise, dancing, and music, we were sitting on a bench. The night sky was above us, and the garden grounds were bare. Only the trickle of a fountain, hidden behind a hedge, could be heard. I turned to him and started to chant in my head to remember to breathe. Breath Fayette. The prince was staring off into the direction of where the noise of the fountain was. His eyes darted toward me, then quickly went back to their aimless stare. I started when I realized that this whole time I had done nothing but stare at him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I shifted in my seat. It wasn't awkward per se. I just didn't know what to say to him. You look faint. Thank you, I mumbled. I connected the dots that me looking faint was the reason why we were out here. I didn't hum. The prince suddenly looked agitated, his hands twitching a little before he shoved them in his pockets. He took a deep breath and suddenly was composed. I wish I had that level of self-discipline. I don't know your name. A silence stuck between us before a giggle escaped my mouth. I tried to suppress my laughter, but that only resulted in a snort coming out. I widened my eyes in horror and looked at him, but he laughed softly too. That was cute, he whispered. I blushed deeply. Oh, what's going on? I don't know your name either, I admitted, reflecting on the reason why I snorted in the first place. The prince stared at me for a second before suddenly a booming laugh escaped his lips. He bent over, clinking to his side. I jumped startled at the noise. I don't think I've ever heard him laugh fully yet. He laughed and hit his calf hard, before sitting up and looking at me. You don't know me? He asked, smiling. I know you're the prince. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not wanting him to think me stupid. I've never met anyone who didn't know me, he whispered. The silly air just as quickly as it became one full of laughter, sobered up into something more serious. I've never met anyone who didn't know about me, he continued, who didn't fear me. I gave him a confusing look. I know they call you the Stone Prince. He smiled at Dimitri. Yes, not very creative, are they? You don't seem like it, though. I questioned. His face turned dark. My eyes widened at the sudden transformation. I am like it, though, he whispered. I am emotional, sis. At least I thought I was. He gave me a questioning look. I don't know how women could change that so quickly, though. I stared at him breathlessly. I could tell he was struggling with words. I know, I whispered. He looked at me and smiled. We knew. It wasn't love, really. That I guess would come after. You couldn't love someone instantly, but there was something. Something that drew me to him. Something that made me feel safe yet at the same time alive when I was around him. I felt like I had never felt before. I couldn't describe it, though. Like all the bad dreams suddenly didn't seem scary now, because I had someone to fight them with me. He leaned close to me. My eyes widened. He's not. But he didn't. He pulled me into a hug. A crushing hug. I grunted at the sudden pressure. I've been looking, it seems like forever, but you're all I ever wanted love to be. I laughed silently at him. Who knew the prince could say such romantic words? I whispered while still in his chest. I'm Fayette. He exhaled. I'm Alto August. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I like that. August is usually what they call me by. I like Alto. I mumbled. He tightened his hold on me. That it is your name for you to use alone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered. Fayette. He whispered back. What happens now? He pulled back and tightened his forehead. I marry you. He looked straight into my eyes when he said it. Whoa-hoo-hoo-hoo, I said, scooting back a few. You can't marry a person you've just met. Alto looked down at me in confusion. But you're my life mate. How about we get to know each other first? Have a few arguments. See what we both like and get to just understand each other. I smiled, trying to show him it was a good idea. You will be my princess. Pushing a stray piece of hair from my face. The haze from my mind cleared up even more. Princess. I can't be a princess. I gasped. Alto's dark face became, if possible, even darker. Yes, you can. My mind whirled. Should I tell him? Should I tell him what I am? Will he accept me? I looked down at my flowing dress, my cleaned hands that had been buffed and smoothed over from my years of work in one day. I looked at my arms, the little scars that covered them. I'm not a princess. I'm a nigger. I slowly got up from the bench. Alto mimicked my movements, eyeing me. Don't. I won't. Don't leave, he whispered. I've been searching for years. My whole life. Don't go now that I've found you. I shook my head. You would have wished you didn't find me. No, Alto said, his voice taking on a level of power that I had never heard used on me. I repressed a shudder. This was the voice of a man who had too much strength and no idea where to put it. Alto, please, I said, begging now, slowly backing away with him stalking me. His voice broke. I bent down and picked at my shoe off. He stared at me in confusion. Without warning, I threw it at him. He could have caught me. I knew at the moment he grabbed the shoe in the air faster than I could see before I had even turned. But he let me go. I ran away. I distanced myself to save myself, and the broken prince stared. They always said to follow your heart. But if your heart is in a million pieces, which part do you follow? Chapter 16. The suffering of alto soulmates aren't the ones who make you the happiest. No. They're instead the ones who make you feel the most. Burning edges and scars and stars. Old pains and pangs. Captivation and beauty. Strain and shadows and yearning. Sweetness and dreamlike surrender. They hurl you into the abyss. They taste like hope. Victoria Erickson. It was trickling down now. Most had gone home. The alphas who had decided to come were all swiftly departing back to their respective packs. They each bowed to the king and queen before setting off into the night. Some chose to wait until the morning. The rounding acknowledged fact, though, was that the Blue Moon ceremony was over. The queen felt a buzzing in her head from a headache she knew was coming. The king looked no better. They stood stiffly side by side as they waited by the door for more guests to depart. They felt him before they saw him, dark, menacing. Faint gasps could be heard from around as he passed by people. He kept his head high and his eyes blank as usual. The only sign that anything was wrong was the power surging from him. A power that felt like it would choke all who dared cross him. The prince. The people still straggling behind quickly stepped aside, looking up in amazement at the 180 he had gone through since last seeing the happy smiling man. The queen looked up at the prince with worry flashing in her eyes before she was able to check her emotions and draw up her own blank face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. However, was not as skilled in the art. Anger showed, hot and red on his features. What are you doing? He hissed at his son, as soon as he stepped up to the queen and king. You think it's grand scary those who look at you into submission. The king looked ready to burst. The prince, however, remained collected. He turned to the queen and took her elbow. She couldn't help the shudder that spread through her. His touch sent jolts through her as the power left her weak into submission. The prince quickly dropped his hand from her and took a step back. Where's Gavin? Was all he said. The queen's eyes widened. For the first time in the prince's presences, she understood why people shook with fear. She understood why they avoided his gaze and why they fainted at his look. She couldn't speak. Something inside her seemed to shrivel up with fear. Her mind made the prince seem like he had grown taller, broader and darker. He was power. Power that left the one caught in the trap we convoyed. He sucked them into his darkness. And so like him darkness they became. The prince looked at the silent woman with sad eyes, then looked at the man who stood there in angry silence. He walked away. Going up to his room, the prince shook with some unknown emotion. He quickly turned and ran down the halls. He didn't need to go to his room. He needed the training grounds. He needed to run. To let go of this monster that was crawling away inside of him. Gavin was there already, though. Still in his dark blue suit that almost looked black in the light. He was waiting. He knew. One look at the prince and Gavin went forward and swept him into his arms. The prince's body was shaking all over. Gavin and he remained motionless, standing in the embrace while the prince calmed down. Finally, he pulled away, and Gavin led him to a bench beside the training ground. He looked wordlessly up at the prince and patted his leg. You can say it, he whispered. I found her, the prince choked. Gavin closed his eyes and nodded, waiting for the rest. And she ran away. Gavin's heart clenched. It twisted in agony. What would he have done if Crystal ran away from him when they first met? He would have cried if he was being honest, but he wouldn't have let her go. You let her go, Gavin whispered, voicing his thoughts. The prince was back in control of his emotions, his stare once again blank. She would not have wanted me, he whispered. August, Gavin hissed but was surprised when the prince cut him off, standing in front of him. The prince did not like talking, did not like expression any emotion to anyone. Gavin knew in the world the prince lived in, showing your emotions would make you weak. But the prince spoke voluntarily. I keep so much inside me. I grasp my anger, my loneliness, and hold it in my chest. It has changed me into something I never meant to be. It has transformed me into a person I do not recognize. Gavin. The prince paused and looked at Gavin with such suffering in his eyes. But I don't know how to let it go. Gavin's eyes suddenly opened. With the prince's words, he saw him in a new light. In the light that the prince should have been seen in, but that no one noticed. The silent, suffering man. She ran away. The prince closed his anguished eyes. Eventually, in the end, they all run away. Chapter 17, in which I drown. You spent so long wondering and asking, how can anyone love me? And you counted your flaws, but didn't have any fingers left for strengths. And when someone finally said they loved you, all you could ask was why, instead of telling them that you loved them too. The sound of water pounding on flesh could be heard from the next room. Lizzie and Jane sat quietly together, for once the pair silent and lost in thought. The silence was broken, however, by Jane's quick movement up from the bed. We need to help her, Jane said. Lizzie blinked her eyes odishly at her, trying to regain focus on reality. She had been so lost in thoughts of the past. How? Lizzie whispered. She seemed to have curled up into herself, with eyes that were far away from the problem at hand. Jane knew what she was thinking of, and quickly gave Lizzie's shoulder a shake. We are focusing on Fayette right now, Lizzie. Lizzie nodded and her eyes cleared up. Whatever train of thought she was traveling quickly abandoned her. She got up from the coach and followed Jane to the bathroom door. It's my fault, Lizzie whispered, as both girls leaned their heads in to hear better what was going on. I told her to dance, to have fun, and now this happened. Jane shuffled closer to Lizzie and rubbed their shoulders together. Faye is in charge of the choices she chooses to make. Both girls looked into each other's eyes and gave a small nod. Slowly, Lizzie opened the door. Steam clouded up the small room, making it thick and moist. Lizzie left the door open as she and Jane traveled to the shower. Drawing back the curtain, they saw a girl huddled in the middle, sitting down with her legs drawn up to her chest, as water beaded onto her back. She had been in there for almost an hour now. They had put her there after the ceremony, not knowing what else to do. Fayette. Lizzie had screamed. Jane and her watched with eyes full of excitement. Fayette, however, looked flustered and dazed after having run up the flights of stairs to reach the booth that controlled the lighting and music. I ran. Fayette fell to the ground and put her hands on her face. Lizzie and Jane were immediately on her. Fayette, are you okay? Fayette. Fayette was shaking all over. Something was coming over her. She didn't know what she had just done. Then her words clicked in their heads. Youdawhat. Lizzie screamed. Jane quickly shushed her and flashed her eyes at the callous remark. Fayette. What's wrong? Tell us, please. Jane pleaded. They both looked with worried eyes at their friend. Fayette was taking short, shallow breaths. Something felt stuck in her throat, like she wanted to cry and throw up at the same time. Her chest hurt, and her heart wouldn't stop its stuttering pound rhythm. And his name, ringing over and over within her head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I met him, Fate said. The girls waited knowing she would say more, and then I ran away. They both closed their eyes at the same time, while Izzy whispered out in a voice full of pain. You found your life mate. You found what so many people are looking for, Fayette. And you ran away from it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fayette tried to grasp her feelings and reasons. He wanted me to be a princess. Either way he looked at me, I don't think. I couldn't. No one has ever. A single tear made its way down face. Lizzie and Jane watched it run down, not moving to stop it. I can't be what he sees, was all she whispered, before closing her eyes and hanging her head. Lizzie and Jane said nothing. They had to get back to the light show and complete their job. All the while Fate sank into her own darkness further and further. The ceremony finally came to an end, and the king and queen moved from their balcony to the door to wish people well as they left. Jane and Lizzie grabbed Fayette as fast as they could and moved her to their shared bedrooms they had been occupying in their stay at the castle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jane said. Lizzie raced ahead to turn the water on. The girls helped Fate get out of her dress. They sat her down and wiped the makeup off her face and quietly took the pins out of her hair. Fayette looked in the mirror and a sob escaped her mouth. Lizzie and Jane looked down in alarm at her. You would never have wanted me. Lizzie gave an impatient groan and stood in front of Fayette. What are you talking about? Lizzie, Jane said in a warning voice. No, Jane, I'm tired of this, Lizzie said. She turned to Fayette and made sure she was looking into her eyes. Fayette, embrace the glorious mess that you are, girl. Fayette's eyes scrunched a little at Lizzie's words. Lizzie bent down and put both her hands on Fayette's knees. You are the son, she whispered, forcing each word out. Fayette gasped. She had forgotten. How had she forgotten? Every day of every second she said it to her soul. She stood up, making Lizzie and Jane slowly back away to the door. Fayette turned to the girls and smiled the smallest of smiles. Thank you. Then she stepped into the water and round underneath the torrent of scalding rain. As the girls now watched the huddled figure sitting there, they saw the red skin from the heat, the scars that scattered the body, how skinny Fate was, her wet hair that was thrown around her shoulder. They saw someone who had been broken and glued back together. As her walls went up and her confidence went down, Fayette, Lizzie whispered. Fayette raised her head. Too many thoughts are swirling in my head right now. The girls helped her get out of the shower, helped her dry off and dress in fluffy PJs. Then they set her down on the bed. What was it like? Jane asked Fayette, as all three girls sat together. It was terrifying and amazing, Fayette whispered. If it's both terrifying and amazing, then you should definitely pursue it, Lizzie said. Fayette looked at her two best friends, her sisters. They had done so much for her tonight. Can I? In that moment, Fayette sounded like she had gone back to being nothing more than a small child. Uncertain and questioning, yet at the same time, a small part of her wanting. She looked at Lizzie and Jane and they both smiled and nodded to her. Make the choice, you can live with Fayette, Jane said, patting her hand. Fayette exhaled. Will he even want me after I ran away like that? If he doesn't, I'll kick his. Lizzie, Jane cut in. Lizzie gave a sheepish grin and smiled to Fayette. The best girl is the one worth waiting for, right? I'm not sure that's true, Jane said with a sigh. Well, then the best girl is the one worth fighting for, Lizzie argued. Again Lizzie, not really helpful, Jane mumbled. before turning to a smiling Fayette. Her friend's bickering had lifted her mood. "You won't know until you try, girl," Lizzie said. Joan smiled and nodded. "We have your back. You just have to be brave enough. And if he doesn't accept you for what you are, then he doesn't need you for who you are, which is an amazing, beautiful woman," Jane said. "Hear, hear?" Lizzie yelled. All three of them laughed. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Jane said, handing Fayette a phone. "Go ahead." Fayette took the phone and scrolled until she found the number she needed. Letting it ring, the phone finally connected, and the familiar sound filled her ear as the voice of Alpha Bruno was heard on the other end. Alpha Bruno speaking. Fayette let out a rush of pent-up air. "Alpha Bruno," she whispered. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and a shuffling noise was heard before Alpha Bruno said sharply, "Fayette. Is that you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Alpha Bruno. Something unexpected came up." "I'm sorry to ask this, Alpha." "Anything, Fayette. Ask me anything," Alpha Bruno whispered. "Can you please come? I'm going to need your help with something." "Help?" Alpha Bruno asked. Fayette released another breath of pent-up air and explained to Alpha Bruno the whirlwind of the events that led to that moment. There was a short pause. "I'm on my way. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Fayette feels the sweetness and confusion of love, but her heart is full of doubts. How can she be sure her feelings for Alpha Bruno are real and not just because of the so-called life-mate bond? Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 18, in which I fight be fearless in the pursuit of what sets your soul on fire, Rumi. How can one describe that feeling? You think you know it. You think you have a grasp on it after reading from novels, watching movies and looking from couples. But you don't. That flutter in your heart, it was nothing. That whisper of a dream that came down to you in the moment of time when you were fixed upon the emotions at hand. They were just a drop of what was to come. Who would have known the real depth of it? Who would have thought the real turmoil that laid in such a beautiful thing? As Lizzie and Fayette sat on the porch with the sun dipping down to hide behind the trees, the girls smiled at the pictures in their laps. The faces of males that flashed by, and Lizzie described it to Fayette. You don't know what to do. Part of you feels so comfortable, and yet the other part feels so lost. A half of you is whole, and yet the other half is broken. You feel complete, yet at the same time know now that at any moment you could shatter. It was love. Fayette watched with glistening eyes the story she told, of her own experience. Would she ever feel such a thing herself? How would she know? When would she know? And the memories of all those moments flashed before Fayette as she walked down the hall of the castle. She still didn't know, and yet at the same time, Lizzie's words made sense to her. The meaning clicked into her head. She thought back in awe at the events that led up to this moment. How each step seemed to be a direction to this place, to this happening. Fayette reached the front hall and stood waiting. She didn't stand long. He had raced through the night and made it to her by early morning. With two men on either side opening the door, Alpha Bruno stepped in to find Fayette standing before him. No words were spoken as the girl rushed to him and they both embraced. She didn't even realize how much she needed him until that moment. Whispering silent words of comfort, Alpha Bruno held Fayette close to him. He thought of her as his own daughter. Some days he had to remind himself even that she was not his own flesh and blood. But that didn't matter to him. She was the only thing he cared about. Pulling her away, He took her elbow and the two silently walked back to where Fayette's room laid. Not a word was spoken, not until they were in the safety of the room. Taking a deep breath, Alpha Bruno sat Fayette down. I made an appointment with the king. Fayette's face turned white. It was all coming too fast to her now. The thought of seeing the prince made her giddy yet at the same time nauseous. Fayette, Alpha Bruno said, sighing. The appointment is in an hour. What? Fayette gasped. She sprang from the bed and quickly rushed to the mirror to fix her hair. Alpha Bruno. I don't think I mean. The words died on her lips when she faced her reflection. What do I do? Do you want to be with the prince? Alpha Bruno asked. It's not that simple, I disagree. Alpha Bruno injected. It is simple, Fayette. You have a chance for love. Either take it or you don't. No one is going to hand it to you. You grab it yourself. You want it. Get it. Fayette turned to Alpha Bruno and smiled. He always had a straightforward personality. Be the sun. Alpha Bruno walked up and kissed her forehead. That's my girl. The hour slowly dwindled down. Until the time had come, Alpha Bruno took Fayette's elbow again. Let's go, sunshine, he whispered. Fayette smiled and leaned in closer to him. In that moment, Alpha Bruno felt like the father giving away his girl. His heart clenched and for a second he wanted to pull away and say no. But he couldn't. Looking at her face, he knew he couldn't. They walked again in their silence down the hall, until they reached a marvelous grand set of doors carved with wolves howling to a full moon. Two royal guards stood on either side. State your reason for your presence with the king, one man said, stepping forward. Alpha Bruno raised his head and let his eyes flash a little color of gold. Alpha Bruno. The king is expecting. The guard looked down at the paper and then nodded up at them. They proceeded to open the doors. Alpha Bruno and Fayette stepped in. There was a small gathering of people already, nobles or high-ranked alphas. Famous werewolves and elite warriors. There in the middle of it all, raised above everyone, was the king. To his left the queen. And to his right the prince. The room turned silent as they watched the two newcomers walk in. Alpha Bruno stopped directly in front of the king and, both he and Fayette bowed their respect. Alpha Bruno opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by the prince, who had stood up in the middle. Fayette, walking down the steps to her. The air seemed to suck itself out of the room. All eyes were on the pale blonde girl and the dark-haired prince. He stopped directly in front of her. His hand slowly came up and traced her cheek. Fayette, it's really you, the prince whispered. The moment, however, was broken by the explosion of anger that burst forth from the king. The meeting was started, and the outlook was bleak. Chapter 19, in which I reveal. I have met my chosen one, but the devil knows his arts. He plays his cards to keep us apart. Connaisseur Nike. Fayette jumped at the sudden explosion of noise that contrasted with the sweet whisper of the prince. The king pushed away from his chair and stood up. His face slowly spread to a red of anger and fury. Get away from my son, he yelled. Alpha Bruno placed his body protectively in front of Fayette, as Prince August turned around and did the same. Get back, the king yelled, waving his hands. Let me see her. Everyone get back. The commanding tone rose in his voice, affecting the watching crowd and making several people take a few hurried steps back or run out of the room altogether. Alpha Bruno and Prince August, however, did not move. Fayette watched the scene with wide eyes and knew that this was not the intended outcome. Clearing her throat and gathering her courage, Fayette said, "Step back, please." Alpha Bruno and Prince August turned their heads. Alpha Bruno gave Fayette a questioning look. Prince August stared with blank eyes. Fayette straightened her back and tried her best to sound confident. The king wishes to see and speak to me. Prince August was the first to step back. He nodded and stood to the side. People quickly cleared away, leaving an empty circle around him. Alpha Bruno looked down at Fate again. She nodded and smiled. It was the best she could do in the moment. Sighing, he squeezed her shoulder and went to stand next to Prince August. Squaring her back, Fayette turned back to the king. He had sat back down and his face had leveled out somewhat to its normal color. However, his eyes still glowed out a fiery golden color, letting Fayette know that his anger was boiling inside as his wolf raged and howled within. "What is your name?" the king asked. Fayette bowed again to the king and said, "Fayette, my king." "Fayette," the king whispered. "And Fayette, what is your intention with my son?" Fayette looked up at the king, startled by his bluntness. "I am Prince Altu's life mate." A gasp rippled through the crowd. The girl before them suddenly held a new meaning. Several people realized right away how important this meeting was. This meeting was deciding the future. This meeting was the determining factor of fate. This girl before them could be their queen. She could be their strength. Or she could be their destruction. This only confirmed what the king had suspected. "You can't be queen," he said shortly and with finality. Another gasp went around the room. Prince August took a step forward as a sudden chill crept through the air. All who felt it shivered at the dark, menacing aura that emanated from the man. The king too felt it, and for the first time in his life, he looked at his son in fear of receiving his death from him. Fayette, however, interjected. "Why not?" The room zoomed in on the girl and king again, waiting to hear his response. The king laughed. "Just because you are life mates does not mean you are fit to rule as queen. I know what you are. You're an Omega." The king laughed again. "What makes you think that I would make an Omega queen?" The mood of the room swayed all over. Confusion ran through that the prince's life mate was an Omega. Some looked disgusted. Others shrugged in indifference, and then some looked up at the king with anger at his words. Fayette dared a glance at Alto. He knew now what she was. She had never gotten the chance to tell him. He knew now. He knew. She closed her eyes and waited for it. Waited for the feeling of rejection. Waited for the pain. Waited for him to leave. However, when she opened her eyes, there he was. Still standing up straight, looking directly at her. When she made eye contact with him, he nodded. Just a nod, but it was enough to let her know. With the room still roaring over the king's words, Fayette took a few steps closer to the throne steps and yelled, "I can do it." She had to yell several more times before the king or anyone else heard her. "What did you say?" Grinning down at her, "I can do it," Fayette repeated. "Do what?" The king said, amusement clear in his face and voice. "I can be queen." The king tossed his head back and laughed. "What do you know of being queen? Ruling a land has hardships, girl. And what do you know of hardships?" A growl escaped Alpha Bruno's mouth. "Silence," the king said. He turned his attention back to Fayette. "What do I know of hardships?" Fayette said. Without warning, she started laughing. "Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The king's eyes clouded in confusion and he looked to his left at his queen. She, however, ignored him, with a small smile dancing on her lips. "What do I know of hardships?" Fayette said, continuing her laughter. "My king, you don't know my life and the story that goes with it." Fayette couldn't help it. The nerve that anyone could be so ignorant as to think that anyone could lead an easy life made her simply laugh. No one had life easy. Everyone knew in their own way and form about hardships. How ignorant and small-minded the king was. "Oh yes," the king said, "the life of an Omega is hard. Work, work, work. Work that anyone really can do. And then Fayette felt it. Maybe for the first time in her life, really. But she felt it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Never had she felt such a deep and malicious feeling before. It took over and consumed her heart. She wanted nothing more than to run to Alto and ask him to hug her, to calm her, to drive away whatever she was feeling. But looking at him, she knew this was a test. This was a test that she needed to do. He needed to know that she possessed her own form of inner strength, that she had courage, that she could do this. The king spread his arms wide and addressed the crowd of people gathered in the throne room. Would all of you like to hear this pup story? People shifted uncomfortably where they stood. Some were used to watching the king and his narrowed-minded bullying ways. Others had not yet been exposed and thought the game had gone too far. Some in the crowd, though, cheered, those who were similar to the king. Those who took pleasure in the discomfort of others. The king snapped his fingers at Fayette. Tell us, pup, what hardships have you faced? He smiled from above. Spin it eitherful away as you want to. Fayette took a deep breath and walked to Alto. Running away, one man from the crowd jeered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. However, silenced him with a growl and watched the girl and his son. Fayette took Alto's hand and traced the palm lines. I'm sorry you have to find out like this, she whispered. Prince August said nothing. No flash of emotion crossed his eyes. All he did was pull Fayette closer to him and kiss her forehead. Then leaning down, he bumped his nose to hers and nodded. Many people gasped. Even Fayette was surprised by the amount of affection he had shown to her in public. But it was the courage she needed. It was the strength that she had to stand in front of the king and tell a crowd of strangers her life story. The king smiled down at her. The queen looked grim. She nodded at Fayette, trying to offer whatever silent encouragement she could. Fayette took a deep breath and started. When I was 9, I watched my mother die. Several people laughed nervously in the room, but a sudden tension filled the air. The king did not move his eyes from Fayette. She was sick. For months I watched as she faded. Then one morning she was gone. Then I watched my father go crazy. The room sank to a chill. No one talked. Fayette shuddered as the memories slowly rose to the surface. Memories she had for years repressed. He didn't remember me. Every time he saw me, he saw my mother. He would call me by her name, hold me as if I were her. Nothing could break him from his craze. Now was the moment of truth. Fayette looked at Alpha Bruno. He stared at her with regret and sadness in his eyes. He knew what was coming. A truth he wanted no one to know. I developed X-Bane. The room exploded with gasps and cries. Silence. The king yelled, but chaos still encompassed the room. No one could comprehend it. X-Bane. The medicine that cured so many ailments in werewolves. Alpha Bruno had presented it to the king years ago and said his pack had created the medicine. No one knew how. No one knew what he had done. It had saved so many lives, though. So many lives. And yet the mystery of who had actually made it was clouded. No one really knew. All they said was that it was Alpha Bruno's clear moon pack. The clear liquid, X-Bane, was created by a small girl. To heal her crazed father. The king's eyes hardened. I developed it so that my father had an escape from his dementia. However, he didn't want an escape. Fayette whispered. He hated me. Hated that I had developed something that told him the truth of his life. The reality that he lived in. Fayette took a shuddering breath. Without realizing it, she had begun to shake all over. My father one night begged me to end it. Begged me to help him. Help with what? The king said sharply. He needed help to die, Fayette said. The audience was yet again spellbound, gasping to the words Fayette spoke. What did you do? The king growled. He leaned in closer. Something inside told him that the tale was coming to an end, that the past was catching up to the present. I made enough Bane for him to overdose. I gave him enough to make his heart stop. The room was silent. The king said nothing. Fayette shook all over. She forced her eyes not to steal a glance at Alto. She was too scared. Too scared to see the expression that he would hold. Alpha Bruno had to abide by the law and demoted me to an Omega because of my crime. And at the age of 14, I became an Omega. The king hissed. The king turned to his son and said to him, Your life mate murdered someone when she was 14. Alto said nothing. Everyone held their breath as he walked up to his life mate. The trembling girl, who still managed to stand up straight. The one whom you would have never guessed went through so much pain. The one who now had people slowly backing away from her. As people now held in their eyes a new look, one that she was not accustomed to seeing in others when directed onto her, fear. And there Prince August stopped, in front of such a girl. Without saying a word, he held open his arms. The trembling figure could not help the sob that escaped from her mouth, as she walked into his waiting embrace. Chapter 20, in which I am informed you gained strength, courage, and confidence. By every experience in which you really stop to look fear in the face, you must do the thing which you think you cannot do. Eleanor Roosevelt behind closed doors. That's how it should have been handled. Instead of the public display of malice and hate, of tears and sadness, of old memories brought anew, and thoughts that were long wished to be forgotten brought back from the dark. Behind the watching eye, there they went, as it should have been. The king realized as he watched his son embrace the girl, how wrong he had been to bully his way to her tears. She didn't back down like he thought she would. When was the last time he saw his son openly embrace someone? When was the last time he had embraced his son? Just as quickly as the thoughts had entered, blind the king's mind, they left, leaving him watching the couple below. The crowd wordlessly watched with the king, the display. Yet he still had questions that he needed answered, still had doubts, still did not like the girl. Still found an odd satisfaction in her tears. The king stood with his mind whirling around. He needed answers, and he needed them in that instance. Alpha Bruno, I feel that we should take this matter behind closed doors, the king said, facing Alpha Bruno as he gave a curt nod in reply. The rest of you are dismissed, the king barked. The shuffling of feet was heard as the quiet whisper of voices rose with the exiting of the noble, soldiers and whatever other important people who had found their way into the throne room. Prince August and Fayette had separated by then. Fayette walked slowly to Alpha Bruno's side, tense the whole way. All of her secrets were out in the open. Many knew of her true nature now, and of what she was capable of. She shuddered, as she remembered the looks in the eyes of those around her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Surprise, panic, confusion. But the shuddering stopped when she felt a touch of warmth on her neck. Turning around in confusion, her eyes met Prince August's surprised ones. Did you? She couldn't finish the sentence, not knowing exactly what it was that had just happened. The only sign of recognition that he knew what she was talking about was the slightly widened eyes that held fear and surprise in them. It's the bond, Prince August whispered to Fayette. Without another word he turned and followed his father, Queen Rena and Alpha Bruno, to a secluded room behind the throne room. Fayette followed with faltering steps. She was the princess's life mate. The enormity of it all hit her in the stomach, leaving her breathless. The bond. Fayette thought about what she had been told of life mates. Life mates were said to have the ability to feel each other's emotions, to be able to connect more with their partner through not only the mind but also skinship. She had read books on it, interested in what sort of bond had led her father into a crazed mind. Fayette walked into a room with a huge oak table in the middle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Queen and Prince sat to one side, while Fayette and Alpha Bruno sat on the other side. Entering the room, however, through a different door, were two people whom Fayette did not recognize. A man and a woman. They both seemed to be in their early 40s. The man was lean and tall, with combed brown hair and eyes resting on his head. The woman had green eyes, with chin, length black hair. There was something odd about the pair though, the way they held themselves. Always some part of their body seemed to be touching one another. A slight brush of the shoulder, a move of the hand, a lean. They sat down together at the head of the table, each sharing the seat of power. Fayette realized then that this pair was actually a couple. They were life mates. The king's eyes flashed to the couple at the head of the table. Clearing his throat, he motioned to them, saying, "My beta Gavin and his life mate Crystal." Alpha Bruno's back straightened with the mention that the two seated before him were life mate. Gavin and Crystal both nodded their heads at the same time towards Alpha Bruno and Fayette. Gavin kept his face void of emotion, similar to the prince and queen. However, Crystal could not help the huge smile that was overflowing her features. A slight pause filled the room until the king cleared his throat again. The queen, however, said the first words. "Fayette dear, I'm so sorry you had to do that." The king's eyes flashed golden at the queen. However, she did not spare a glance at him, instead reaching across to grab Fayette's hand and give it a comforting squeeze. Fayette exhaled loudly, releasing some of the tension in her shoulders. "It's okay, Queen Rena. Now you know sooner rather than later." The queen gave a nod and leaned back in her chair, spine still straight, but eyes quickly casting a calculating glance at the king. Through the whole encounter, Prince August's eyes never left Fayette. Alpha Bruno addressed the king. "I will pardon the hostility that was displayed to my pack member." The king's eyes stayed their fiery gold, showing to the room his anger and displeasure. Alpha Bruno continued, "What I want to know is what is going to happen now that the prince has found his life mate. What will happen to my pack member? Her safety and well-being are my main concern." The king arched an eyebrow and said, "No king has managed to find a life mate beside the first wolf king." He laid down laws and procedures that we must follow in the event of this happening. With that, the king nodded to Gavin, who stood up and pulled a stack of papers from a nearby cabinet, setting it down in front of him. "We will go over first the fact that our future queen is a murder and an Omega though." The king spat out. A low growl escaped Alpha Bruno's mouth as his eyes flashed gold. "Do not deny or defend the actions of your pack member," the king warned. "She herself has stated these crimes." "I do not see how being an Omega is a crime," Alpha Bruno growled, crossing his arms in front of him and leaning in closer. "It's how she became one," the king said, leaning in also. Both men stared at each other until the queen spoke. "As queen of the 100 Wolfpack Kingdom, I declare you, Omega Fayette, cleared of your crimes." There was a stunned silence in the room. "You count it just, it's not that simple, Rena," the king sputtered. The queen turned to the king with a frosty smile planted on her face. "I believe it is actually. She has been cleared. Therefore she is no longer an Omega and is now elevated back to her original status." At that, the queen's face faltered and she turned to Fayette. "What was your original status?" "My father was Beta," Fayette said. The room absorbed the shock of Fayette's words. The queen looked on with sad eyes at the girl before her. how far she had fallen in her pack's eyes because of events that were beyond her control. "Fine," the king said. "Even though this is abusing your power as queen, I, king of the 100 Wolf Kingdom, pardon you of your crimes." Galvin clapped his hands loudly, rubbing them together. "Great. Now that that is cleared, let's move on to the actual issue at hand." Fayette's eyes widened at the snub towards the king, but the king did not look angry in the slightest. Gavin opened the folder, spreading out the papers before him. Looking down at the documents, his eyes skirted across the page. "There is quite a bit that needs to be done," he said weakly. Prince August moved his eyes from Fayette for the first time, shifting them instead to Gavin. "What?" The room silenced and stilled with the prince's involvement. "Well," Gavin said, picking up a paper and giving it a closer look. "It is much more than what Crystal and I had to do. The first Wolf King was very organized." Gavin looked back from Fayette to Prince August. "The first thing you must do is declare yourself to your new mate. What does that mean?" Fayette asked, raising her eyebrows in confusion. She suddenly started to snap her fingers, overtaken by nerves. The queen gave a sigh and shot Fayette a look, promptly making her stop. Galvin looked down at the paper and read, "This is a sacred bond that must not be treated lightly. It is important for the two to make the bond stronger before the actual ceremony. In order to do this, emotions must be shared among the partners. This will help the king and his queen both become stronger mentally and physically so." Crystal gave a small chuckle. "I guess this might sound silly, but just start with introducing yourself." Fayette looked at Alto. "We already did at the Blue Moon ceremony." The prince straightened up and looked Fayette in the eye then. His own dark brown eyes, melting into black, took her breath and train of thought away. "Why did you leave me at the ceremony?" Prince August asked. Fayette's mouth gaped open like a surprised fish. The room was silent, as the other occupants watched the interaction. Fayette's eyes softened. "I'm sorry about that." Her eyes never leaving his. "I was scared. I was frightened. It was all coming so fast. You were coming so fast. I never thought that I would have a life mate and he would be." The words died in her mouth as the prince's eyes sparked even more and power bristled off him in waves. "It is me. And I'm glad it's you." Without taking a breath in between, the prince unashamedly said, "You're the best thing I've ever waited for." Faye inhaled sharply. Galvin and Crystal flashed each other a triumphant smile. The queen gave a small smile herself. The king rolled his eyes and huffed. Alpha Bruno ever like the watchful father examined Prince August closer. "I do need to ask though, Fayette," the queen interrupted. "Do you have any education?" Before Fayette could answer, Alpha Bruno spoke. "She has not completed her basic wolf courses, nor has she gone through training. However, she has been privately trained by me and another wolf." At that, the queen raised her eyebrow. Fayette did leave school when she became an Omega. However, but as you can tell, she is superior in knowledge of science and technology, having developed Hex, Bane and the Blue Moon ceremony light show. "I drop out," the king muttered, clearly not happy, and has she ever shifted? Suddenly an appalling look overcame the king. Can she even shift? Fayette gave an uncomfortable squirm in her chair. "I have shifted only twice in my life to my wolf, but those were both times when I was under a lot of emotion." The king put his hand over his eyes, not moving. Fayette knew it was not good that she was not trained to at least be able to know how to shift into her wolf form. The 2 times she had been at the death of her mother and father. Images of her small tin wolf howling with the larger tan wolf next to her danced around her eyes. Flashes came again as she saw the image of her father's from on the ground and of the Bruno having to shoot her with X, Bane to stop her wolf from going rampant. "Untrained then and uneducated," the king said. He and the Queen exchanged glances with each other. There is only one option that I can think of to correct this before we even think of going through with the bonding ceremony or a wedding. There is a royal academy, set in neutral ground where nobles and royals alike of different races go to receive proper training in their supernatural form and education, the Queen said. And you, Fayette, will have to attend, Chapter 21, in which I sign. Where have you been my whole life, becoming the person you needed me to be, Amanda Torroni? The silence held in the room for a long time. No one said a word as all eyes watched, waiting for Fayette to speak. She stared at the rich wood table in deep thought, not breaking her trance until she finally resurfaced and looked to Prince August. He shifted slightly in his seat so that his whole body was pointed towards her, making known that his whole attention was invested in her next words. Isn't this moving a little too fast? Fayette asked as blue eyes penetrated black. The Queen leaned forward, including herself in. Fast? How dear? Fayette felt terrified inside as the room listened and watched her. With the day she was having, her nerves were nearly shot. She clapped her hands in her lap, trying to hide from the prying eyes the shaking movement that they were making. However, Prince August's quick sight caught her actions. It's just that. Fayette took a deep breath, willing herself to be brave and hold out just a few hours more. I don't know. I just was hoping to spend more time with Alto and get to know him. If I had the choice of all this happening from a bond versus real feelings, I would choose it being real. Do you not think this is real? Darwin whispered, his eyes glaring out gold. Fayette clutched her hands tighter, realizing her mistake all too late. I'm just confused. You can understand that, can't you? This whole scenario of being swept away so suddenly and having feelings on first sight already. Anyone would want to question it. A new feeling of tension was building up within the room the more Fayette talked. Alpha Bruno looked at Fayette with wide eyes as if saying, do you want this prince or not? Fayette turned to Alto. She wished he would speak more. She wanted to hear his voice of reassurance. But the truth was, Fayette couldn't think of anything that Alto knew about her besides her name and the horrible past that she had spilled. Based on that, she was wondering why he wasn't the one doing the running. Sensing her unease, Prince August turned to Fayette and reached across the table. The king made a noise of protest in the back of his throat, but did nothing to stop his son. Still extending his hand, he waited patiently for Fayette to take it. There was no hesitation in her movements. Even if she wanted answers from him, questioned still why he could be so attached to her or even accept her as his life mate, she still could not deny the calmness that he brought her or the fact that even if she knew next to nothing about him, she still trusted him. The moment their hands made contact, Fayette felt her nerves die away. She felt safe. She wished fleetingly that he was on her side of the room, or that she was sitting in the empty chair next to him. Fayette, he whispered, looking down at their combined hands. Fayette felt color involuntarily rush to her face as he said her name. His eyes never left hers as he spoke. I know it's confusing. All these feelings coming in so fast and suddenly. When there wasn't anything, and then the next second there is just a spark that engulfs into a flame. But Prince August cleared his throat. He avoided talking when he could, and this already had been a lot of talking for the day. However, Fayette did not seem scared of his voice or the power that came off him when he spoke. He noticed that she leaned in closer. Please do not question what this is. The bond, I think, just helps us know that we are meant to be together. I want to get to know you more also, though. And eventually, it will come. Love. Laughter. The fights. Fayette grinned at those words, but it will come. Fayette. And I want to see what it's like with you. I want it to be you. Fayette stared at Alto. She still had so many questions. Still didn't understand how Alto could be so sure of it. But what he was suggestion sounded. No, it sounded like he was suggesting a relationship. Before she could think, Fate blurted out, "Do you want to go out with me?" Alpha Bruno burst out laughing at Prince August's shocked face. "Fate," he said, grabbing his side in an attempt to calm his laughter. "Great job, sunshine." Prince August shot a dark glare at Alpha Bruno that made the laughter die on his lips. He let go of Fate's hands, causing a flurry of nervous movement from Fate. Had she done something wrong? Did she upset him? Wasn't this what people asked when they wanted to get to know each other more? With the thoughts still flying around in her head, she watched as Prince August walked around the table to her side. Sitting next to her, he reclaimed her hands and placed a lingering kiss on both of the palms that he held. Flashbacks ran through Fate's head of when they first met at the Blue Moon ceremony, and Alto had kissed her hand. "I want to go out with you," he said, looking up and flashing her a grin. Fayette and Alto stared at each other for a few moments more, until Fayette looked around, startled to remember that people were in the room with them. The Queen was smiling next to the King, who had yet to close his wide, open jaw in disbelief. Alpha Bruno was politely messing with a pen in his hands. Darwin was studying the moment with critical eyes, while Crystal looked at the couple with a dreamy smile on her face. Fayette shifted awkwardly in her chair. Prince August released one hand but held on to the other as he turned back to the watching eyes. "Before Fayette goes to the academy," Prince August turned slightly to Fayette, "is entirely your choice to make. I think it would be best if she's trained here for a few weeks or months on basic training, and just learning general knowledge on how to shift." Darwin looked at the Queen and nodded. The process of shifting is always easier if a mate is present to help ease the pain. The Queen looked at the King, giving him the power of decision. The King sighed and looked up at the ceiling. "Fayette, Alpha Bruno says you are already trained in some basic fighting skills." Fayette nodded. "I practiced some self-defense when I had spare time from work, but it wasn't much. I think my duties and work as an Omega, though, have made me gather some endurance." "Who taught you, might I ask?" the King questioned. Fayette turned to Alpha Bruno, confusion from what to say in her eyes. Alpha Bruno leaned forward. "We have an Omega who used to be a pack warrior from another pack. She and Fayette are close, so she insisted that Fayette learn some training." The King stared hard at Alpha Bruno, questions surfacing and forming in his mouth, but the look the Alpha gave made it clear he was saying no more on the subject. "I think it best then that you stay here for several months, Fayette. Maybe until the first semester of the academy. That's about 5 months of learning the basics of fighting and shifting. The rest the academy will teach you." Instead of staring at Fayette, though, the King looked to Alpha Bruno, the Alpha's eye. "Give me the document." "Document?" Fayette questioned. "Oh, Fayette, this is why I'm here," Alpha Bruno said with a small smile. "The documents state that you are no longer a member of my pack, but instead joining the King's Black Dawn pack." The one free hand Fayette had was gripping the table tightly. "You mean," she said in a choked voice, "that I can't go back to our pack?" Alpha Bruno shook his head. "It's not your pack to go back to, my sunshine. But you will always be welcomed there." Fayette sucked in a deep breath and, without realizing it, squeezed Alto's hand. "What will happen to Lizzie and Jane?" Fayette said, her voice finally breaking as the situation hit her. Her home wasn't home anymore. "They will go back with me," Alpha Bruno said, staring at Fayette with hard eyes, trying his best to will her to be strong in the moment. But suddenly the door burst open and a wail was heard from outside saying, "Lizzie now. Now just hold your wolfy nose 1 second, you lot." Lizzie shouted, standing in the doorway, with the crouched figure of Jane behind her, trying desperately to pull her back. The King let out an ear-splitting growl from the other side of the room. "This is a matter of high privacy. Well, it involves my sweet cub, so you can bet it involves me," Lizzie said, pulling herself up to her full height of 5'4" and glaring at everyone in the room. "Guards!" the King yelled. His response, however, was met with silence. Turning his head more towards the door, the king yelled again, "Guards!" Still, no one appeared. Lizzie laughed. "You mean those two brutes who were standing at the door?" She made the motion of dusting her hands and shoulders off. "They won't wake up for another few hours, I'm betting." Alpha Bruno groaned and lowered his head to the table. His words came out muffled as he pressed his face in. "My king and queen, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my pack members. Lizzie has an illness that we are working on. Hey, that's offensive." Lizzie yelled from the doorway, pointing a finger at her Alpha. Fayette pushed her chair back and gave Alto's hand one last squeeze before letting it go and rushing to embrace Lizzie. Jane still was sitting on the ground, mortified at being caught. Lizzie wrapped her arms around Faye and slowly stroked her hair, saying softly, There. You were so brave, girl. So brave. Jane and I were so proud of you." Fayette smiled at Lizzie and Jane. Prince Alto pushed his chair back then, getting up and walking towards the girls. When he reached them, he held his hand out and dipped his head slightly. "Prince August, life mate to Fayette. Oh, I forgot how sexy his voice was." Lizzie whispered loudly to Fayette. Jane groaned on the ground and got up, shaking Prince August's suddenly rigid hand. Lizzie looked at the hand for a few seconds before smiling up at the prince and grabbing it in a firm handshake. Prince August nimbly reached out for Fayette, wrapping his arm around her waist, bringing her to his embrace instead of Lizzie's. Lizzie cast a knowing smile to the prince, as his black stare greeted it. Turning to his father, Prince August cleared his throat and said, "I say we can fit tomorrow, don't you, father?" The king's face was a deep red from his anger. His words were barely inaudible as he grunted a nod. "Fayette does need a garden lady in waiting," the queen suggested. "Oh no, my queen," Fayette said with shock on her face. "These are my closest friends, not my—" "Well, take it," Lizzie said with gleaming eyes. Fayette turned to look at Lizzie with horror. "You don't understand. I can't have you serving under me," Fayette whispered desperately. "But how else are we going to look after you?" Jane said with a smile. Lizzie turned, and the two girls gave a high five in agreement. The queen smiled at the interaction. "I think this has been a successful meeting then." She slid the papers neatly to Alpha Bruno, who had watched the girls with his head still resting on the table. Feeling the paper hit his head, he looked up and saw what was being presented. "Right," Alpha Bruno said, clicking his pen. He gave one last look to Fayette. Prince August's arm was still wrapped around her waist. Lizzie and Jane were both smiling at each other, proud that their eavesdropping had led to something good besides being thrown in the royal jails. Fayette's eyes met Alpha Bruno's. She gave the smallest of nods, a sad look hanging over her features. Alpha Bruno nodded back. Without another word, he signed his name, Chapter 22, in which I eat you once a warrior lover. With wild eyes, strong hands, and a poet's heart, in a heart. I blinked my eyes slowly, unsticking them from the long sleep. I felt like my whole time at the castle had been a dream. Like I had been transported elsewhere and someone else, watching from above, had taken over and narrated the events of my life in the past few days. I stayed on the bed looking up at the ceiling for several more minutes. Slowly, so I wouldn't miss a thing, I retraced my journey from my pack to the castle, and from the castle to Alto. The details of the ceremony and the meeting all came back to me, and I felt a sharp intake of breath being pulled from my teeth. Rising quickly enough to make my head spin, I looked around frantically at the room I was in. It was too big, not the same one I had occupied the month I had worked on at the ceremony. Panic seeped in me as my hands curled into a fist around the sheets. Until the details came flooding back in. This was my room, wasn't it? I thought back to the hazy memory of the Queen showing me it and saying something how I needed a room fit for my status now. I remember I protested. I remember Lizzie and Jane were. My eyes widened and I pushed myself roughly out of the bed, letting my feet touch the cold, glossy wooden floor. I ran to the wall that was on the other side of the bed, one that was far too large, and shoved the door open. There they were. The room was significantly smaller than mine, as were the beds, but they still seemed cozy and warm as they're asleep still. Though there were 2 beds. Sometime in the night one or the other must have crawled in for comfort as Lizzie and Jane were curled together, nestled in one bed. Walking slowly over, I raised the covers and allowed myself access in. Jan sleepily muttered a few words as she raised her arm, letting me snuggle there in her chest. The room was silent as I listened to their breathing. I felt tears begin to form in my eyes. Hurriedly I wiped them away. But the thoughts in my head seemed to overwhelm any self-control I had over myself. They stayed. They stayed with me. I never knew how great their love was for me. They left their pack. Our pack. Alpha Bruno signed 3 papers yesterday before he left. Though mine was permanent, Jane and Lizzie both were now part of a contract to work for the King's Black Dawn pack for as long as I permitted them to. I hope they didn't mind forever. I knew it was selfish. I knew deep inside my thoughts that I should have protested more, or thought of just letting them stay for several years and then be free from it all. But I couldn't. I couldn't bear the thought of being suddenly on my own again. Of being without anyone in a strange place. You do have Alto, a small part of me said from the back of my mind. I sighed out loud. I knew nothing concrete about Alto yet. He knew my whole life backstory. And all I knew from him was that he was a prince. Only time would tell how that would turn out. Lizzie and Jane stirred beside me. I turned on my side, facing them, and smiled. Good morning. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You are Arch-Egypt, Lizzie groaned, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. She reached over and found her cell phone. Fate at 6 in the morning. I thought we could sleep in now. Jane giggled beside her. I laughed with Jane at Lizzie. Habits die hard, I guess. Lizzie groaned and threw her pillow in my direction. I caught it laughing again. We have to clean up from the ceremony also. What was she? Lizzie moaned, muffling her voice with her pillow. I just wanna sleep. Jane looked up at me, her expression curious. Do you still have to help clean up? You're technically not an Alton Omega anymore. I shook my head at her. Even if I stressed the last word, I not on gaze anymore. I don't think there is anyone who knows how to take down the lights. Jane's smile brightened. True, I guess. Lizzie groaned and slowly got up, shuffling her feet to the bathroom. I hope your prince doesn't glare at us for making you work. I rolled my eyes at Lizzie. I've been working for a good portion of my life. A change in Stasor who I now dreamed about wouldn't change who I was. What I was. The dark part of my mind voiced out. I shook my head. I needed to stay focused. Be the sun. We were soon already. I was wearing a simple white t-shirt with overalls, the ends of the parts rolled up just slightly. My ratty old Converse were showing underneath. Lizzie and Jane were wearing similar clothing that was loose, yet had a lot of pockets for tools to be stored and odd objects to be kept. Eyes followed us as we made our way to where the ceremony had been held. We had already missed a day of work. Luckily, though, taking down was easier than setting up. Standing on the top of the staircase was Mr. Joseph himself. Fayette. His eyes widening slightly. I mean, Mr. Joseph flustered around a bit before bowing slightly in front of me. Princess. I laughed nervously, snapping my fingers in the process. Oh no, Mr. Joseph. I'm still me at the moment. no matter what rumor or piece of information you might have heard. Mr. Joseph raised his head and smiled. I can't say that I'm sorry to see you then, Fayette. We have no idea how to take down your spectacular piece of art. Happy to help, sir. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nilburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Motioning to Lizzie and Jane, Mr. Joseph shook his head. You impressed a great many people, Fayette. Your work did not go unnoticed. Thank you, I said softly, nodding. Mr. Joseph allowed us through to work on taking down what had taken a month to set up. It was hard work as we stood on ladders and raised platforms, unscrewing the light, bulbs, delicately taking them down and removing one by one the paneling and wiring that had been set up. I had to go to the high spots and remove the harder pieces that Lizzie and Jane didn't know how to handle. I was there on my back, humming softly while I unhooked the wires when I suddenly heard a shout. Where is the princess? I gulped. I hope they weren't talking about me. I wasn't even married to Alto or anything like that, so I don't see how I could have already earned the title that people were addressing me as. The princess, the voice yelled again with more authority. I looked down from my platform and squinted. Werewolf vision was nice at this time. Normally the man would have been just a blur down below, but I could clearly see a flustered Gavin looking frantically around the room. She's up there, someone said, pointing to my platform. Galvin's head shot up. I watched as his eyes widened at the sight of me raised to the highest part of the room. I looked down and gave a small wave. Cry, princess. His voice came out a higher pitch than usual. What is she doing up there, mister? Joseph walked in just then and addressed the situation in a few seconds. He walked calmly over to Gavin and unsaid, She is taking down the light show that was performed at the Blue Moon ceremony. She is not an Omega anymore. Galvin hissed at Mr. Joseph, mister. Joseph raised an eyebrow but calmly said, No, but she did put up the light show. An extremely complicated piece of work that she and only she alone is able to take down. I would suggest you don't shout too loudly and startle her. She is rather high up, mister. Joseph looked up and gave me a cheeky grin and waved next to a pale Gavin. I waved back and chuckled. I knew Gavin probably heard it, but I didn't care at the moment. Working with the wires and tangling and unplugging the sets had calmed down my nerves. It had always been soothing to have my hands doing something. Working, building. They always seemed to ease my mind. The day continued to go smoothly until I felt it in. Even high up on the platform I felt the energy that was coming off of him. Something in my mind seemed to register that his eyes were looking up at me. Something in my brain seemed to send signals that he was watching. I released hair that I hadn't even realized I had been holding. I resisted the urge to look at him. I knew if I did I would be distracted, but I already was distracted. Thankfully the wiring was almost done. I had the cords all in a box. When they lowered the panel they would collect it then. Getting up, I brushed the dust and wire grease off on my jean legs and proceeded to climb down the long ladder. I felt him move to the base of it. Nervous energy was running through him into me. How was that possible? I kept my face straight as I continued to climb. He can see my butt, was one thought I had when I was halfway. I groaned at my own vanity but kept going. Finally, I reached the last few steps. I felt a pair of hands reach out and gently grab my waist. I gasped at contact. How was it possible to feel his heat even through my layers of clothes? His hands curled around my waist and, gently, ever so gently, supported me down the last few rungs of the ladder. I turned around and faced him. Oh dang, why did I do that? I should have evened out my breathing before turning around so quickly. I was just too eager to see him. He still had his hands around my waist. When I looked up into his eyes, though, I was not rewarded with a gentle look to match his gentle touch. He was angry. I should have noticed it sooner. People were gasping and running in the other direction of him. Most cleared the room, while others, the stronger ones, tried their best to continue with their work and ignore the angry silence that was coming from him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered, and just like that, the anger was gone, replaced by something else. Some unknown feeling. Alto's usual blank face broke as his eyebrows scrunched together, showing his confusion. I'm sorry I worried you, I whispered, trying to appease the beast. His blank face was slapped back on as he said. I smiled slowly at him. Come on. Give me a smile. I was rewarded with a twitch from his lips, but nothing more. Have you eaten today? He suddenly asked. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had eaten a small breakfast, a banana, and some milk, but since then nothing else. A tiny sliver of Alto's eyes flashed gold, so short and small that any person might have missed it if they weren't standing close staring at his eyes. Oh, which is what I was doing. Thea, he said in a voice that made me sure scolding was coming. It's 7. Oh, I said, shrinking in on myself. I hadn't realized how late it was. My stomach was caving in on itself, but the sensation of it being empty was something that I felt was normal. Maybe I shouldn't tell Alto that reasoning though. Come. His voice leaving no room to argue. He took my hand and led me past the workers. I couldn't help but stare at our intertwined fingers. I must have looked just as dumbfounded as the people who were staring. Alto led me to the kitchen. I knew the place, having worked there several times during the prep for the ceremony. Nofé, the head chef, was there, taking dishes, trying small sauces and generally being his usual bossy self. When he saw us approach, he nodded towards a girl, dismissing her, and bowed low to Alto. Prince August, Fayette, what can I do for you? I smiled at the fact that Loffer addressed me as my usual self. Alto's hand tight and slightly, but he did not address it. Loffer, do you have the food I asked for? Of course, Prince. Reaching under a counter, Loffer pulled out 2 boxed lunches. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A slight smirk on his face. Thank you, Prince August said, letting go of my hand and taking the boxes. I looked at my suddenly cold hand. Alto, though, was already walking out the door. I nodded to Lefebvre and smiled. He smiled back and waved in a goodbye gesture. I pumped my legs faster to catch up to Alto. He was already halfway down the hall. Well then. Someone was impatient. Not looking back still, Alto led me along, hall after hall. I wanted to stop and look at the artwork that came with each hall, but Alto's brisk pace left no breathing room. We finally arrived at a small garden. I awed slightly at the lovely sight it brought to the eye. Small vines were trapping and encasing the wall. A single fountain was bubbling with the statue of a wolf in a howling position, and bushes of multiple, brightly colored buds were blossoming. Several lights that were attached to the wall were already turned on, adding a glowing effect to the garden. Alto placed the boxes on a small metal table. Pulling out one of the metal chairs, I sat myself down while he pushed it into place. I smiled at the polite gesture. He sat across from me and prepared the food that Lefebvre had given him. Sliding the opening of the box, he revealed small cups of assorted fruits, vegetables, some bread, a small cake, and meat. My eyes widened at all the food that had been stored in the boxes. Eat, Alto said, pushing the box in front of me and handing me silverware to accompany it. All of this is for me, I questioned. It was a stupid question, I knew that, but I couldn't stop the saliva that was forming in my mouth. How long had it been since I'd had cake? I didn't get a chance to try some at the Blue Moon ceremony. Alto stopped what he was doing and stared at me. Yes, he said, answering my question. I raised my fork and started to eat the cake. A small part of my mind knew I should save it for last, but I was just too eager. It was chocolate. And amazing. I inhaled it and looked up at Alto with amazed eyes. He was smiling at me. If I was already out of breath from eating the cake too fast, now I was practically gasping for air. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Handing his piece of cake over to me. What? I protest. No, that's your piece. I pushed the cake back to him shyly. But man, did I want that cake. No, Fayette. My heart seemed to explode with happiness as he said my name. He shook his head and handed the cake back over to me. I like watching how happy it makes you. I took the cake and split it in half. I did want it, but I didn't want to feel guilty while I ate such a beautiful creation. He grinned again at me and I smiled shyly back. Suddenly he started laughing. You have chocolate all over your teeth, he exclaimed. I blushed and started laughing with him. Licking my teeth clean, I leaned over and asked, Is it gone? He laughed and nodded. We continued eating, this time in a peaceful silence. Alto placed his napkin in his lap, always proper as I observed. No elbows had rested on the table. No slouching had been done. Everything about him was neat and orderly. I tried to mimic him, only earning a small chuckle at my behavior. You did the light show at the ceremony. Alto stated it as a fact. I swallowed the food that was in my mouth and said, Yes, that was me, Lizzie and Jane. It was amazing, Alto continued. I smiled at him, proud of my work. From everyone's mouth, his was the one that I wanted most to hear it from. Thank you, I said softly, looking down at my hands that were placed in my lap. What else do you like to do? Leaning forward to place his full attention on me. I like fixing things, gadgets and little electronics. Enthusiasm, in my pack. I often repaired the training equipment, fixed the wiring and pipes. I could fix almost anything, I said proudly. I hope I didn't come out sounding too conceited. But it was my one skill that I loved and was proud of. Alto nodded. That's impressive, he admitted. What do you like? I wanted to know more about the man in front of me. Alto looked out at the wolf fountain. I train a lot. It is required that be well trained in battle. I train the majority of the day. I frowned slightly. Do you like training? Alto looked at me confused. I nodded and said, I asked you what you like, not what you do. Okay. Fayette, let's try to not be rude, I said to myself. Alto shrugged and gave me a small smile. I'm not sure what I like to do, to be honest. You don't like to? Paint. Read maybe. Learn about a certain topic. Right. I was grabbing at hobbies that were very universal. Alto looked at me for several seconds. I raised my eyebrows at him, waiting for a response. Did he have nothing? I guess. He sounded hesitant at first, almost reluctant to share. I smiled incordially, trying my best to show that he could be open with me. I like to write poetry, and read history books. I smiled and rubbed my neck. I honestly am not surprised about the poetry-o. Alto said, looking slightly embarrassed. Why is that? It was my turn to look embarrassed as I mumbled down, staring at his chest. Some of the things you say are just too beautiful to not come from a poet's mind. There was a pause of silence as I waited for Alto's response. I looked up and had to remind myself to breathe and not fall out of the chair I was sitting in. Alto was smiling with teeth showing at me. I couldn't help the little GH that escaped my mouth. I'm wearing the smile that you gave me. I rolled my eyes at the words that made my heart go into overdrive. Time uttered under my breath. He laughed a small chuckle. You know what I said about training. I looked up at him, my hand on my chest as I tried, not so smoothly, to get it back to a normal pulse. I need to talk to you about that. We both sat up straighter in our chairs. Once you are done taking things down for the Blue Moon ceremony, you will go into training. I nodded at Alto, waiting for him to say more. Gavin and one other will teach you. Gavin thought it a good idea that your friend also come. Lizzie, was it? Since you are used to her teaching you and she was a pack warrior. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We finished the meal, with small comments here and there from Alto about how the light show worked and was set up. I tried my best to explain the details, leaving Alto's eyes to widen slightly. I am blessed with a brilliant life mate, he commented at one point. I blushed hard at the compliment. The food was soon all eaten. Leave it, Alto said, waving me away as I tried to take the boxes back. I didn't protest and instead grabbed his offered hand. We walked in silence back. I savored the heat that was coursing through me, caused by the small pressure he was applying to my hand. It was amazing how one gesture could cause my whole body to grow warm and happy. Eventually, we made it back to the front of my bedroom door. Good night, I whispered. I didn't want to let go of his hand. He looked at me. Did he not want to leave either? Good night, Fayette. He leaned over and softly brushed his lips against my cheek. Goosebumps formed on my arm, and I felt a slight shiver go down both our spines. Goddess, I miss you already. We stared at each other, losing track of the time. Eventually, though the ringing of a clock broke our gaze. Giving my hand one last squeeze, Alto let go and turned away, walking down the hall and turning the corner. I opened the door to my room. Something was wrong with my heart. I put my hand over it and felt the slight pressure that was on it. It felt difficult to breathe. My chest was beating too fast. I tried desperately to breathe evenly and get it under control, but the pressure wouldn't go away. I missed him. How could I miss him this badly? Breathing evenly was difficult. Swallowing was difficult. As I got ready for bed, I pressed my hand back against my chest and inhaled deeply, waiting a few seconds before I exhaled. I did this several more times, but the exercise was no use. Was it because Alpha wasn't here? Tucking myself in, I laid staring at the ceiling waiting for sleep to come while one thought ran through my head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. The Queen tells Fate that her sole task now is to stay alive, not just for herself but for the kingdom and her partner, Prince August. Welcome to the Alpha's Loved channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 23, in which embers for my ashes became steel. How many lives do you think have been saved by X-Bane? The king stared into the low embers of the fire as Gavin and the queen sat, thinking their own thoughts and trapped in their own world. The sudden question from the king, however, shook both of them from their contemplation. "Sir," Gavin said, sitting up more in his chair and addressing his king. "I'll say this only one time more, Gavin. How many lives do you think have been saved by X-Bane?" Gavin and the Queen exchanged glances. The eye of the storm had passed. The tornado was touching ground. "There is not a definite answer, sir, but you yourself know that it saved a whole region of the kingdom, that alone is above 10,000 lives." The king kept his back to his counsel as he watched the dying embers burn out. "She made it." The silence penetrated the air, leaving in its wake a sudden thick tension that left a weight on their chest. "My king," Gavin started. However, the king interrupted him before he could finish. He turned around and started waving his hand in the air, describing an idea that had been forming since the information had been presented to his ears. "She made X-Bane, her fragile girl." A deep sigh issued from the king as he closed his eyes and started to rub his temples. "Do you know how long I have tried to keep this kingdom together? Know how long I have faced the tension in the packs with useless women who cannot follow the simple task of either staying alive or being in the right bed?" He opened his eyes to stare at the Queen and Gavin as they wordlessly looked up at him. The king's voice barely came out as a whisper as he slowly drew nearer to them with each word spoken. "I have bleed, sweat, cried, cursed and done God knows what to elevate myself above the throne in this." The king starts laughing. "This is what I find out. That all my effort will be taken away by a boy who has too much power and can barely string together a sentence. Was he a threat? No, him I can handle. But this her?" The laughter continued to issue from the king as the Queen and Gavin watched in silence. "She is the one who will ruin me. She is the one who gives him a voice. She completes him. When he she can. When he can't please the people, she can. And who do you think is there to back her up if anyone chooses to disagree with her? Sweet, pretty face." The king bent down eye level with Gavin and the Queen. The silence stayed suspended as no one answered the question. "Ham." The king shouted in their faces. "This could be good for the kingdom." The Queen began, but the rising laughter in the king rose and interrupted her speech. "They are not good for the kingdom. I am what's good for the kingdom. They may not like me." "So what? So what if they don't like me? They have no idea what I do for them. Behind closed doors, under their blind minuscule lives, that's when it really happens. I deal with the demons that come out at night. I take care of their worst nightmares so they can go on living their little fantasy of house. They have no idea. The packs, the whole lot is ungrateful for what I do. For the sacrifices I have made." By the end, the king's breathing was uneven. He stumbled a few steps before sitting down. The Queen and Gavin leaned forward towards him. The Queen reached across the space and rested her hand on the king's shoulder. He very quickly shoved it off. "No, they don't understand. They don't know what you do. Not even August knows how much you do. What darkness you enter to keep this kingdom safe. But he will have to learn it soon. Eventually, the time will come for him to take his place. God forbid the day when that happens." The king sighed under his breath. Gavin got up and took the spot of pacing for the king. "We can make time. We can get more space for the two. Send Fate to the academy. Let her stay there for a while. And in the meantime, let Prince August learn from you about the kingdom. Let him learn about the darkness that seeps inside. Ease him into the corruption. Into the world that he will soon have to live in." He winced at the thought of separating to life mates. The king stared at the ceiling with thoughtful eyes. He was not born to rule. The silence stayed in the room. The Queen shuffled in her chair as Gavin stared at the last glowing light from the wood in the fire. No one disagreed. "Now here's her," Gavin said, turning around to face the group. "Yet his greatest weakness. He would set fire to the world around him and never let a single flame touch her, the queen softly said. The king got up and stood next to Gavin as they both turned to stare at the fire pit. It's funny, isn't it? The king said, giving a small chuckle. No one expects the angel to be the one to set the world on fire, though. Gavin stared at the now dead fire pit as he slowly shook his head. What do you plan to do? He asked as he turned to his king. The harsh smile that held its place on his face sent shivers down both him and the queen's back as they warily watched. I might have a plan. Chapter 24, in which messages are hidden. How to kill a king. It's simple. First, find a queen, make her strong, make her smart, make her fierce, make her beautiful, make her kind. Add lust and simmer, then scrape away all the love, serve warm and wrapped in silk now. Watch him chokes. E25. Fayette traced her hand across the wood and designs that were carved into the table. Her fingers ran over the different curves and textures of the wood, traced the hidden crevices and lines, and found and created the shape and meaning of the fixture without her eyes. The intricately chiseled walls ran around the legs, chasing an unknown object as different crescent moons popped in out of the sides. And as her hand traced, even more, Fayette found that the carvings went further beneath the table, to a place where the eye could not visibly see them if they were to just glance at the magnificent desk. The queen had put no time frame as to when she would be back, so Fayette could only assume she still had another several more minutes to wait. Trying to make as little noise as possible, she got down on her knees and crawled under, squinting her eyes to try and make out what was carved in a place that was not easily accessible. If someone were writing her life story, this, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, would be that opportune cliché moment for the queen to walk in and find her. However, the queen did not walk in, and Fayette was able to look and see nothing but two wolves staring at each other. One appeared to be crying, while the other looked up at a full moon with closed eyes. By the time the queen came back through the door she had left, Fayette was safely secured in her chair, sitting as if she had never left it in the first place. A man railed in behind the queen. His presence took up enormous space in the room, and yet at the same time, he seemed to be able to hide and blend in behind the queen as she took a chair opposite from Fayette. Thank you for waiting, Fayette, the queen said as she settled in her chair and moved it forward. Fayette smiled and nodded, but chose to remain silent. This is Eldon. The queen raised her hand to point out the man behind her. Fayette, as you know, and as I'm sure Prince August has told you in one of your dinners together, you are in a very vulnerable position right now. Fayette clasped her hands in her lap to keep from snapping them. She let the queen continue uninterrupted. Life mates are rare to find, but when you find them they are a great asset to each other. In this special case, however, there is not much you can really do for Prince August. The queen laughed and rolled her eyes. He's a prince. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He is everything already. A squeezing sensation gripped Fayette's heart. She had never heard the queen talk like this in such a blunt, brutal manner, but all her words were truth to Fayette's chaotic mind. There is only one thing we need you to do. The queen leaned forward, as the air in the room suddenly grew serious. By we, I do not mean me. I do not mean Prince August. I do not even mean you. I mean the kingdom. There is one. And only one thing you need to do now. Only one duty you have. The queen inhaled after her rushed words left her out of breath, and audibly swallowed. Stay alive. Fayette's whole body froze. Her back stiffened, and she stared at the queen with eyes that were starting to realize the depth of her words. If you do not complete this task, then you will have failed your kingdom and Prince August when it is his time to reign. Flashbacks were forming in Fayette's mind of her own nightmarish dream. of what happens when a life mate passes, how the others seem to lose their sanity. They will come for you, Fayette, the Queen whispered. Fayette's head jerked up to look at the Queen. She was staring hard at Fayette, willing her to grasp the hidden meaning of her words. You are the strength, but you are also the weakness. They know this. They will come for you. What do I do? Fayette whispered. She knew something was wrong with the Queen. She couldn't understand it, but she knew something was off. She knew by the Queen's actions and by the way she was staring intently at Fayette that she wanted her to realize something. Fight. Learn to fight. You have Eldon. He is one of your bodyguards. You can't trust him. The Queen nodded slowly at her last sentence. Fayette's mind was whirling. Something was wrong. She just couldn't understand what. Learn to shift. Learn to protect yourself. Use your mind. Use it, and make sure the same mistakes of past generations are not repeated. The Queen then abruptly stood up. It's time for your first training lesson with Prince Alto and Gavin, she said brightly, her attitude taking a complete turn. The Queen walked out the door, leaving a stunned Fayette still sitting in her chair. Eldon moved slowly out of his corner towards her. When he reached the petrified girl, he extended his hand in an offering gesture. Taking it, Fayette was slowly helped up and escorted out of the room, following the Queen and thinking furiously over the words that were spoken. Chapter 25, in which I trained darkness does not always equate to evil, just as light does not always bring good. Cist, I couldn't figure out why Eldon was there. The Queen had assigned him to me, but didn't I already have Lizzie as a bodyguard? And what was with her behavior? Not once did she call me dear. I noted quickly in my head. Something was off, like she was holding herself back. I knew the danger, though, that the Queen had warned me of. How I knew of the danger. It was all too real to my mind, of the crippling cycle that seemed to be trapped within life mates. What do you do when you lose a piece of your soul? That's the question that is asked of when a life mate loses their loved one. It's crippling enough just to lose someone you love. But through the bond of life mate, you literally form an attachment to them. Your souls merge together. Such a violent tear can only result in the want of your erasement, because you know that your life will never be whole again. All these thoughts filtered through my mind as I followed Eldon to the training grounds. I had read countless books on life mates because of my father's actions. Back when I was looking for a solution, a cure, anything to help him. Now the thought scared and amazed me at the same time. I had a life mate. I could suffer the same fate as my father. Be the son, I chanted my motto to myself. These were too heavier thoughts to think so early in the morning. I couldn't think of the future and what could be. I could only think of the now. The present. Rounding the last corner, I saw a sight that made me smile. Lizzie was bouncing around, doing her warm-ups, all the while asking a nervous Gavin and a glaring Alto questions. Do we really need shirts for this, guys? I mean, I say we split up and form teams. You be Skins and Fayette, and the new hunk she brought, and I will be shirts. Her thoughts were met with silence. Hey, not everyone rushed to take their shirt off, laughing at herself. Her eyes lit up when they saw me. Fayette, she squealed, rushing towards me. Hey, Lizzie. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Laughing at how bright and amazing she was, ready to kick some wolf booty. She questioned, her fangs slightly showing in her grin. Gavin saw and stepped forward. You can partially shift. He questioned, his eyes holding astonishment. I was a pack warrior once, Lizzie said, proud. One of the best. I know how to fully and partially shift. My little baby girl over here, though. Lizzie motioned towards me. Only knows basic fighting skin skills. Gavin still looked at Lizzie with surprised eyes. I loved watching people react this way when they realized that Lizzie was an ex-Pretoria. But how? Gavin sputtered before Alto interrupted him. Enough, Gavin. She can partially shift. Good for her. Lizzie glared at Alto but chose not to speak out to gab against the wave of power that radiated from him. Alto took a step towards Eldon, and to my surprise shook his hand. Eldon, showing what looked like a small smile. August, the man who was next to me said, You know each other. I couldn't help but ask the question. I could have sworn Eldon was bad news by the way the Queen was acting. Alto nodded. Eldon will be my future beta when I am crowned. I couldn't stop the gasp that escaped me. This guy. I looked up at Eldon, who looked down at me with laughter in his eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now the Queen was really confusing me. But if Alto knew and trusted him, then I felt slightly more comfortable in his presence. Enough distractions, Alto said suddenly. Power radiated from him in that moment, making Eldon, Lizzie, and Gavin bow their head involuntarily in submission. My eyes widened at the strength that seemed to come out of Alto. I wanted to move closer to him. I wanted to feel more of it. It made me feel safe. He eyed me with a small smirk on his face, pleased in some way that I did not react like how the others did. The training was already starting. Lizzie demonstrated to them the moves I knew. Alto was careful with me, probably too careful. He growled whenever Gavin or Anne tried to help or touch me in any way, even if it was just to steady me or prevent me from falling. I eyed him closely after a while, becoming annoyed with his behavior. Gavin told me in a side whisper, when no one was listening or looking, that it was because his wolf that was inside him was so powerful. And the fact that we were life mates. Though Alto was careful with me, he was still ruthless. After hours of working, I felt like my arms and legs could do no more. I didn't want to complain or say anything to Alto, but it was obvious that I was the only one who was feeling the exhaustion. No one else in the group was even breathing hard. The day came to an end. I fell down on the ground, spreading myself out, breathing hard. You'll get cramps if you do that, Alto said, his dark eyes watching me. I can tee. Breath. I managed to huff out. What idiot had told me to run a mile as a warm down? Right, the one that was staring at me, making my skin spark and heart go even faster. He leaned down and sat on the ground next to me. Alto continued his chant on breathing until I finally had it steady. Good, he said in a low voice. I can't believe you do that every day. I groaned. I had worked a lot as an Omega, so I was good the first few hours. But then hours fell into half a day. And half a day fell into a whole day. Alto looked down at me with amusement in his eyes. We'll be doing the same thing again every day this week. NNNUOO. I slowly moaned out. I thought you wanted me to live. Eldon laughed in the distance at my comment. Alto just knitted his eyebrows in confusion before helping me up. Come on, he whispered in my ear, making goosebumps appear on my arm. Let's go eat in our garden. I grinned a silly smile at him, lost in a cloud of bliss so easily at his promising words. But first, Alto backed away from me, wrinkling his nose. Maybe you should take a shower. I gasped out loud, staring in outrage at his comment while he laughed at my face. Oh no, he didn't, sister, Lizzie said in the background. I turned around. Fine, I'll take a shower. And then I'll meet you. I raised my head in the air, not looking back at my supposedly life mate. Lizzie slung her arm over my shoulder, walking back to the room with me. Let's get out of here, Fayette, she said loudly. All these guys stink. Chapter 26, in which it darkens, tell me something you are afraid of. Oblivion. Crowded rooms and authority figures and being alone too long, are you? I'm terrified of you because you have the power to destroy me and you don't even know it. You have no idea. I'm less afraid of dying than I am of losing you, and that scares me too. I'm not afraid of anything, dear. Everyone is afraid of something. Things I wish you'd never asked, JPH. The crash broke me from my slumber. Or at least I think it did. I just felt a jolt go through my body. As if I had been walking down the stairs and missed a step. Crash. The noise finally registered to me, and I swiftly got up from the couch. Running into the kitchen, I found my father sitting on the floor. Small cuts and drops of blood forming on his hands as he picked up the pieces of glass. Oops. I watched as some shards of glass entered into his flesh, but he never showed any pain. Daddy made a mess. Father said, "Stay away, Fayette. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Don't touch anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I nodded, slowly backing away from the kitchen to watch from the safety of the doorway. "Can you go get Daddy a broom, Fayette?" I raced to the little closet in the hall to do what Father had asked me. Coming back, I silently handed him the broom and dustpan. He quickly swept the small shards up and wiped the floor down with a wet rag. "Coast is all clear now. You can come in, Fayette," Father said. I approached slowly, looking at the ground to make sure it really was safe. I stopped in front of Father, looking up at his tall frame. He bent down, coming eye level with me. It was probably the first time he had really looked me in the eyes since. "You look so much like her." He reached a hand out, softly stroking one of my cheeks. I flinched as I felt the wet blood make contact with my skin. I dared not say anything. "So much," he said again as he continued to stroke my cheek, over and over and over and over. Our eyes stood where he looked into my eyes, a sky of blue looking into the meadow of the green. Blue and green and swirls and fangs and blood, and I jolted awake. I laid there with wide eyes, looking up at the ceiling. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." No, it was a memory. A memory from a time in my past. I continued staring into the silence as I slowed my breathing down, collecting my thoughts. My eyes were still wide from the tortured past my mind had led me through. A memory. I started when the sound of my alarm went off. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I slowly rose and turned the noise off. The silence hung in the air once more. I ran my hands through my hair, trying desperately to get my bearings. Breathe. Just breathe. Be the sun. I lifted myself off the bed and mechanically went through the routine that I had developed now. We were training today. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." We were training all days, but it didn't matter to the athletes. I felt some feeling go back into my body as I registered how much I hated working out. I thought of the only good side to it, seeing Alto. I clung to that thought and the feeling of his hands on my body as he helped me train. The door opened then, as Lizzie and Jane walked through. "Morning sunshine." Lizzie sang at the top of her voice. "Morning, you two. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Jane walked closer with a frown on her face. "Fayette, are you okay?" A small bubble of panic arose in me. Did she know? "Why do you ask?" I said in a strained voice. "You just look really pale, and you're sweating a little." Jane came closer to me and placed a hand on my forehead. "I can't really tell, but you seem warm." A WWE relaxed Jane. She's just trying to fake it out so she doesn't have to train. I threw a glare at Lizzie before turning to Jane. "I feel fine, Jane. Thanks for worrying, though." A small wrinkle formed on Jane's forehead. A sure sign that she disapproved, but she didn't say anything else. Lizzie jumped forward, putting her arm around my shoulder. So, tough girl. You survived almost 2 weeks of torture. What's another month or 2 more? I groaned out loud as Lizzie dragged me out of the room, Jane waving a small farewell, her worry still evident on her face. These past 2 weeks had been torture. At one point I felt small resentment towards Alto, thinking, why do I have to train? Why do I have to change myself for someone? But he quickly felt my anger through our growing bond and shut those feelings down. I gave a heavy sigh as I remembered his motivational speech saying, it's for your health and protection, and your future position. Though those words did not comfort me, they did drive home the point he was trying to make. I had said in front of a lot of people, and the king and queen, that I could be a queen myself someday. Whining and groaning about doing push-ups and running seemed the least of my worries, and would look very bad if I gave up because I couldn't handle it. But man, did I hate working out. We entered the training grounds. They were already there, of course. They were hard at work training well before I started. Alto and Eldon stopped in their sparring session. It didn't look too serious. I think they were actually warming down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm, Eldon said, nodding his head towards us. Alto moved silently towards me until he was towering above me. He leaned down, his hand coming up to stroke my arm, almost involuntary. Over the past few weeks, I had noticed a few things shift within the bond. I felt some emotions trickle from Alto. Those were very few, and it had only really happened twice when he felt a strong emotion. But he was starting to feel what I was feeling also. And then there is a pull. I just need to be next to him. When he's around, I need to touch him. The smallest touch. Just a hand on the waist, a shoulder brushing each other, fingers barely touching. But it soothed my heart and made an ache within my chest disappear when he and I were breathing in the same space. Morning, Alto, I whispered. His eyes grew, if possible, even darker. I fell into the void until his words brought me back. Are you okay? Well, I quickly took a step back from him, startled by his question. A flash of gold showed in his eyes. In that same instant, I registered a similar flash of pain in me. I had hurt him by stepping back. He stepped closer to me, though, still waiting for my answer. Yes, I'm okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was I still pale? Alto narrowed his eyes at me as if trying to find something within my words. He nodded though and shifted his body so that he half-faced me. Let's start then. I barely repressed the groan from my mouth. Alto seemed to take on another attitude when raining. Lizzie and I quickly realized it when we had tried to joke around once. That never happened again. Lizzie sobered up at his words. I could see hints of her past life showing in her as the days went by. She had been training every day with us, and I was just beginning to grasp how great of a warrior she formerly was. Alto was something else. When I watched Alto train and fight, I sent a silent prayer to his opponents. Good luck. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had not seen him shift yet. I shuddered at the day when I would watch him strip down and transform. I didn't know if I was scared or excited. Lizzie claimed excitement. The training had its routine now of warm-ups and different exercises. Alto believed in training not only the body but the mind, as per the warrior's code. Lizzie was familiar with the silent meditations that we did for an hour every midday. It had taken me a while to grasp it. Okay, I still didn't have it. Al always fell asleep and was woken up by a laughing Eldon and disapproving Alto. And then the day ended with dinner. Alto and I eating dinner. We had our garden, our secret hideaway where I alone saw him, unwinged and talk to me. He still didn't talk much, but I loved the thoughts he had and input he shared. He was nice to talk to. I tried hard whenever I was around, look at his lips. Don't stare, don't stare, don't stare. But I felt his lingering gaze there also. It was only a matter of time. Lizzie always laughed at the fact that so much time had already gone by and yet Alto had not done anything. Not even a peck. I didn't know if it relieved me or made me sad. I had never kissed anyone before. These thoughts always came to my mind as I watched him talk. I wonder if they are soft. I wonder how they feel. I wonder. I wonder. I wonder. I stared hard at his lips as they talked to me now. However, no sound was coming out of them. I stared even harder, trying to make out the words he was saying. A ringing in my ears though seemed to drown them out. Suddenly the lips that I had been staring so hard at seemed to blur and grey around me. What? I felt dirt under my skin and in my hands. Was I on the ground? I shuddered in trapped confusion as my vision continued to grey. Alto's words registering as if they had gone through a tunnel and only now the echo was reaching me as he whispered in a scared voice. Fayette. Fayette. Fuata Ringer. Chapter 27 in which it happens she's water. Powerful enough to drown you, soft enough to cleanse you, and deep enough to save you, Adrian Michael. Static. I felt like an old television set that was desperately trying to pick up a signal. My eyes were open, but all I saw was grey. I heard no noise. Nothing, except the static background. Panic seeped into me as I laid there. I felt nothing. My skin contacted nothing. I was trapped in my silent void, unable to register where I was. I don't know how much time passed before my vision cleared out. The grey static soon fizzed it away. I felt lighter, my body exhausted on its own from the experience it had just gone through. Soon I could register the texture under my skin and the feel of cloth. The static hum in my ears faded as voices replaced it. Angry voice. What's wrong? What's happening? Get the antidote. Fayette. That one whispered word of pain caught my attention above the other shouts. I tried desperately to fight against the grey static that clung to my vision, but the more I fought, the harder it became. She's seizing. Hold her. I felt warm. Solid hands pressed me down. I would those hands anywhere. I fought through the haze, trying to reach him, but the static was too thick. I wanted him to know I was still there. I wanted to ask him what was going on. But the static consumed me. I woke to the steady beeping noise. I felt an uncomfortable air push its way into my nose. I raised my hand, pulling the source of it away. Fayette, stop. That voice. I opened my eyes, closing them again when they met the lights. I felt the instrument on my nose be readjusted, and the uncomfortable air continue to force its way into me. I flickered my eyes open, squinting them. He sat next to me. I raised my hand, and he caught it, capturing it in his own. He exhaled as our skin made contact. I got the bearings of the surrounding room, my bedroom. I pushed my way up. He got up and helped me, lifting me into a sitting position. WHA, I stopped short and winced at the ragged pull from my throat. Alto turned and poured a glass of water for me. I greedily drank from it, finishing half of the glass before handing it back to him. What happened, Alto? I questioned. He looked at me with shattered eyes. His eye bowed as he took his hand and claimed mine again. You were poisoned. Silence hung in the air as I processed the information. But, poison. My eyes widened at the news. The doctor said it was a slow agent, making its way to your system fully before striking. What poison? I whispered. Not that I would know any of the names, but it all seemed surreal that someone would want to poison me. Aggravating, Alto said. I nodded at the word I had never heard of before. Alto reached up and stroked my face. He shivered before pulling it back. I saw a glimpse of something I had not seen in a long time. Something I had never hoped to see in Alto. Desperation. How serious was it? I needed to know all of the facts. It was not meant to. Alto faltered at the unspoken word, his hand clenching mine tightly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I questioned. He inhaled a sharp breath of air between clenched teeth as he nodded. So what was it supposed to do? I questioned, thinking of the purpose for the attack. To get to me, Alto said. I looked at his shaking hands and broken eyes. Something in me clicked in irritation at the fact that these actions had somehow done their intended job. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I reached out to hold his face in my palm. He surprisingly let it rest there, even leaning in a little. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm alive. I'm breathing. You saved me. Alto's hands clenched mine harder. I could see his knuckles whiten. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They what? If it had been, what would I? I watched with sad eyes as Alto struggled to contain his grief and words. I reflected back to my father and his actions of my mother's death. The Queen's voice rose within my head. They will come for you, Fayette. Had she somehow known? My mind boggled down with the weight of thinking the Queen could be behind this. This was bigger than I thought. Why could it never be a simple story of a boy and girl falling in love now? I watched as Alto looked like he would fall apart any second. I could not let history repeat itself. What if the roles had been reversed though? I accused myself silently. Would you be acting calm and composed if Alto had been poisoned? No. That was the hard truth. I would break down. But I needed to know that I would rise. Not fall and stay broken. As harsh as the truth may seem, I didn't want to become my father and mother's love story. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He looked up at me. His face was twisted in tight control as he tried to rein in his grief. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said again, tasting his name on my lips. What would you do if I died? Alto choked on whatever he was holding back. Fayette, don't speak anymore. The command in his tone made me realize that he was used to being listened to. But his words had no sway over me. No, Alto, answer me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Struggling as I sat up straighter. What would you do if I died? The silence in the air was filled with a soul, crushing growl. My toes curled up at the noise. It was frightening, but a fire of determination had been lit under me. I knew I needed to do this. I watched it, waiting for his response. I would hunt them down, whoever did it. I would kill them slowly and make them scream, make them feel so much pain that they die from it. Then I would join you. I balked at the answer. What if no one killed me? I questioned. He glared at me. I knew then that he didn't like confrontation. He didn't like answering the hard questions and was not used to someone having the guts to force him to answer them. What if I died of old age? Or if I tripped down the stairs? My own fault. Would you destroy the stairs? Then kill yourself. He continued to glare at me. This is pointless, Fayette. Like you said, you're alive now, no? I shocked both of us with my sudden outburst. You don't understand, Alto. I've seen what the mating band does to souls. I've seen firsthand the effect it has. I watched as slow realization crept into his eyes. He had probably shoved that to the back of his mind after hearing of it. What will you do? I asked again. He inched closer to me and stared down at our entwined hands. Fayette, his voice sounded strained. I was pushing him into new places and forcing him to his limit. I could tell. But something inside me just told me that I needed to do this. I don't know. I smiled at his honest answer. What would you do? He reflected the question back to me. I thought before saying, I would break. I would probably never be the same. But I would tape myself together. And what if we have children? I would want to be there for them. I wouldn't want them to lose to parents. Alto's eyes widened at my admission. Who was I kidding though? In this moment I was brave. Even after seeing the heartbreak, I claimed that I would be able to walk from it. But the memory of my father, and his actions towards me after Mother's death will forever haunt me. I realized then that I lost to parents that sad morning when I woke up to my father's mournful howls. Alto looks at me, with a slight twitch to his lips. I blush and look down. Well, we are getting married. I mean, it's just a thought. I mumbled, but my ramblings were interrupted by Alto moving closer. His breath from my face as his eyes searched into my own. Very carefully he removed the object from my face that had been spitting little burst of air into my nose. Slowly, so as not to startle me, he leaned in closer. I moved towards him, almost impatiently. And we met. His lips softly brushed mine, feather light in their touch. A gasp escaped from me at the contact. And then the foreign feel of his lips on mine collided together. I didn't know what I was doing. Only moving my mouth to fit the shape of his as we both fell into each other. My breathing hitched when he placed his hands on my waist. In an attempt to get closer to him, I wrapped my arms and neck. Using his strength, he raised me up, holding and bearing my weight as I stood on my knees on the bed, almost eye level with him. It felt like fire was consuming me. I wanted to pull away, the burning sensation within my chest hurt so bad. I was greedy and wanting. Who knew a kiss could last so long, much less a first kiss? But there was nothing in this world that had my focus now except his lips, his breath, his low growls and the way his hair felt in my hands. He pulled back and placed a last lingering kiss on my cheek. I looked into his eyes. I'm sure mine seemed dazed, but his seemed focused and consuming. They held wonder and at the same time determination in. Looking down, I pointed to the breathing tube that had been taken off of me. I think I need that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alto's eyes paused for a second, before his smile broke through. We stood there, wrapped in each other as we laughed at the memory of the moment. The troubles could wait, just a few seconds more. Let the world consume me after I was done with him. Chapter 28, in which it's decided. In the cold light I live. To love and adore you, it's all that I am. It's all that I have. There will be time. Mumford Dampson's Galto sat close to me as the others gathered in. Something had changed within the bond. Clear. Like a hazy window that had been cleaned. Now I could see clearly past and view the landscape that was outside. What once were fuzzy thoughts, coming to me with the hazed focus of Alto's mind, now were clear and precise. Alto loved me. It startled me as I felt the flood of emotion come to me after we had kissed and held each other. We had only known each other for only several weeks, but Alto had not been hesitant about the bond. He had accepted it and me since the moment we met. Me, however, I cringed at the wave of patience and yet sadness that seemed to pulse in the back of my mind. I didn't love him. It made me think hard as I recovered in bed, waiting for the effects of the poison to pass. But what was love really? I couldn't come up with an answer, and Alto could not describe my own feelings to me. They were mine alone to interpret. Thought I cared for him, would feel a rip within my soul if he left me. I still did not love him. Love, I realized, did not come as naturally to me. I did not accept the bond as easily as Alto had. I had questioned him. Mios. I still did. I felt weak as I watched his steady black eyes roam the room, but I didn't have the confidence to think that fate could put me in so lucky a situation. I questioned her also, wondering why me, and then I felt loathing. A small dark seed inside of me that hated the fact that I could not have confidence in myself. But, even though I had the assurance of the bond and of Alto's feelings, I still felt in some small way that I was being tricked and lied into something, only to have the rug pulled out from my legs at any moment. I wanted to love Alto, and maybe I did in my own small way. But since both our loves were comparable now to each other, I felt the overwhelming pressure and crushing sensation that I was not enough. Alto's hand reached out and grabbed mine as my thoughts turned darker. Fayette. He reached out and kissed the back of my hand, immediately calming my whirlwind of emotions down. I relaxed within my chair, still clinging to his hand like it was my anchor. Eldin walked in then, leading Lizzie and Jane. This was our small council, our band of trusted people. I was surprised when Alto wanted to gather them, and even more surprised when he said not to include Gavin. Prince August, Jane said, giving a small bow. Lizzie rolled her eyes at the formality but held her tongue. The air around was already set in a serious silence when they had entered. They sat around the table, each finding a chair they were comfortable in. Straight to the point then, Eldon said, "The princess is not safe here." I felt agreement and anger course through Alto. However, was blank, showing to none what his true feelings were. The investigation led to nothing. I've hit a dead end. So has Lizzie and Jane. We can't find any way of knowing how and who poisoned the princess. Lizzie and Jane nodded sadly at the words. What about your end, August? Alto gripped my hand tighter. I've been tracking the different sellers and buyers of Agravain, but no one has shown up yet. Eldon absorbed this information with disappointment. In the meantime, yes, Eldon, Fayette is not safe here. She should stay at the castle, though. I mean, any other place would just bring even more danger, Lizzie said. I felt annoyance at them talking around me as if I wasn't there. What if I wanted to stay and be with Alto? Alto felt my thoughts and shifted to me. No, he said, though the answer was directed at Lizzie. Thea, you are not safe here. Not until we find who did this. But what if I'm more careful? What if I test my food for poison before eating? Avoid people. I can stop it from happening again. Alto shook his head, but Eldon answered, we do not even know if the poison was through consumption. Agravain is special in that it can be used through any form of the body. You can breath it, eat it, drink it, or simply touch it, and you will have been exposed to its effects. My face paled at the thought. It suddenly occurred to me how easy it would be to kill me. Just rub the right amount of poison in my shoes while they are being cleaned. Sprinkle some on my pillows. To my food. Even the air I breathed. And it didn't stop at poison. But if I leave, what if whoever did this follows me? Alto and Eldon look at each other. They already have a plan. Faya, you know you are supposed to go through physical training and go to the academy. I nodded, not wanting to hear what was coming. I have talked to the Queen. She has managed to convince the King that it is within your best interests to go to the academy early and then start the year there. I let go of Alto's hand as the look of hurt crosses his features, one he was not able to hide from the others. He didn't think to ask me. To my aged extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alto's face went blank again, but I felt the shock clearly within the bond. He didn't think I would protest. He didn't think I would have any complaints if it was in the name of my safety. If I go, I'm taking Lizzie and Jane with me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Real anger coming through me now. I had never been angry at Alto before, but now I was. Now I pushed my emotions through him in the bond and watched as he flinched. Non-royals are not allowed to attend. I'm not a royal. I spat out. Lizzie, Jane and Alden sat in silence as they watched our strange argument. Alto and I shared our thoughts between us, not backing down as we each maintained eye contact. I'm taking them. I practically screamed the words within my mind, over and over again, until I knew Alto had a ringing sensation in his. His eyes looked dazed as he continued staring at me, but no longer focused as I continued to bombard his thoughts with my own. I will not go without them. I will not go to a strange place alone. I will not. IWILLNOT. Alto stood up and growled, a bone-shivering, toe-curling growl that had everyone in the room gasping and scooting away. Enough. Even now, when he was pushed to a place I had never seen him go before, he still did not raise his voice. The menacing soft talk had more effect than if he had yelled at me. A small part of me wished he had, that I would have known it was not serious. He looked at me with eyes glaring down. The beast that he worked so hard to contain was now out, having been pushed and, by my mind, too far. Even if it was his life mate, no one told his inner monster what to do. UWILL go. Think through this and realize that you have to. The academy is more secure than the castle. Far more secure. Lizzie and Jane will go with you on the trip there and when you go back, but they cannot be with you at the academy. I felt tears sting my eyes at his words. Part of me thought I was acting selfish and like a small child, but another part realized the truth within his sentence. However, it was all starting to become too much for me. I had just left my pet several months ago and had to give it up. Now I was comfortable with life here in the castle. I had my routine, and more importantly, I had Alto. But now all this was going to be dragged away, again by the very man I was supposed to stay with. Alto's eyes softened as he registered my thoughts. Fayette, he said my name softly, reaching to stroke my face. I looked up at him as tears blurred my vision. Please don't. I felt his regret at making me cry. I wanted to laugh at the whole situation he was putting me in. I had never asked to be put through all of this. Never asked to be his mate or to have my life constantly bouncing around. He looked down as he read my thoughts. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I realized. He felt he had let me down and in some way was now paying for his actions by having to watch me leave. You will come back. The words were spoken with such confidence that I knew he would claw his way through whatever form of hell he could to have me back. I would, giving me a small smile. I looked around to see that sometime during our argument, everyone had cleared the room. It was now just the two of us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I leaned into his hand as I inhaled his scent. I don't want to leave you. I spoke with whatever painful truth I could. I don't want to leave you either. We stayed in our own silence, not taking note of the others' thoughts because we were so consumed by our own. What will you do while I'm gone? I had accepted now that there was no getting around that I was going. I needed to stay alive. Alto. Since I am back from my journey, the king has decided that I will stop my royal training. Alto's face remained emotional as he spoke. I realized how lucky I was to have the bond, and see that he felt disgust and loathing at the fact that he had to spend time with his father. You don't like him? I questioned. A vulnerability showed in Alto's eyes, what I never thought him capable of. I do not understand him. Because of that, I am wary of him. I do not like that he disrespected my mother's image by marrying so soon after her death. I nodded, feeling that this was a conversation for another time. We have grown stronger with us together. Now it is time for us to grow when we are apart. I smiled at his poetic words. He only spoke like this to me. Only released his mouth, letting it run free when we were alone. He could talk for hours if he wanted to. I found it odd that he had stayed silent for so long around others. I will try to be strong for you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alto leaned over and kissed my forehead. He pulled back, resting his forehead on mine as we both looked into each other's eyes. Please try to be strong for you. I am not the sun Fayette. You are. I shuddered in pleasure at his words. Write to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The sudden idea hitting me with excitement. Right. There was amusement within Alto's eyes. I nodded, smiling back at him. I want to save your pretty words on paper. He laughed at my statement, leaning in to capture my lips before I could say more. I will miss you. I'll miss you too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I would miss him. I could already feel the absence in my heart. How soon do I leave? Alto sighed before getting up and extending his hand. How do you feel about tomorrow? Boy, you literally just told me today. I said as ASLAPPAHISFACEANSTORAO I don't meet no man. As I got on my horse and rode off into the sunset. Chapter 29, in which it's the king. There wasn't much to pack. Alpha Bruno had sent my stuff to the castle after I first settled in, but all it really consisted of was some clothes, books and a photo album that I kept of my old life. When Mother and Father were alive and smiling, I considered it my treasure. It all fit within one suitcase. There were other cases, though, clothes that I thought I didn't need, but Alto insisted I had to bring. Dresses of different colors and training gear that I was just starting to learn how to use. Various types of beauty products and other items that Lizzie and Jane ran around grabbing that the Academy list stated I needed in order to learn how to become a proper royal. With the short amount of time Alto had given us, I was amazed at Lizzie and Jane's efforts in managing to get everything. I might have stolen one or two things, Lizzie said. Jane put her hands over her ears. Please don't tell me that. I laughed and watched their interaction with sadness. I would really have to leave them this time. Though a small part of me knew that we would eventually see each other again, I felt a crushing sensation in my chest that made it difficult to breathe. I didn't want to go alone. I scolded myself all night over being a coward. But then, who wouldn't be scared to go to a foreign place without those you loved? I slept with Lizzie and Jane that night. They curled around me in my large bed, holding me close to them as they whispered words of comfort to me. That it would pass quickly, that I was brave, that they would miss me. All three of us had cried. I felt anger at Alto for making me leave these girls who loved and cared for me, for leaving him. But morning came and the time to leave was upon us. Before we could walk out of my room, though, there was a knock. Come in, Lizzie said, edging closer to me protectively while Jane crept to a drawer, pulling and tucking into her skirts a small knife. Aman opened the door and stepped in. The king requests your presence before your departure, Lady Fayette. I took note that he did not call me princess like how everyone else did. Right now. I looked at Lizzie and Jane with worry. If I was being honest, the king was high on my list of who had poisoned me. However, Alto and Eldon argued fervently that it had not been him. All right then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm. Jane and I began to step forward, but the man shook his head. They were not requested. I crossed my arms at that. I had enough of Lizzie and Jane being denied. I motioned to Lizzie. Is my bodyguard. And this is my assistant. I pointed to Jane now. They will escort me and I refuse to go if they cannot. Conflict showed within the man's eyes, but he finally let out a sigh. They cannot enter the room with the king, however. He warned us as we walked down the hall. I nodded stiffly. I felt a cold object being pushed into my hand as Jane slyly passed a small knife to me. The man was leading in front of us and noticed nothing. Making sure to not cut myself, I tucked the blade within my pockets, glad that my jacket was long enough to block the slight bulge. We came upon a door that was similar to the Queen's, only instead of the beautiful redwood, this one was dark and almost black. A man guarding the door stepped forward and patted me down. He pulled out the knife and gave me a hard look before taking it. I glanced, exchanging a worried look with Lizzie. I tried to give assurance to myself that the king was never really going to outright attack me. There was no need for the knife. The doors opened then, and I gave one last look to Lizzie and Jane as they stood closely together, their eyes wide and worried. The doors closed behind me, cutting them off from my sight. I turned around and found myself in a study room. Even though it was morning, the fire was already burning brightly within the fireplace. The king stood over it, watching the flames. "Please sit, Fayette." I cautiously came forward and sat down in one of the chairs, the one farthest away from him. He took note of it and smiled at my actions. I will not bite, laughing at his own joke. I waited for him to continue and get to the point of why I was here. "I have a job for you, Fayette." Turning now to face me, instead of the flames. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Yes, you are the inventor of X, Bane, correct?" I nodded slowly. Most had forgotten, with the announcement that I was Alto's life mate, that I had invented X, Bane. "The academy you are going to has a science department there. I want you to do something for me." I stiffened at this. "What?" "I want you to create a counter for the poison Aggravain." I grabbed the arms to my chair and sat up. "Why do you want that?" Small panic leaked into my voice as I asked. The king stepped closer to me as I pushed further back into my chair. "I know you would poison Fayette. How?" "Please." At this he rolled his eyes. "I may have a short temper. That fault I will admit too. But stupidity is not one." I continued pressing myself cautiously into the back of the chair, weary of the words he was saying. "There is already an antidote to Aggravain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I don't mean an antidote." "You know what I mean." I glanced at the door before setting my eyes back onto the king. "You mean a cure?" He nodded. "Aggravain is not a poison you can become immune to. It is something that has always been on my mind, that it can kill werewolves even with our heightened powers." I nodded slowly at his words. They did make sense in a way. I had never heard of Aggravain until now, but after being poisoned by it, I delved into researching it and found out all I could upon the subject. Truth be told, I don't know why I had not heard of it sooner. Werewolves feared it. It was one of the deadliest poisons, and one of the few rare ones that, if handled with the proper amount, could actually kill werewolves. Humans had an advantage over us by using it. However, we coexisted peacefully with them. "I'll see what I can do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Admitting to my interest in the project, the king shook his head. This is an order by your king. I will not let you pass the academy and come home until you have fulfilled my requests. I stared, shocked and blank-faced at him. Request. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Questioning the word yes. There is another task I am setting aside for you to do. I felt panic rise up in my chest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. More for me to do. I already felt an enormous pressure set on me now with the challenge that I could not come back until I had found a cure for a poison that no one had been able to find yet. To find a literal immunity to it. I don't think I will be able to finish the things. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Voicing my doubt out loud. The king's eyes flashed in a way that reminded me of Alto. How he held authority with such ease, expecting people to listen and follow. You created X, Bane. It seemed that these words were his solution. That I had created an impossible before, so I could do it now again. What the king didn't take into account was that I was desperate. I was a frightened girl who wanted her father back and would do anything in the world to accomplish it. But the threat of not seeing Alto until I had done it could prove to be as big of an incentive. Fine. Bewildered that the king had come to me for this, what is your other demand? For it was a demand. I knew that even though he phrased it as a request, I had no choice in the matter. There are things that go on within this kingdom, actually within the world, Thea, that you, Alto and many others are blissfully unaware of. I looked in confusion as he continued. I'll admit that I did not want you at first. I still hold grudging feelings about you. You are a weakness, Ray. Do I think that August will be a good ruler? No, not really. My eyes widened at this father's admission of his son. He looked down at me and grinned at my shocked expression before continuing in his rambled speech. August acts without consult. August thinks his overbearing power will make people listen to him. August commands in a way that drives fear into others' hearts and makes men go home and tell their wives a plan of action in case they do not arrive again the next day. August is not a fit ruler. I felt anger course through me that the king would say this about his son. But also anger that there was some small truth to it. August was some of these things. He softened up around me, but with others, he was all the king described him to be. You just don't want to give up your rule, I said hotly. The king raised an eyebrow at me. Is that so wrong? That I don't want to give up my kingdom and power to a boy? It's as if you were to one day go to your alpha and tell him he had to leave, that this was no longer his pack. I shivered at the comparison. I had never thought of it like that. I didn't want to hear the king's side to the story. I wanted to be on Alto's side. I wanted to support Alto, but both sides made sense and were right and wrong in their own way. I cannot stop law. Traditionally, Alto would not take over until I passed. But law states that because he has found his life mate, he has to rule. A brief thought flashed through my mind if maybe Alto's long search for his life mate had not been as romantic as the media and court gossip made it to be. I've gone off topic though, the king said, walking back to stare at his fire. As I was saying, there are things that go on without your knowledge. There is a drug that is currently being spread. Many do not know of it. I have been fighting it in the system it's under for years now, but I think you can be my solution. I waited, knowing the long-winded out's finally coming. This drug has the capability of making humans into werewolves. My eyes widened at the news. I had never heard of this before. Humans are using it against us. They are transforming into hybrids that are monsters. Sometimes they manage to capture werewolves themselves and use the drug to turn them into even more grotesque creatures. Creatures with too much power. What do you want me to do? Create a drug that will negate its effects. I want a drug that will make the humans go back to their original state. One that will make the drug's effect null. With these words he pulled out a golden necklace with a circled charm. Inside this charm is the drug. This is the only safe way I can think of transporting it to you and of you carrying it. He walked closer to me and I stiffened as he pulled the chain over my head. I looked closely at the necklace. It was plain and had no special design or inscription other than the king's royal crest. August will think it suspicious that I called you, so just say I wanted to give you that. He points to the charm. I noticed the top and saw, upon closer inspection, that it looked like it could open if twisted. Use the amount carefully. It was hard to obtain this. I looked up at the king then. Why should I trust you? How do I know that this is really what you say it is? Though I know, I could be making a poison like no other for you. The king threw his head back and laughed. You could. I guess you will have to trust me. He gave me a feral grin, letting his eyes glow and fangs slide out. I shivered at the sight. Don't test me, Fayette. Everything I do is for this kingdom. I glared at him. Don't forget now. The cure for aggravain and a drug to null the effects of this one. He points to my new necklace. I still don't trust you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I still don't like you. He threw back. I hate the thought that I could kill my son right now just by killing you. It could even be an accident. Maybe you fall down the stairs. But if you fall, you bring him down with you. He glared back at me as we both stared into each other's eyes, loathing and hatred filling them. A queen is supposed to protect her teen. I clenched my fists at that. He didn't like anyone. He didn't like his own son. He didn't like me. I was sure now that he didn't even like his current queen. Do you? I hesitated at the question, that something nagged within my brain to ask. Do you know who poisoned me? The king stared at the flames, his fascination for them making me uncomfortable. I have my suspicions. I stood then and took a brave but tentative step towards him. Tell me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He shook his head. No, Fayette. This is deeper than you will ever realize. Who can you trust? Who is really good? Who is really bad? I have learned that you only can really trust yourself. You should remember that also. I bristled at the comment, not happy with the answer. What makes you think I'm not going to tell Alto every year? You can't. His answer came out so simply. Why, I narrowed my eyes in suspicion now. Even through the life mate's bonds, I am still your king and my command is higher within your mind. Your wolf, no matter how buried inside you she is, will not allow you to disobey me. Keep this from August. Do not tell anyone of your mission. There are a lot of lives resting upon you now, Fayette. I hope you take that seriously. I stood there, mouth gaping and not knowing what to say. The king suddenly turned then and walked towards the door. Don't worry about eavesdroppers either. The room is soundproof from werewolf hearing, so my son and your two little friends were not able to hear our conversation. Before I could ask what he meant, he had swung the doors open to reveal a furious Alto. I choked at the dark air that swirled around him, an angry expression within his eyes. What did you do to her? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Walking slowly up to his father. For all his big top, I could still see the obvious fear in the king's eyes. He knew his son could overwhelm him. I was just wishing her luck at the academy and giving her a parting gift. Alto's eyes owning on the necklace that I was now wearing. Take it off. His voice calm yet the coldness within it making me shiver. He reached as if to grab it from me, but I stepped back, No. Surprise cracked through me from the bond. He had not thought I would defy him. I like it. I waited for the angry beast within Alto to lash out, but to my surprise he reined it within. Instead he cast one last glare at the king before grabbing my hand and dragging me out. I turned just in time to see the smile on the king's lips as he waved goodbye. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I had never seen an airplane before, yet I was curious about how it could hang suspended in the sky, like a bird. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 30, in which it's Goodbye Airplane. I had never seen one before, yet I had heard of the strange object that was able to hang suspended within the sky, like a bird. I had read books and manuals about them, the engines in different parts, trying to discern what exactly held it up. Now that I was seeing one in real life though, with my own eyes, it suddenly became very painful for me to recall all the logical information that I had learned. It won't fall, I reasoned to myself. Just to be sure though, I went to the pilot and asked very politely if I could walk around. Alto had laughed at this, but he felt my anxiety and let me go ahead. The pilot, strangely protective of his plane, let me check the logbooks. Fuel answered without hesitation the weather forecast for our destination. Some small remote place in Europe. I shivered at the idea of going to a different continent. I knew part of me was delaying the inevitable as I insisted upon checking the plane. Alto watched all of this, trying his best to soothe my mind. I felt skittish, nervous. He also felt uneasy. I knew he was trying to hide it, but his feelings through the bond could not contain themselves from me. We had not yet mastered the art of concealment from each other. He wanted to know what his father had really told me. I wanted to tell him. I felt it on the tip of my tongue, but every time I worked up the courage to speak, my mouth shut. Like an involuntary motion, I could not say the words nor think them within Alto's presence. Just like the king had said, some small part of me was relieved that the secret was safe. Another was dying that I even had a secret to hide from Alto. Not but 2 months into our relationship and we were already lying and hiding things from each other. I thought back to those sweet first weeks. How easy it had seemed. We were both entranced with the idea of each other and the thought of a life mate. I remembered our dance at the Blue Moon ceremony. That was probably my favorite memory of us. The time to say goodbye. Jane and Lizzie waited on the plane while Alto and I stood near the steps. The scene reminded me of one of the cheesy romance movies Lizzie sometimes was able to force me to watch. I wrapped my arms around him, completing the picture of the romance movie sequence. Why can't you go with us? I whispered. I want to. But I don't think I'll be able to leave if I'm there. I won't have a good enough excuse to go back. I nodded. It made some part of me angry that he was leaving me alone, but another part understood how hard it was upon both our ends. I leaned forward as he met me. Who knew when the next time we kissed would be? Don't forget to write. I gasped as I started to pull away. I won't. I clenched my teeth as I saw and felt the pain within his eyes. I love you, Fayette. I froze upon the steps of the plane, looking down at him. His eyes were sure and meant every word. I love you, Alto. I choked back the sob that was about to escape. His breath hitched and I saw his foot about to ascend the stairs. I felt his intention to reach for me, grab me and pull me away. To hide me within the castle and to never let me go. His dominant wolf howled inside, surfacing and letting me meet him for the first time. He howled in pain at the idea of letting me go voluntarily. He could protect me, his eyes said. Goodbye, I whispered hurriedly, knowing if I didn't leave soon we would never depart and would end up with Alto kidnapping me altogether. The doors began to close, and I watched from the window as Alto shook, with uncontrollable rage and sorrow, his wolf surfacing out. I saw in the distance the black form of what looked to be some animal, running after the flying plane, no hope of catching up to it. Over the roar of the engine, I thought I heard the unmistakable howl of a wolf, crying his despair and sorrow over and over for the world to hear. Chapter 31, in which I run. I think everyone has a different coping mechanism whenever they arrive at a new place. Some familiarize themselves with the layout, trying their best to store and know everything about where they are. Others think it's about the people. That if you make new friends or have people you can talk to and trust, that the newness of the place doesn't seem as bad. For me, it was routine. I needed a routine. I needed to know what I was getting up in the morning, what I was going to wear, where I was going to eat breakfast and what I was going to eat. I needed to know the places I would be going to and the people I would most likely be seeing. I needed routine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, structure, and that's exactly what the Academy provided. They had a time for everything. They had good food. It was standard and most of the time the same, but it was good. They had uniforms, allowing for me to not have the worry of what to choose from to wear and instead blend in with the other students that were attending. And they had classes that were routine and scheduled and each had a time slot. I quickly adjusted to my new life and found that what I dreaded was actually not that bad. I even along the way found some A's. That is what they called them at the Academy. Because here you did not make friends. Here you kept in mind that any sort of bond you formed with the others would one day either help you in your political rule. That was a boring lesson, Yasmin said. I looked up from my textbook to glance at her. She and her twin, Jasmine, were inseparable and had quickly adopted me into their small group. I thought so also, Jasmine said. I had been scared of the twins at first when they approached me. Flashbacks to Estella and Anna, Lee's treatment of me had me wary of them and why they wanted to be close. But they had only been curious. They wanted to know more about me. And as we started talking and figuring each other out, I realized that I enjoyed their company. Stop reading for a sec and Faye and join our conversation, Yasmin said. I closed my textbook about chemical compounds and glared at her. I'm trying to learn. Yasmin rolled her eyes. Please, I think after watching you read the whole library's worth on chemicals and other whatnot stuff, you're an expert in it now. I pressed my lips into a strained line. They didn't know the real reason why I poured myself over textbooks and hid away during the weekends. I was still looking for the king's solution. For months in and I had nothing. What is it? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sighing and feeling a slight sense of panic that I wasn't reading. I was just commenting on how juicy Lord Julian looked today, Yasmin said, laughing as she rubbed her hands together. I shook my head in mild disgust. Yasmin, you're engaged to Prince Elric. A fact I seem to have to remind her every day of. Elric. Here Yasmin sighed and looked up at the sky. If that man wrote even one sentence worth of what your prince did then, I would show him some devotion. I blushed at this. Every week Helter sent a new letter in response to my own. It was one of Yasmin's and Jasmine's favorite thing. I jokingly warned Alto that if he didn't let up on his pretty words, I would have competition. I tried to hide the letters from them, saying they were private, but the sisters ignored my request and read them anyway, finding them stashed and hidden away. Alto didn't seem to mind, and sometimes even found it enjoyable that someone else was able to read his love for me. We sat in silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. Taking note that the conversation seemed to be over, I reopened my textbook and continued searching. Several more minutes passed before Jasmine reminded me of the time. Waving goodbye to the sisters, I rounded the corner, heading to my next lesson. Some students who knew my name greeted me as I walked. I waved to said hi back. I entered the room, dropping my bag and the heavy textbooks it held within it. I sighed in relief as the strain of the weight left my shoulders. "Come in, Fayette," I heard a voice say. Walking further in, I found Lady Cora sitting at her desk. The former queen. It took me several weeks to figure out who she really was. Most students had a vague idea but didn't know for sure if she was the former Scorn Queen. She kept lessons strictly professional, and never delved into her personal life. The only time I heard her speak of her former life was when she found out I was Alto's life mate. I dearly loved that boy. Before closing herself off again. After that encounter though, I found that she was kinder towards me than to other students. I sat down on the other side of her and began answering the worksheet. Simple questions in etiquette. She broke the silence. "I'm sorry for interrupting, Fayette, but you do not look well." I paused in my writing to look up. Her eyes were filled with motherly concern as she stared at me. "Have you been sleeping enough?" "You look tired." I sighed deeply. The strain of school work and trying to fill out the king's request had taken a toll on my body. I was thinner than even when I was an Omega. I rarely slept. I thought that after 2 months I would have found something, some small clue. But when the 3rd month came and nothing had surfaced, I became borderline obsessed. The signs of my desperation were starting to surface and show. The twins were trying to get me out more, monitoring what I ate, when I slept. Yasmin even threatened to send a message to Alto telling him my state if I didn't start doing something. "I'm fine, Lady Cora," I politely said. It ruffled me that she was taking note in my appearance. I would have to put on more blush and maybe some lipstick to get people's attention away from the dark circles I could no longer conceal. "I only worry about your health," she answered, with equal politeness. I nodded and continued in my work, but felt her eyes burning into me as she watched my painful movements. "Perhaps because you have been away from your life mate for too long." I looked up in confusion but grabbed at the excuse. "That may be the reason, Lady Cora." She nodded with sad eyes. "It is hard. If there is anything I can do, please let me know." I tossed her words around within my head. My curiosity won out in the end as I quietly said, "Lady Cora, could it be that you know about the life mates bond?" Her eyes lit with surprised confusion as she assessed me. "I thought you already knew." I shook my head slowly, not sure I could handle any more new information. "I guess the rumor remains that I was banished because of adultery." "You weren't." I quickly gasped and held my hand to my mouth. "Forgive me, Lady Cora. I did not mean to pry." A small smile played on her lips. "You are forgiven, Fayette." "No, I was married to the king, but while I was queen, a guest came to the palace. I realized as I greeted and welcomed him that he was my life mate. It is the law that you cannot keep a life mate from another, even if you are already married. So the king had no choice but to let me go. However, some of the court gossip started swirling around that I was banished because I had been with another man, since they saw me divorce and leave with another." Here Lady Cora sighed. "I guess the king made no effort to clear my name within his courts. He was very upset that something of his had been taken away." I frowned at the idea that the whole kingdom had the wrong information about Lady Cora. If they knew the truth that she had left because she met her true mate, then she would have much more sympathy. As of now, though, her name was rarely spoken of in court, and if it was done so in disgust and with mockery. "I am sorry, Lady Cora, that I believed the rumors and lies." I bowed my head slightly and rose to see Lady Cora shrug. "I am happy here, teaching young royals the life of what to expect in a palace. The king at least provided me with this since I have some experience as a queen. I smiled at this. I know the strain that can take on your body when your life mate is away, Fayette. Lady Cora said, changing topics suddenly. Perhaps Prince August can come and visit. I shook my head before she was even done now. I do not want him to be concerned about my appearance. Lady Cora held her tongue after that. I could feel the burning questions behind her, now that she had revealed her truth to me. She had opened herself up, but I had not done the same. It left some awkwardness in the room. As I finished the last page and had Lady Cora check on it, I quickly glanced at a nearby clock. I could eat for maybe 10 minutes and then head to the lab. I had no more lessons for the day and had finished most of my work yesterday and this morning. Done all correct, Fayette. Lady Cora nodded in approval as I grabbed my bags hurriedly and waved goodbye. I'll see you next week. I called out. I had been taught not to run, that running was improper. That to your subjects who watched, if you ran they themselves were pressed with the issue that something was wrong. And you were never supposed to let them know something was wrong. But I ran. Jasmine and Yasmin were sitting at our usual table, two new boys perching next to a flirting Yasmin as Jasmine quietly read and filled out homework. Fayette, Yasmin called out, causing Jasmine to raise her head and give a relieved sigh. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jasmine pushed a tray towards me. Thanks. I quickly ate, practically shoving the food down my throat. Who? Look at her go, one of the boys chuckled, nudging his companion. Yasmin turned to them and growled, letting her canines descend. Scram, she growled out. They quickly got up, casting confused looks at her sudden mood change. You really shouldn't be flirting when you're engaged, I said, in between bites. Yasmin sighed and leaned back. We all can't have the perfect bond, like you, Fayette. Jasmine shrugged silently. Have you heard from Derek? Yasmin suddenly asked her sister, directing the conversation away from her. Jasmine looked up and shook her head. He is still in South America, she whispered. I nodded in sympathy at Jasmine. She was not marrying a prince like her sister, but instead his beta. The two could not bear to be apart, so their father had arranged an alpha-beta marriage. Derek, though, was an explorer and had, according to Yasmin and Jasmine, looked at Jasmine, smelled her neck, then nodded his head saying, she'll do, before heading out to explore the jungles of South America. He had been there now for almost a year, and Jasmine still had yet to hear one word from him. Honestly, men, Yasmin said, rolling her eyes. Jasmine silently nodded her head in agreement. I finished my food then, pushing back my chair. I felt eyes watching me and looked up to see a concerned Lady Cora, who had just arrived. She sat down at the head table that was placed in the front of the room. All the teachers and leaders of authority who visited were placed there. She's getting on my last nerves, I muttered under my breath to the twins. They quickly darted their eyes to Lady Cora, then back to me. She's noticing that you're looking like a living skeleton, Yasmin said, not very hard to hide. I scowled at them as they grinned back. At least you ate all your food this time, Jasmine said, taking my empty tray and placing it under hers. Thanks, Jasmine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nodded to Yasmin and then left. The labs were in another building, one that was more secluded and far out of reach from the main campus. I had quickly found a lab in the beginning few weeks that no one used, where I had set up my work. It was the weekend now. I had some food in my bag, and already had a mat and some blankets and pillows placed within the room. This was what my week's end had come to. I desperately tried to finish my schedule and clear my weekends so that I could devote my whole time to my work. Opening the room and locking it behind me, I placed my bag down and inspected the liquid that had been on low flames all day. I tied my hair back, already bracing myself for the long hours of work. Chapter "The in which darkness consumes it" had been a miracle, an accident. My shaking hand had slipped and poured almost all the contents within the liquid. And to my amazement, the dark purple turned into clear liquid. I quickly took note of how much had been accidentally dropped in, before repeating the process. It took almost all night before I had the same solution correctly under the flames. And then the miracle happened again. The liquid turned clear. I felt tears in my eyes as I looked at the 2 vials that held the clear liquids within them. There was only one way to test it now. I had no real test subjects. I refused to use it on innocent creatures, and I did not have my father. I did last time. As much as I hated to admit it, he had been my guinea pig of sorts. I used part of the first products of Bane on him. The first time I used it, he clung to his head for the rest of the day. 2 weeks later, I gained 2 minutes of my father back. A month later, I added 3 more minutes. And then 2 months after resulted in the final product of what Bane was today. I shivered at what this might do to me, for I was crazy enough to use myself. Should I write a note? I had found that I couldn't even write my secret on paper. I had sat countless nights, sweating and swearing over my letters to Alto, trying to put into words what his father was making me do, but I could not. The commands of my true alpha, the king, were too strong. I wrote upon a piece of scratch paper. "To whomever reads, ask the king." Fayette, I nodded in satisfaction. I really was losing my mind. I looked at the clear liquid and without another second thought tipped it over, pouring the contents into my mouth. I choked on it as it burned down my throat. It was vile, disgusting. A few minutes later, I started shivering violently. I felt myself heave, but I forced my hand over my mouth. "You will not throw up," I commanded myself. The shivering continued until I realized that it was a different shiver. I had felt this before. Sweat trickled down my back as I realized what was about to happen. I clenched my teeth down in pain, grabbing my jacket and rolling up the sleeve. I put the clothing in my mouth so I wouldn't bite my tongue. It was happening. I was transforming. Somehow the experiment was making me turn into my wolf. Something I had not done since I was 14 years old. My bones broke apart, snapping to realign themselves together. Tears fell from my eyes as I fell onto the mat. My body contorted and twisted. I screamed, but the cloth inside my mouth muffled it. It was too painful. Too painful. How did others do this? How did Yasmin and Jasmine manage to handle this pain as they transformed? I had seen them in practice. It took them about a minute or less, but they were both gifted warriors. I was not. I had not yet been able to shift on my own. I smelled blood and realized that I had been scratching my face. The pain too much as the fangs and whiskers came. Blackout. I screamed in my mind. Blackout from the pain. But I didn't. 30 minutes later. An hour. I had lost track of the time. I laid still as the pain gradually stopped. I looked at my paws and felt the uncomfortable weight of my tail behind me. Other than that, though, I could not move. My whole body hurt. I felt tears come down my face, catching within my third of transforming back. I didn't want to. I would rather stay as a wolf forever than experience that pain again. The sudden realization came back to me as I remembered why I was doing this in the first place. Aggravain. I had thought in the beginning that I would combine the two of the king's request. I would create a solution that not only nulled out the effects of Aggravain, but also of humans turning into wolves. I figured since I was already a werewolf, there was nothing for me to X out. But panic seeped into my mind. Did I cut out the human side to me? I quickly slapped away the notion, thinking it impossible since I was a wolf yet thinking like a human. I would have to test and see if my solution, had worked by doing the only thing possible, aggravain. I had some, knowing that this time would eventually come. I turned over onto my stomach. I couldn't manage to stand, my legs were shaky and weak. Instead I crawled, a small shuffle on my belly, until I reached my bag. Opening the flap with my nose, I moved around inside before I smelled it. The small package. I felt the weight on my chest and looked down to see the necklace the king had given me was still there. I took a moment to be grateful that it had a long chain, long enough to not choke me since I was bigger in this form. Tentatively, I took a small lick from the bag. The taste of aggravain filled within my senses, and I vaguely registered that I had tasted this before. I laid down then. Aggravain did not strike suddenly. Depending on the dosage I took, it would probably be another 2 hours before I could tell if it had worked or not. I glanced at the clock. 2 more hours. I sighed and put my head down. The pain had left me exhausted. I drifted off to sleep, letting the darkness take away my worries. Only 2 things would happen now. Either I eventually woke, or the darkness stayed. Chapter 33, in which I rise, I woke with a start. It was dark outside and I heard shuffling and the sound of something sniffing behind the door. Is she behind there? There was a low whining sound, and a scratch on the door. I knew from the smell it was a wolf and another person. I was too numb though to register who. It didn't work. I thought through the thick cloud. The solution didn't work. I did not know what was going on, or I could not move my body. I felt my eyelids able to open and close and my eyes could run the room and look, but I could not move. I couldn't feel my body, like there was nothing attached to me but my soul and mind. There was a loud banging on the door as swearing issued forth. Damn, it's locked. A few minutes later I heard a loud clicking noise and the sound of 2 people walking in. Thea. My eyes flickered up and saw Jasmine and Yasmin. Yasmin rushed forward, her hands hovering over me in worry. What's wrong? Thea. Jasmine looked around the room before walking towards us. She needs medical attention, she whispered to her sister as she looked down at me. I'm not sure if we can move her though. Tentatively, Jasmine started to poke at various places around my body. She glanced at me, telling me to whine or yelp if I hurt anywhere. I could not tell her that I didn't even feel her hands. I think we can carry her, Jasmine said, urgency now in her voice. We'll have to both do it. Why can't we call someone here? Yasmin said. Look around, Yasmin. Jasmine hissed. This is her secret. This is where she's been going to all these weekends. She doesn't want anyone to know. There is a reason for that. We need to hurry and lift her. Both of the girls struggled to pick up my wolf. I hung limply in their arms. What's wrong with her? Yasmin said, fear clear in her voice. Jasmine bent down, letting Yasmin struggle alone with my weight. She looked through my bag with urgency before pulling out my small bag of aggravain. Giving the contents inside a small sniff, Jasmine quickly pulled back and gagged. It's aggravain. I've been exposed. We need to get to medical. She's been poisoned, and now I've been also. Jasmine sealed the bag away and placed it back in my bag. She helped grab some of my weight from her sister as they both rushed me out. Yasmin let go and quickly locked the door behind her. Let's go. The science building was far off from campus, and I could hear their strained breaths as they struggled to carry me. They were already strong from their werewolf genes and training, but carrying a full-grown wolf, who was completely limp and holding none of her weight, was something else. Finally we reached the medical wing. Help! Yasmin yelled. The night staff rushed forward and assessed the situation. Several people quickly pulled a rolling bed and urged the twins to set me down on it. We found her. I think she's been poisoned to aggravain and left without treatment for a long time. Yasmin spoke up. There was some poison left on her and my sister was exposed. Please help her also. The staff nodded and one man stepped forward and took Jasmine aside. The medical team on me quickly checked my vitals. Why is she in her wolf? These tests are showing it's been in her system for almost 6 hours. That's impossible. She should be dead. I felt a drum of pleasure in my mind. My experiment had resulted in small success. They pricked me, shooting me up with something that made my eyes drop and lose focus. I felt the world turn black once again as they rushed me down a hallway. Chapter 34, in which I go. I didn't come this far to only come this far. I woke up to the familiar sound of beeping. The pressure of air in my nose filled me once more. Only this time I wasn't human. And Alto was not beside me. I was alone. There was no one in my medical room to greet me as I woke. I laid there and assessed my body and the damage. I could move my legs. My ears twitched and my tail flopped. I could move. A low whine filled the back of my throat as I rejoiced at the sensation of feeling that had returned to me. It wasn't until 2 hours later that a doctor and Yasmin finally came in. "Afternoon, Fayette," the doctor said, smiling down at me. I looked up at him and glanced at Yasmin. She gave me a small comforting smile. "Fayette, I know this is sudden, but I need you to transform back. I need to make sure everything is okay." I looked up at the doctor with pleading eyes. Part of me was dying on the inside at the thought of transforming back. Another part of me was confused on how to even go about it. "She doesn't know how," Yasmin said, somehow able to read the worry in my eyes. "She probably transformed as a defense against the poison." The doctor nodded his head slowly. "In that case, Fayette, I will have to give you a drug that will force you to transform. Would you like to be under while it happens?" This doctor knew all too well my thoughts. I whined softly in the back of my throat. The doctor smiled and stepped forward, adjusting the tubing on a machine to make clear liquid go into me faster. A few minutes later, I felt the drowsy effect of the drug enter me. My eyes slowly found Yasmin. I wanted to ask her how Jasmine was, but I could wait until actual words could be said. I woke up much the same as how I did last time. Alone and with no accompaniment other than the machine's noise. I sighed and looked around. I froze at what I saw. Thursday. It was Thursday. I scrambled in my mind to count back the day. I had taken the poison on Saturday. The days that had flown by baffled me. I had wasted so much time. I looked at my legs and slowly placed them over the side. Fayette. I talked to myself, willing my inner side to become stronger. You have to pull yourself together and get this done. Act strong. Act tough. Be the sun. You can do this. I saw some clothes on the side and pulled them on. It hurt every time I moved. I opened the door and walked out. Of course it wouldn't be that simple that no one would notice me. Hey, the same doctor I had seen earlier rushed towards me, grabbing my hand. It took all my effort to not wince at the pain that shot down me. "What are you doing?" "Lay back down." I smiled up at him and took a step back. I'm actually feeling a lot better. To demonstrate this point, height whirled around and jumped. He looked at me with calculating eyes, trying to decide if I was lying or not. "You shouldn't push it. I'm missing school and I feel okay. Can you please just let me out?" I tried for Winnie now. He sighed and grabbed my arms, feeling them. It took all my effort to not scream in pain. "I guess you are okay." He looked at me in disbelief. Any normal person should be in there for weeks. I just smiled. I knew this because it was not the first time I was poisoned. This told me that some small part of my experiment had given me a resistance to the aggravain. "Can I ask what you use to help aggravain poisoning?" The doctor nodded and said, "Nicomai." Nicomai. I tossed the word around in my mind before smiling at the doctor again. "All right, thanks." He watched me as I walked down the hall and out the doors. It was getting darker outside, the sun already going down. I sighed in frustration. I had been so close. I had a paved road now, though. the first few sets laid out in front of me. I wasn't grasping at thin air or explainable things. I had a solution now. All I needed would be to keep at it and improve it slowly. The first thing I needed to do though was get some Nikomai. Chapter 35, in which I smile. Close your eyes and picture the sun. That's what it feels like to love her. I went back to the science department. Back to my lab. I was obsessed. I went to unlock the door, but found it already unlocked. Panicking, I threw open the door, looking wildly into the room. Jasmine and Yasmin were sitting there, staring at my instruments, but making no moves to touch or interfere with them. They jumped up at the sight of me. "Thea," Yasmin said, her voice high-pitched and strained. "What are you doing here? Why are you not laying down?" I shook my head and went over to my instruments. I assessed them, making sure each was in their proper place. "Thea," Yasmin said, her voice becoming more worried. "Thea, look at us. You didn't touch anything, did you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My voice was panicked and shaking. "You didn't mess with anything, did you? Did you touch this?" "No, Fayette, we didn't." Jasmine stood up, her hands raised calmly. "Calm down, Fayette. We didn't touch anything." I felt a sigh of relief leave me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Yasmin said. She and her wing came closer, cornering me now. I shook my head. I can't tell you." "What's this then?" Jasmine held up a small piece of paper. On it were my scratched-in words. "To whomever reads, ask the king. Say I." I felt myself deflate as the twins' eyes tore into me and my secret. "Your king ordered you to do something, didn't he?" Jasmine asked. I couldn't even nod my head to confirm their thoughts. I tried to communicate with my eyes. Jasmine nodded. "He threatened you." I looked up, then back at them, my eyes silently nodding my answer. "And you can't tell us because he ordered you not to tell." I wanted to weep at how accurate Jasmine was, how clever she was. They watched as the tears silently fell down my face. "Oh, Fayette," Yasmin said. Both sisters came forward and wrapped me within their embrace, whispering soft words of comfort as I cried into them. The secret had been such a heavy load. It had ripped me apart inside that I could not tell Alto. I felt some of the pain lessen now that someone else had a small clue of the burden I carried. We stayed like that for some time before I pulled away. "I have to work. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My throat raw from tears. "Thea, let us help you." I shook my head at their request. "I have to do this alone." "We'll be waiting at the dorms then," Yasmin warned. "I expect to see you there by 10 at the latest. Otherwise Jasmine and I are coming to drag you out." I nodded and waved them away. I mixed different solutions and went over every detail of what could have gone wrong with the clear liquid. When it became near 10, I started my walk back to the dorms. I collapsed on the bed once I reached it. Yasmin and Jasmine had quickly moved us all in a more spacious dorm near the first month so we could all be together. I laughed when I saw a bunk bed being carried in, but the twins were very serious. "We've never slept apart," Yasmin said, her eyes shining with an unspoken threat. Now they were watching me from their same bunks, Yasmin peering down from the top while Jasmine closed her book she was reading at the bottom. "There is a phone call for you." I stiffened at the words. Only one person would want to call me. "Right now?" Yasmin nodded and pulled out a phone. "He's waited for 5 minutes now. Told me he would rip my tongue out if I hung up." I looked at Yasmin questioningly, wondering if I was thinking of the correct person. "Hello." "Fayette." I exhaled a sharp gasp of air. suddenly punched in the stomach and unable to breathe out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thea. Silence hung between us as I absorbed his breathing on the other end. I closed my eyes, becoming painfully aware of the twins' eyes on me. Fayette, I received a call that you were injured. His voice sounded strained, not the usual blank tone that he held whenever he talked. I was sick for a while. You were poisoned. I fell down on my bed as I curled up around a pillow, turning my back to the twins. It was mild. The doctor did not say so. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was in disbelief at the way the conversation was turning. No, I missed you. I love you, it's good to hear your voice again. They said you had been found outside the science department. In your wolf form, the poison in your system for almost 6 hours. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That is true. Explain to me, Fayette, how no one heard you. What? No one heard you? You've only shifted 2 times in your life. Now 3. You must have screamed. You must have been in pain. So why did no one hear? And then why? My eyes were dazed as he continued talking. Explain to me why you were not found lying outside a populated building for 6 hours. I felt a tear roll down my face. A pain began to rise within my chest. I was found. Didn't they tell you that Yasmin found me? Yes. But then it occurred to me, why did they take you all the way to the medical wing? It's a long walk there, Fayette. Why did they move you? Why didn't they call help? Why didn't they get someone to help them carry you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Panicked. It was all they thought of in the moment. There was silence on the other end as a low, soft growl was heard from Alto. Your lie. I sobbed into the phone. I felt Yasmin and Jasmine's hands on my back, rubbing soft comforting circles as the other stroked my hair. Why are you lying to me, Fayette? I choked out in between sobs, my heart breaking as even then I lied to cover up my lies. Why are you lying to me, Fayette? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't control my sobbing. It occurred to me that me crying was just another clue to Alto that something was up. Alto, please trust me. Please. Wyatt, as all I ask of you, Alto, I ask that you trust me. Please, I love you. I don't want to hurt you. I would never voluntarily hurt you. Please. The words cut through me like an ice dagger to my heart. I've heard enough of your lies, Fayette. You lie in your letters. Don't think I haven't noticed. And then my men tell me you are not eating. You are not sleeping. You are sneaking away during the weekends. You go somewhere. And now you've been poisoned. But you won't tell me the truth. Your men. I questioned. A humorless chuckle was heard from the other end. You really didn't think I would let you without having someone watch you. I felt panic surface within me. The only thing is my men can't tell me where you go on the weekend. My men should have seen you and rescued you the moment they saw you weak and poisoned on the campus grounds. The only problem is they didn't. I felt numbness curl into me as I realized that Alto had trapped me in my own lies. I had admitted to it when he knew already and had proof that it never happened. He would make a great king. Where do you go, Fayette? The question rang within the air as I heard his voice break. Do not say you love me when you are seeing someone else. I sat up then, suddenly and with all sorrow gone, seeing someone. You are meeting with someone in the science building. I know it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm meeting with no one. I love no one but you. I want you, I want no one else. How can you have so little trust in me? My men see it. They see you go there. I heard the sorrow within his voice, the acceptance that I had cast him aside for another. But in the moment I felt like I was about to tear the phone apart. I had too much on my plate to deal with a jealous wolf who was pointing fingers at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What must I do to remind you? I said softly. Fayette, I just want to know why. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let me tell you something. There was silence and I knew he was bracing himself for it, setting up a wall within his heart for my next words. You're all my heart talks about, Alto. I would choose you above anyone else. I would choose you in 100 lifetimes, in 100 worlds, in any version of reality. I'd find you and I'd choose you over and over. I could have every inch of your body pressed to mine and I would say, pull me closer. He took a shuddering breath as I continued, pressing on with whatever form of poetry I could to console his wounded mind. You are my sunshine. You are my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are grey. You'll never know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How much I love you. There was silence on the other end as I waited for Alto to respond. Tiring without you. It's been harder than I thought it would be, Fayette. I take a shaky breath as he continues. I have doubts and questions. Agony that I can't keep you safe. Who are you talking to? Are you missing me? Do you want me still? Do you even remember me, or has someone better come to claim you? Never. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No one could ever claim me but you. Alto gave a small laugh. I'm sorry for my outburst. I sighed into the phone. I'm coming. Wait, what? I can't bear to be apart from you anymore. And I need you safe. You're my sunshine, Fayette. I'm tired of these grey days. I smiled into the phone. I'll leave in 3 days. I don't care if Father says no. I'm coming. I want to see you. I laugh out loud as the sudden rush of warmth flows into me. I've missed you so much. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have to my little sunshine. I smile at the nickname. I love you, Alto. I love you, Fayette. The line stayed open before I heard the audible click of Alto hanging up. I turned to Jasmine and Yasmin. Eekkkkkkkk. Yasmin grabbed my shoulders and violently shook them as Jasmine watched, smiling. I can't believe he's coming here. In my moment of blissful happiness, I let Yasmin grab my hands and twirl me around the room, excited about the happy surprise. I ignored the pain that shot through my body, basking instead in happiness. Chapter 36, in which I try we can tell him. I stopped in my measurement to look at Yasmin. What? We know your secret now. We can tell Alto. I looked down at the instruments and thought. I felt a sudden sense of overwhelming pressure because I knew what would happen if Alto was told. He would take it away. No, I said, looking around at all the flasks that were boiling, the slow drips and herbs that were on the windowsill, and the scattered notebooks and crumpled papers that laid around the tables. No, Fayette, did you not hear me? We know that the king is forcing you to do something. If we tell Alto and show him, it technically won't be you. You won't be disobeying the king. I shook my head. I need to do this. It is I caught a sharp intake of breath and clutched my stomach as the pain bloomed. Jasmine and Yasmin stood with worried eyes, but I waved them away. I just forgot. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It pains you when you try to speak of it. I couldn't even nod, in fear that another pain would come to me. I like doing this. I want to do this. I chose my words carefully as I tried to explain that this was who I am. I was the girl who loved to work in the late hours of the night, bending over textbooks and thinking of solutions. I was the girl who was obsessed with the outcome. I loved the work and the science involved. Part of me had already acknowledged that I had not created X, been only for my father. I created it because once I started, I couldn't stop. It is not yours to tell. Hoping they would understand my meaning. Fayette, we can't stand to see you like this. Yasmin and Jasmine both looked at me with sad eyes. Eyes that held pity yet at the same time, determination to help me. I just have to finish. I turned back to my work. Alto said last night that he would leave in 3 days. I had time still to try to get whatever I could done. Maybe if his men reported that Jasmine and Yasmin had walked into the science building with me, he would have less suspicions. I cast an anxious eye at the window. I knew they were not allowed to come in because they did not have student tie. But the thought that there had been men raying behind me, and watching my every movement made a sudden burst of anger course through me. Though I may be Alto's life mate, I still could not understand his behavior. It was as if he and only he knew the best course of action, and everyone else was simply a distraction or did not know as best as he did. I thought back to the decisions he had made without my consent, suddenly vaguely aware of how much I had been pulled around. He had taken me to dinner in the garden. When I had asked for another place, he insisted the garden was the best. He had started training every day. Though part of me knew it was for my benefit, I hated training every day non-stop. He had pushed me to the academy. Now he had meant railing me. Yasmin, do our Rick and Derek have men watching you? I suddenly asked. Yasmin snorted. Why do you think I flirt around so much? I turned to look at her with wide eyes. There is one man who watches each of us. Pretty much every royal has a man watching them. It's standard procedure since we are vulnerable. The school can protect us, but it's always nice to be safe. She likes that our guards reports everything back to our Rick, Jasmine said, her tone laced with a faint level of disapproval. Hey, your man can't even get the reports because he's in South America. Jasmine seemed to deflate a little and sighed. I guess he thinks I wouldn't dare act out. Yasmin nodded. Derek is one scary dude. Jasmine looked down at the floor miserably. So our Rick knows you flirt around. Yasmin looked up with a wide grin. Oh yes, he knows. But why? Because I like to mess with him. They are a sick couple, Fayette, Jasmine said, shaking her head. I shook my head, still not understanding what exactly Yasmin's reasoning was. We heard Alto last night, how he thought you were cheating. Yasmin laughed at the thought. He may be a little possessive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's nothing unusual though, Fayette, in putting men on you. It just shows that he wants you safe. Though there is also another reason for it. But the main goal is to keep you safe. I nodded slowly, still grasping with the fact that they were unfazed by it all. He means well, Jasmine said. I looked at the girls and realized that compared to their men, my man trouble seemed like small crumbs. I tried to swallow back the taste of bile within my mouth. Wasn't it enough that I was loved and adored by another? I was being too selfish and hard on Alto. I tried to resist the urge to ask if it was normal for werewolves to show such a dominating power, to try to overwhelm the room with their presence. If it was normal that you could practically see the darkness swirl around them. But I held it in. Alto was coming. My insecurities and questions would all leave my head the moment I saw him. For now, though, I had too much to worry about. Chapter 37, in which I fall if it is real. It will never be over. I stood anxiously in the lab room, pacing back and forth as Jasmine silently watched. She can do it. Jasmine's words of assurance did nothing to soothe me as I continued to glance at the door, waiting. It wasn't until an hour later, far into the night, that we heard the sound of fast approaching footsteps. Yasmin emerged, quickly opening the door before closing and locking it behind her. I got it. The relief in my chest burst like a busted dam as I sank to the ground. Jasmine's release of breath came after seeing her twin safe. Yasmin walked slowly up to me, holding out a thin flask of dark purple liquid. This is it. Nikomai. I did not know how she had done it. And by the looks in her eyes, she didn't want me to ask her. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gratitude welling up in my eyes as I felt small tears form. You can make it now. Jasmine's worried voice rang out to my own. Alta would be here in the morning. There wasn't time. It had run out. I shake my head, looking at the thin liquid. The twins look at each other, worry clear within their eyes. You'll want access to the labs to see where you go, Fayette. Your scent leads to this room. He'll know. They were right. I can't move anything, though. It was the truth. It had taken months for me to get everything within the right place. Any upset or balance could cause a solution or mixture to go wrong. He'll find out. That's when it started. I couldn't breathe. I felt the air leave my chest as I gasped, and then it came too fast, too sudden for me. Fayette, calm down, calm down. Their cries did nothing to soothe me as I hyperventilate with the pressure I felt. He can't find out. He can't find out. We know, Fayette. We know, but there is nothing we can do at this rate he's going to. I shook my head, new tears forming in my eyes. What would the king do? I had failed. Just as the thought enters my mind, the door crashes open. Yasmin gasps as several men step forward, grab her. It takes the twins a split second to realize their words are directed at me. A fierce growl erupts from Yasmin as she shifts, faster than I'd ever seen from her. Her clothes instantly shredded and creature out with not hesitation. Jasmine presses herself against me, shielding me as more men come in. Several shift in their features, their wolves coming out in a violent display as they collide with Yasmin. She is a skilled warrior, and leaves one wolf injured before the others are upon her. Jasmine cries out in pain for her sister, shifting with only the one thought to defend her blood. I'm defenseless now. There are too many men in the room, pressing against us. It leaves no room for the fighting wolves as one tips near my table full of journals. However, to my shock, another wolf grabs his companion, shoving him away from my work and yelling, "Don't break any of the stuff." I scramble up, running to the window and looking out, banging against it and screaming for help. Alto's men, please see me. But instead my eyes catch on to the sight of 3 bodies hidden within the bushes, my vision only able to see them because I am directly above. I scream again from the revulsion and pain, but a hand claps over my mouth, silencing me. Shut up. My muffled cries are repressed as the man drags me to the door. I cry when I see the fallen wolves of Yasmin and Jasmine, breathing though. I see their faint breaths. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I plead silently to anyone, anything that someone will come in time to help them. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was supposed to come in the morning, supposed to hug me, embrace me, to let me feel and see him after being away for so long. Tears stream down my face. I gag when a cloth is pressed to my mouth. Get all the stuff. Be careful with it though. I swear if one drop is spilled it will be your blood instead. With those last words ringing in my ears, my world fades away. My last fading thought is a picture of Alto within my mind, looming in front, but too far to find. Chapter 38, in which I know why I cakey up PP. I feel a distortion in my body. The voice is there, but it's far away, muffled like it's being shouted down several holes. Why cakey up PP? It's being sung, almost in a sing-song sort of way, as if the person who is calling for me is happy, smiling. Like nothing would make their day more if I were to open my eyes. Wakakivia wo up PP. The cold hard jolt of pain hitting my cheek has me gasping, eyes blinking wildly and shivering as I take in the scene before me. Darkness lit up only by the barest light as a man stands, grinning before me, finally. WHA, what, where? Shush hush now, little Fayette. The man grins down at me. He is, by far, the most normal male I have ever seen. Brown hair, with matching brown eyes. There is nothing about him, not his clothing, features or stance, that is unique or that stands out. Who are you? He smiles down at me, delighted somehow by the question. That's the real question, isn't it? He walks closer, taking me in more as he flicks on several more lights. I gasp when I see my work laid out in tables before me. All my instruments and journals, unharmed and there. I make the motion to move forward, but am stopped at the cold metal I feel upon my wrist. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We're trained here. My head flicks up, fear now running through me. Who are you? He laughs and shakes his head. I'm no one. I take a step back, pressing myself against the wall as he comes closer. I can almost feel his breath upon me. Please. The cry leaves my mouth before I can even think of what I am begging for. He pauses. You should be thanking me, little Fayette. He motions towards my work. I helped you after all. I look at him, confusion now clear in my eyes. He laughs, still shaking his head as he takes me in. Your mate would have found out, wouldn't he? And you didn't want that. I gasp. He laughs again. Is this the time when I finally get recognized for my brilliance? That's when I see something within the man's features that does stand out. His eyes that hold a crazed, maniac, fire within them. Look, little Fayette. He motions towards my work, bending down to pick up one of my journals as he haphazardly flips through it, tossing it aside, and discarding the object on the table. I stay silent, watching his movements, fear running cold and hard through me. Jasmine. What happened to them? The guards. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why did you bring me here? The man pauses. I thought you were smart. He shrugs then. Shall I explain to you, little Fayette? No one has been able to catch me yet. And it's boring, truth be told, when you receive no recognition for your work, isn't it? I stare, wide-eyed at him, not daring to move, not daring to breath as he laughs, taking in my fear. Little Fayette, there are things going on that you are just upon to. My mind suddenly flashes back to the words of the king, those long months ago within his office as he stared down at his fire, warning me that there were things within the world that I had no knowledge of. Where to start? His smile leaves his face then. Who put Torna within those little twins' morning coffee? I lower my eyebrows in confusion. Jasmine. That was a drug that caused aggression. Long ago it had been used as an enhancement for wolves when fighting. Who made them attack you so your sweet little alpha would want you away from harm? My heart stopped. It couldn't be. It couldn't be real. His words were false. I had not thought of those memories. Since long ago, the real reason why I had gone to the Blue Moon ceremony. The real reason why I collided with fate and met Alto. Because on that fateful day, Anna, Lee and Estella had attacked me, unprovoked. No, the word comes out of me like I've been punched in the gut, all air leaving me. Yes, the man gleefully says back, his eyes shining even more so, in that maniac brightness. Who told Joseph you would make a good candidate for the Queen to dress to the ceremony. No, I fall to my knees, clinging to my side. Now being the prince's life mate, he throws his head back and laughs. Oh, what a wonderful surprise that was. Why, it comes out strangled as I cling to my head, looking up at this monster that was hiding within the shadows all along. Oh, Faye, I have been watching you for a very long time. I am shaking now. Shaking because I never knew that the eyes of another had been on me. My mouth is open, but no words are coming out. Instead I feel tears coming down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had been a pawn to something that I didn't understand. What was going on? How long? Is that what you're trying to ask? I'm numb. I can't even nod to confirm. MMNHH. Since you made Dex Bane. Did you know? It's not really in the rules for you to be demoted. You were technically a minor, so your crimes could have been pardoned. I'm sobbing now. Stop. Please stop. But I told the beta, who then told the alpha, that since you had created Bex, Bane, people would start asking questions about how your father died alone by himself. So he demoted you to make it seem like you had assisted him in other ways. He's grinning, taking some pleasure as he reveals his true life work me. Nothing in my life had really happened because of me. I had been played and moved around, without even knowing it. What was freedom? What was choice? I had never known. He moves closer, bending down so he can look straight at my tear-stained face. In a surprisingly gentle manner, he takes his hand, raising my chin so he can look at me. I want to see your face, little Faye, when I tell you the rest. I shake my head, but to my surprise, growls. I make a strangled gasp. I didn't smell him to be a werewolf. He was human. So how then the ultimate truth hits me. It can't be. His feral grin rises to his lips as he looks into my face of despair. Who poisoned you at the palace, little Fayette? Who made the king fear for his wolves and the effect Agare Vane had, and who made the prince fear for your safety? I try to cover my ears, but he growls again, that sound that no human should make. Who knew the king would ask you to make a solution also to his other problem? And who knew? He leans in closer now, his breath washing over my face, that you would be assigned with the task of finding a cure to the poison that killed Werewolfess, and a cure to the humans who turned themselves into such monsters that you love. I stared at this man. I had never seen him, never acknowledged his presence or that he had ever been there, but he had been there, all along. In my pack, in the palace, at the academy, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everywhere. He laughs as he confirms his own question, me chapter 39 in which a deal is made. It's hard to wake up from a nightmare, if you aren't even asleep. I stay numb against the wall for hours, trying to process the unraveling of my life. A lie. It had all been a lie. Because of what? Because I had created something to save my father from his mind. Because I was a lost little girl back then, desperately seeking love. Maybe. The door opens to reveal the man, still nameless. I don't move as he comes closer. He gently grabs my waist, pulling me up as he props me against the wall. Now, little Fayette. Don't give up on me just yet. I'm shaking. Shaking as his hands squeeze my waist, letting air slowly ease its way, painfully out. What do you want from me? He smiles down at me. I had to take you away before the little prince could find out. You still haven't thanked me yet for that. I don't say a word as he sighs and continues. It was very hard to wait for you. Almost 4 months in and you still had not created a single thing. He smiles then, his teeth revealing small fangs that should not have been on him. I shake my head. Why what little Fayette? Why would you? I can't even find the words. Do this? Capture you? Or do you mean turn myself? You don't know because you've never taken advantage of the power you have. You're weak. I shudder at his words. The power. He raises a hand, flexing it as small claws extend from his nails. He looks down at me and smiles. The power is something that I should not have to explain to you. I just stand there, shaking and refusing his words. All this for power. Lives have been lost. For simpler things, little Fayette. He grabs me then, pushing me roughly towards the table. Finish it. I know you were close. So do what you need to do and finish it. I stare up at him. Why would you want me to make a cure for your disease? He laughs. Is that what you call this? He bends down, shoving me into a nearby chair as he pushes me against the table, shoving my journals in front of me. Because little Fayette, this is a power game. I hold the key to power. But I also hold the key to taking it away. I stare up at the man, fear clear in my eyes. His mind had already thought 10 steps ahead of what needed to be done. I could see it then. See him offering his drug to humans who were like him, but then I could also see the threat. That he could hold over their head, the power to take away their strength. To crush the gift that he had blessed them with, the cure to their disease. This monster, how had no one noticed him before? Because he stayed hidden. Because he did not stand out, did not boast of his trade or of his victories. Instead, he stood in the corner, smiling as the world fell apart around him. Everyone none the wiser that the culprit they sought stood within the very same room. Impressed little Fayette. I nod slowly, his eyes light up at my truth. Finish it. And I just might reward you. I shudder at what he means with reward. But then I feel that small fire within me. No. He seems delighted by my defiance. I'm so glad you said that. He walks to the door, opening it and leaving it there. I glance out, seeing nothing but a black hallway. Then I hear footsteps. Footsteps and a scream. I feel my blood stop cold as he comes back in. A woman being pulled behind him by the hair. No, I whisper the word, but it's too late. Jasmine stares at me, her face air-stained and full of raw pain as she takes me in. Thea, she chokes the word out, relief clear in her voice. No, I know then that this man has won. Surprise. The man tugs on Jasmine's hair, letting a small snarl leave her mouth at the action. He tears chaos lightly but does not act out. Instead, he looks up at me. So little Fayette. Do we have a deal now? Where is Yasmin? My voice is desperate, pleading. Don't hurt them. Don't touch them. Please just tell me. Is Yasmin okay? He shrugs and smiles. Who knows? Jasmine opens her mouth, a cry of help or words of some plea about to leave her. I never know though, because in that moment the door slams shut, closing and trapping me inside. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. In the endless white expanse, Fayette confronts what appears to be her loving parents. only for their faces to twist into nightmarish creatures. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 40, in which I choke. There is a new craze that has overtaken me. A new desperation. No longer is the effort to finalize the king's wishes and do as he commands. Now it is different. Now I am working, with little sleep and food, for a new reason, a new purpose. To save them. Jasmine. Her face haunts me, the thin scratches on her arms, the dirt and grime upon her hair and features. Her screams. I cry sometimes while I work, alone in that room. I have to make sure no tears spill onto the mixtures, so they don't interfere with the solution. I don't know how much time goes by. Judging by the meals that are brought, slide through an opening in the door, I would say almost a week now. I'm filthy. No shower in a week. But the thought only enters my mind once, when I happen to catch my reflection in one of the glasses. My eyes are what make me shudder. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Desperate. Some small part of them match the unknown man. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He surely was looking for me. I knew he was. I felt the bond, however small, pulsing inside me. It was an assurance I needed within me. An assurance that Alto was alive. Therefore I had to keep going. Among all the glass and instruments, the thought entered my head more than once of what the nameless man would do if he happened to walk in one day and find me there, laying upon the floor with a shard of glass in my hand and my wrist flowing red. But then the image of Jasmine's face would resurface, and I knew I had lost. The week, or what I thought to be a week, went by, before the nameless man arrived again. The fact that he remained without name to me created even more fear inside. Because I had nothing to place to his face. He was just evil. That was all I could put him as. A mystery that haunted me. A shadow that lurked. Not a human. Not a wolf. No name could describe him. Hello, little Fayette. I don't say a word as he drags in a man. He seems dazed, like he's been knocked out and is still coming to. I thought we could do a little experiment. I shudder at his words. Let's see what progress you've made. It's not ready. He TSKS at me. I know that, little Fayette. The problem is though, I can't have you using yourself as the tester like last time. I freeze and try desperately to regain my breath as I take in the fact that he knows that. He knows everything, so he throws the man forward, letting him fall to my feet. I don't move as I look down at the man. Problem, little Fayette. Should I bring another wolf for you to test? One who is much more pretty. I suck in a deep breath at his words. With shaking hands I reach and grab a test that had been resting upon the rack. Several seconds later, a needle is filled with the clear substance. The nicome had been used this time. It would work. This man would be okay. The unanswered question lingers there as the nameless man leans against the wall, eyes full of small delight and happiness. Human turned wolf, but not for long. I slowly raise the man's arm but stop when his hand weakly grips me. Please. His soft moan has me trembling. Go on, little Fayette. I swallow, tears threatening to spill from my eyes. But I do as the nameless man says. What horrible words to say. I slowly slide the clear liquid in, holding my breath as I wait. And then the man starts screaming. His body jerks, arms and legs twisting and seizing uncontrollably as foam surfaces to his mouth. He's choking. I fall to the floor, pulling his body to the side, trying to help him. But it's too late. I drop my hands and scream. Black blurs my vision as the reality hits me of what I've done. Hands grip my shoulders, throwing me back into the chair as the nameless man's. I'll be back in a week with a different man. Try again, little Fayette. Or the count rises to 2. And then he leaves. No, wait. But he's gone. I scream again because what the nameless man has too cruel for my own words. He's left the body in the room with me. I start gagging. I can smell him. I know logically, there is no smell of decay or blood so fast, but my mind seizes my senses in the moment, overloading them. I throw up whatever food is in me as I cry in the corner of the room, as far away from the man as I can. Please? But no one hears me. Alto, please. But no one hears me. Chapter 41, in which I see red. Hello, darkness. My old friend. I have to talk to you again. Dancing. Music. Laughter. His touch. Enthusiasm. It has what holds me at bay as I work. Alto, alto, alto. I hold on to his memory. Of that night when we first met. Of the nights when we ate in the gardens. When his words of poetry spoke to me. How did it become like this? How did the world end up with such darkness, twisting our souls so violently? The week passed. Again, another body. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. Where are you? I've seen wolves go crazy. But I never knew that you could go crazy from this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. Where are you? Another body. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. It can't get worse. It can't get worse. What did Alto smell like again? I can't remember. I think back to our first kiss. I wish I had kissed him more. I wish I had held him more. I sit at the desk, watching the slow bubbles rise as the flask burns. I suddenly feel a pain in my chest. Bending over, I cough and cough, trying to regain my breath. It must be the fumes. I've inhaled so much now. Weeks of being trapped in this room, closed and having the vapors rise to the ceiling. It had made me sick this past week. A different sick, not from the bodies in the corner. I sigh as I regain my breath, but then it's lost again as I take in my hands. Take in the red substance that is on it. I feel my heart stop and stutter. Drop and grow heavier all at once as I look at the blood that is poured onto my hand. No, no. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. Where are you? It can't get worse than this. Chapter 42, in which I cure. Little Fayette. The nameless man walks in, a smile on his face that soon disappears as he takes me in. What's wrong? I must really look bad if even my captor is concerned. I'm sick. He laughs. I know that. I shake my head. You seem to know all about me, so you must know why I made Dex Bane in the first place. His face growing hard as he takes in my words. What do you mean? It's my turn to smile now as I lean back in my chair. The power of knowledge. Do you know why I made Dex Bane? Your father was a lunatic. But why? His brown eyes evaluate me. Such bland color. I've seen brown eyes that were beautiful. Beautiful because the person made them so. But this man, his eyes were just brown. Like mud. Like dirt. Nothing extraordinary stuck out about them. Some would be sad about this fact. I have a feeling, though, that it was the reason why he was so happy. Because it allowed him to become like shadows. His life mate died. I nod. He steps closer. What do you mean when you say you're sick? I open my hand and reveal the red I didn't bother to wipe away. I'm sick. He grabs it and growls. This can't be happening. I feel a small thrill at his words. This wasn't going according to his plan. His beautiful plan that he had taken years to accomplish and perfect. Years of effort and work. Going down the drain now because of a few red drops. It will happen fast. Maybe a month from now. His eyes flash up at me. Those boring brown eyes now. I shake my head. I can't cure this, and he laughs. I don't care if you die, little Fayette. Just a pawn. Remember. But you care. He grins then. About your little friends. Oh, Jasmine. Yasmin. I sigh as I realize he was right. You're already gone. But you can still save your friends. I nod. So now I was under even more of a deadline. Tomorrow I'll bring another. It hasn't been a week. Oh well. I feel raw and pure hatred for this man. I want to lash out. Hit him. To my surprise, claws, painfully and slowly form upon my hand. He laughs. Finally finding your teeth, little Fayette. Too bad you'll lose them soon. And with those departing words he leaves. But true to his statement, the next day he brings another mail for me. They all make the same plea as they beg me not to do it. I grit my teeth and get on with it. The faster the better. No need to prolong the suffering. This time, though, the begging continued as the man laid crying on the floor. The nameless man stepped forward. Gerald, what do you feel? I'm shaking as he raises his head. I feel weak. He moans his despair, and that is when I realize the truth. Very good, Gerald. Before I can react, the nameless man is on him, his hands around his neck as he twists it out of place. I fall back and out of my chair, screaming as I push myself away. Why, he laughs at my expression. Who knows? I cry as he lifts the body and throws it in the corner with the others. The smell is something I've become used to, but it's something no one should become used to. Now your job is different, little Fayette. I look up with tear-stained eyes as he grins down at me. Write down how you did it, and make as much as you can before you leave me for good. Chapter 43, in which I see I can't move. My head is laid on the table, resting there because I know it's near. I've watched this with Mother. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's been so long since I've thought of her, that now I know what she went through. The pain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, Mother. I close my eyes and think of Alto. I wish I could see him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where are you? I hear his voice, calling and crying for me. Fear. Deep. Yet full of pain, full of sorrow. My poor Alto, leaving him so soon. Fear. I open my eyes and see him standing there. One of the side effects to the disease had been hallucinations, affecting the mind to trick it into seeing what it wanted. Sometimes Mother would have conversations with Father, while I stared blankly on, watching as she talked to an empty space. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cry the word out, tears coming now. Maybe the disease had been a blessing, because I knew from the beginning that I was going to die here. But at least now I could see him. I can feel his hands on me. The heat has me smiling, gasping. How wonderful. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the end. I'm feeling him now, more than ever. Close to me. Fayette, please. Crying. My alto was crying. I frowned at that. I wanted my dream alto to be happy. But I would take whatever I could get at this point. Oh my gosh. Wait. Was that Lizzie? I try sitting up, but it's too much for me. A hallucination. It will pass soon. Instead, I take in the voices of my loved ones as they fill the room. The bodies. I can't believe. Oh my gosh, Fayette. She needs to get out of here. Now my hallucinations were rescuing me. I smile at the thought. An unfamiliar male voice fills my ears. Where's Jasmine? Down here. Come on. Yasmin. I heard Yasmin. Then I feel that burning sensation on my skin as the hallucin of Alto reaches and grabs me. My Fayette. He's sobbing as he carries me. I feel my body, hanging limp and unsupported. Maybe I had fallen from the table. Maybe I was now hanging on the chair, dangling. But that heat was still there, heat from Alto, as he continued to carry and whisper my Fayette, my sunshine. Fayette, my love. Hold on. Hold on. Chapter 44, in which I wake. I wake up screaming. Hands grab me, pinning me down, making me fight against the attacker. The nameless man, back with another. I scream it for him to hear. For him to realize that I had no more strength in me to stick a needle in another victim. No, I'm sobbing now as the hands soften in their hold on me. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Don't bring another, please. Another sobbing reaches my ear. Oh, the hallucinations. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Fayette. You're here. You're here. I'm here. You're not at that place anymore. I sigh as my eyes spin wildly around, trying desperately to seek the source of the voice. Then I see him. I gasp. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I laugh then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He is staring at me in shock as I trace his face. Alto, I'm so happy to see you again. He's shaking. I frown and watch as a tear falls from his face. Don't cry, Alto. It's not real. He shakes his head and leans closer, pressing his forehead to the bed. The bed. I still as I take in my surroundings. Where are we, Alto? It's a whisper of fear. What new torture had the nameless man created for me? The palace. Breen Palace, Fayette. Your home. I shake my head. Not possible. Alto grabs my hand, the sensation real and warm. I gasp at the contact. It's real, Fayette. I stare Alto. It takes me a second to register his words, but then I'm coughing. Fayette. I cough and cough, my lungs and throat burning as I try desperately to stop the sound. But I can't. And Alto soon sees the red that is splattered on my hands. What is this? He's clinging to my skin, his eyes showing a new window of horror as I say, I'm sick. His eyes close as he takes in a deep breath. With what? I shrug. What my mother was sick with. A strangled cry leaves Alto as he opens his eyes. Fresh tears surfacing there. He knew my mother's ending. Don't cry, Alto. I reach up and feel his face again. So real. It felt so real. It's not real. Chapter 45, in which the darkness shows I resurface from my haze. The events all came back to me. Slowly. Clearly. I turned to the side to confirm what I had seen and heard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Alto's at there, watching me. It's a deep sigh of relief. And nods. Yes, you saved me. He leans forward and grabs my hand. pressing them to the skin of his face. I didn't. He cries at his words. I cling to his hands as he bows his head. I didn't get to you in time. I start to shake as I take in his meaning. You did. You saved me. A month. He growls out the word. A month. Of tracking, searching, hunting. It shouldn't have taken that long. It shouldn't have. His sobs cut off his words as reaches and painfully clings to his chest. When I showed up at the academy, and you weren't there, you and Jasmine, both of you gone. Me and Jasmine. I pause and look up Alto. What happened to Yasmin? They didn't take her. He gives a humorless laugh at his words. The first mistake. Jasmine's partner, Derek, when he found out. A dark look crosses Alto's eyes. Derek doesn't care about Jasmine. Alto laughs at that. We both tore the world apart, looking for you two. I shudder at his words. And you found us. Jasmine was in a cell. For the most part she was left alone. She said she was only taken out once. Alto's eyes flashed to me. To use to threaten you. He pauses suddenly. I'm sorry, Fayette. We don't have to talk about this now. Another time. When the wound isn't fresh. No. He hesitates. His dark eyes looking at me. I miss those dark eyes. That darkness that evoked him. Not something to fear. But instead a thing to provide warmth. Comfort. I need to know. He hesitates before nodding. My father told me what he did. How he commanded you. We both were played Fayette. Right into his trap. Alto pauses as I stare up at him with desperate eyes. What is his name? He shakes his head. No one knows. I don't think he has one. The bleakness of it hits me. No name. There was no name for the devil. The face would forever remain just that within my mind, a face. Dead. I can't process it. I can't absorb the fact that my captor is no more. He still would forever remain nameless, and forever remain alive within my mind. We got some information out of him. He knew the end was there for him. So he told us what he wanted. He wanted us to know the brilliance of his plan. And he wanted us to know what he did to you. Alto's voice catches as he hangs in head in silent horror. Thea, his voice cracks. I reached out and touched his hair. He was real. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We stayed in silence. I couldn't even begin to describe to him my horror of what I had gone through. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He raises his head. Do you remember when I asked you that question months ago? What would you do if I died? Alto shuddered as he took in my question. Please don't, Fayette. His voice came out as a soft growl. You can't hunt anyone down anymore, Alto. My body is killing me. He looks up, his dark eyes flashing gold as he struggles to maintain control of himself. Do you know what that man told me? I shake my head, weary at the sudden change in topic. He said he sent human hybrids, men who would transform to wolves, to kill me when I was a pup. I can't breath as new information sinks in. He wanted to test them, to see how powerful they were, and my mother defended me, and died. I stare at Alto, fresh pain surfacing in my chest. Our love story, how dark it had become. I kill the people I love. I jerk at that. No, Alto. I reach for him, but he whimpers. The sound is me stopping to take in a gasp of air. It sounded like a dying animal. It sounded like a dying wolf. Fayette, I've lived in a world where I thought you were dead. I lived in that horror for a month. His eyes flash up to me as he slowly crawls to my side, climbing onto the bed with me as he holds me there, taking in my scent, my warmth, my presence. Don't ask me to live a lifetime like that, without you. Chapter 46, in which it nears rest. Rest for what I did not know. I was dying anyway, from one horror to the next. My body slowly claiming me as I shut down, one by one. I sighed when the king came in. The queen had already been in, sobbing and holding me. I'm so glad you're back, my dear. I held her tightly, taking in her pain with mine. Now stood the king. Alto wouldn't leave my side, but this was a rare moment, when he had to step out to take care of matters only he could attend to. Fayette. I nod, acknowledging his presence. He sits down with a heavy sigh. I raise my eyebrow at his words. I'm sorry, but thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nods. Alto didn't think it important in the moment of your rescue, but Gavin had the good sense to grab it and your notes. I know you would approve. You risked your life after all to make it. I could have been angry. I could have yelled and told the king it was because of him that I even made those notes in the first place. Trapped in my mind with my secrets. But I didn't. The truth was I was too tired. And it was too late. The cure was made. There was no use in yelling now. Are you using it? He nods. With the leader gone, the system is slowly falling apart. Another will come though, wanting to claim the power, but at least this time we know how to cut off the head. I reflect on the reference. It somehow suited the situation. We sit in silence for several seconds before the king clears his throat. I knew you would be his ruin. I smile down at him. Yes, he won't will if you're gone. I thought that's what you wanted. The king laughs. What do I know of what I want? When you first came here, I thought you would change him and make him be the ruler he needed to be, and I feared it. Then I thought you would use him for power. Then I thought that before you used him, I would use you. Now you'll be gone before you can even go through your mating ceremony. The truth of his words hit me. You thought a lot about me then. Every angle has to be evaluated. Did you fear me? He smiles at that. I feared what your mind could do. You had already cured. But who knew when you would create destruction instead? I shrug at that. I guess we'll never know what kind of queen I would have been now. And I guess I'll never know what kind of king my son would have become. We sit in silence again before the door opens, revealing the topic of our conversation. The king rises and gives me a small nod. Until next time, Fayette. I smile at the hidden meaning behind his eyes. If there is a next time. Alto watches as his father leaves before he crawls into the bed with me, wrapping his arms protectively around me. How is Jasmine? Alto rolls his eyes, baffled that Derek won't leave her side. I grin at that. He did go away to South America for a year, ignoring her. Alto smiles down at me. The wolf told me he did that because he had to put distance away from him and her. Or else he would claim her on the spot. I gasp at his words. You can't be serious. My toes curl at the thought. I can understand. Alto leans his head down, nuzzling the curve of my neck. So much things we still had to do. So many experiences we still had left. We had no more time. And Lizzie. I was sad that Lizzie and Jane had not visited as often as I thought. They came during the first few days, wrapping around me and crying their pain with me as we held each other. I had only seen them a handful of times since. Lizzie blames herself for the fact that we didn't find you sooner. Alto's tone turns dark as a low growl vibrates down his chest. I reach for his hand and lace our fingers together. He sighs as he takes in the contact. I feel his breath wash over the top of my head as he softly kisses my hair, my sunshine. I smile at his words. Just in this moment, I lay back, resting against his warmth. Just in this moment would I forget those red stains on my hand, and the weight of the world as it rested upon our shoulders. Chapter 47, in which I leave silence. No, not silence. There was silence, but it was broken by my breathing, my labored, gasping breathing. Alto hung his head, holding my hand as he watched me. Maybe this was it. It scared me. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to leave him. I still wanted to kiss him more. I still wanted to hold him. I wanted to love him, marry him, have children, grow old. This couldn't be it. We sat in silence. There was nothing really we could say. Do you want the others here? I felt a tear leave me at the sound of Alto's voice. Broken. I didn't even have the energy to nod or shake my head. He knew that. He sighed and climbed onto the bed. Just me. Please. Just let me be here. It sounds selfish. But I smiled up at him. I knew. My brave Alto. He had suffered so much. I would let him show his weakness only to me. My voice is harsh. Grating. It's whispered out, but I know he can hear it. I love you, Fayette. He leans forward and gently places a soft kiss to my mouth. I sighed at the contact. Bask in his warmth. I love you. I'm barely able to get it out. My eyes are heavy, so heavy. Heavy enough that I take in his face one last time before I close them. His breath hitches, stops, stutters. Fayette. I talk. I have no energy to move, but I feel the bed shake. Feel it shake as he cries. My poor, brave Alto cries. Fayette. Wetness. I feel wet drops on my face. I can't open my eyes though. So heavy. They were so heavy. My hearing fades out as I hear Alto's voice whisper over and over. No, no. No, no. Don't take my sunshine away. No, no. No. Chapter 48, in which it's clear. In French you don't really say, I miss you. You say, to me m'excuse, which is closer to, you are missing from me. I love that. You are missing from me. You are part of me. You are essentially by being. You are like a limb, or an organ. I cannot function without you. Clear. It's almost blinding as I raise a hand over my eyes and take in my surroundings. Nothing. Just an endless white. Fayette. I gasp and turn around. Standing, smiling at me. Mother and father. Then, Mom. She nods and smiles. Hello, my little son. I gasp at the nickname and look at my father. His smile for once whole. I couldn't remember the last time I saw him smile like that. I take a step closer, not daring to believe this is real. Mother reaches her hand out. Let's go, Fayette. I feel tears on my face as I step forward, extending my hand. Where are we going? She shakes her head. Doesn't matter. As long as we are together. I hesitate. Where though? She laughs and shakes her hand, urging me to grab onto it. Come on, Fayette. Take my hand. Let's go. You, me, your father, just like how you always dreamed of. Just like how you always wanted. I pause and look around at the endless white. Where's Alto? Father laughs. Who is Alto? I shake my head and smile. My life mate. I met my life mate. Just like you two. Father smiles and grabs Mother's hand, reaching out his own now with her as he steps forward. He's not here. It's just us, Fayette. I take a step closer, but something feels wrong. Not right. I frown at the sensation in my stomach and grip it tight in my hand. Don't do it. My head jerks around to take in the male standing before me. I gasp you. He smiles and stands to my side, crossing his arms as the glares down at my parents. Don't take their hand. I look and take a step back when I see the contorted features of my parents. Ignore him, Fayette. He wants to separate us. I look at the male. I would never forget his name. Gerald. I would never forget as I stuck the needle in his arm. The sound of his neck as it cracked. He shakes his head. It's your choice, Fayette. Why would you help me? He looks down and smiles at me. Because you saved me. I choke back my sob. I didn't save him. I killed him. I had been walking home one night, to my wife and son, when out of nowhere this man grabs me and sticks some formula in me. And then I became a monster. He smiles as he shrugs. You saved my soul. Let me return the favor. I take a step away from my parents. No, I don't feel right about this. Faya, my mother's eyes soon become red. Extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And that's when I realize, it's not my mother's eyes. Their features become twisted and evil, showing darkness as they morph into creatures of nightmares. Gerald steps forward in front of me. Don't touch her. They hiss and turn away, running into the vast white. Gerald turns around and smiles. I was waiting for you. I guess I can move on now. He turns and walks into the endless white, leaving me standing there shocked. At the last sec, and he turns, smiling as he waves and yells, "See you around, Fayette." I watch as his body slowly becomes smaller and smaller, until it's gone, and then I'm alone. Lost and confused on where I am and what to do, until I hear another voice. I'm glad he reached you in time. I turn to the source of the voice and feel my heart stop. I don't know this male, but at the same time, something inside me does. Something inside me registers that I should know him. He is tall and handsome, with dark hair and features, but that's not the only thing that catches my attention. What also catches my attention is the black uniform he wears, and the crown that rests upon his head. He smiles down at me as he walks closer. It's nice to finally meet you, Fayette. Who are you? I'm weary after seeing what I thought to be my parents morph into creatures of the night. The man smiles and bows, raising his head to look up to me as he says, Alexander Nolan. First Werewolf King. Hang in there. Chapter 49, in which I sleep Beth. The king smiles at me. The very first. I take a step back. Why are you here? The question should be, why are you here? I look around, taking in the white. I think about what he has said. Why am I here? And then it hits me. I died. I gasp out the words, shock and fear running through me. He nods. Those demons got here first. They disguise themselves as what you most desire, trying to lure you away to go with them so they can trap you in darkness. But luckily you had a friend. He smiles at that. I stare blankly up at him, unable to take this all in. If I'm dead, then Alto. My voice cracks as I try to regain my emotions. The king shakes his head sadly. Not yet, dear. Not yet. I shiver at his words. Why are you here? I repeat my first question. I'm the king. He sighs and sits down. I blink as I take in the stone steps that are suddenly there. Then I look around and realize where we are. That a ballroom. The king seems happy with the idea. Why here? He pats the seat next to him, inviting me to join him. You tell me, it's what you thought of. I walk slowly over to him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where Alto and I first met. How romantic. I take in the grand room. It was eerie, the silence and emptiness that invaded it. So you want to know why I'm here? I nod. He sighs and brushes his hair back with his hands. Well, how much of me have you heard about? I shake my head. You, Ray the first werewolf king. The king laughs. History has long since covered up my story, waiting for him to explain. I was the first werewolf king. In a land of fighting and turmoil, the wolves needed one ruler. It disgusted me how we would fight over a piece of dirt. I laughed at that. Pack territories were divided out in proportion to the amount of wolves that resided within that pack. It's a system that was crude but stopped a lot of bloodshed. I nodded. I knew of the early pack wars and how the Wolf King had stepped in. But well, nothing really lasts forever. You know, I found my life mate. His eyes lit up when he said the words. I grinned. Yes, Alto and I had to follow some of the rules you set for life mates, but I'm cut off when I suddenly remember that we were not able to follow through with the mating ceremony. The king watches me a few seconds more before sigh. I know. I nod, avoiding his dark eyes. Eyes like Alto. He continues. I was beyond happy. A united kingdom. A peaceful land. A life mate. What wolf could ask for more? But I could tell the happiness was running out as his face darkened. One night I was assassinated. I gasped. I had never heard this in history, but the records show that you lived a long happy life with a prosperous rule. He laughs at that. Patience, Fayette. I hold back whatever I'm about to say as he continues. I died. I thought that was the end, but I meet a male. The wolf who is able to transform into a man. I gasp when I realize he's talking about the male from the story of how the werewolf was born. You met him. The king shrugs. In a dream, perhaps. But yes, he told me the truth of the werewolf. That we were never meant to be born. I stare at him, wide-eyed and shocked. But the story of the first werewolf is such a lovely one, is it not? The king laughs as he says, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What do you mean? The woman who fell in love with the wolf. That's nice enough. But the sons? The sons of the wolf went on to rape and pillage every tribe they could, power-hungry in their quest to conquer the other brother. And their father, he told me, with tears in his eyes, how he watched his sons fight to the death, each dying in the battle. How horrible. Yes, the king looks down on me then. But it showed the wolf that men and magic did not mix. That the power of the wolf could not be contained in humans, because in the end, it drove them to madness. Drove them to seek out more and more. My mind flashed to the nameless man, to his hunt for more power, but the race of werewolves had already been created, and the creatures learned to adapt to the power. And soon, slowly, the power faded and the magic grew less and less with each generation. However, the wolf told me this. He said I could live but at a price. I look up in time to see the concentrated look on the king's face as he stares off to the distance. He would remove the wolf from my soul, killing that part of me, and I would live. Live as a human. He looks down at me, and that, Fayette, is what I am offering to you now. I blink up at him in confusion. You can live. You can live in breath and be with Alto another day more. But it will cost you. Because if you give up your wolf, you also give up your bond. My bond with Alto. Does that mean I would no longer feel the heat on my skin? No longer feel him pulsing in my mind? No longer have his feelings and thoughts reside in me? I shake as the reality crushes into me. You chose to be human. The king smiles. Yes, I gasp then. Did you give my mother this choice? His face turns strange as he looks at me. Yes, I give all life mates this choice and she chose to leave me. He smiles sadly down at me. She could not imagine the mate bond without your father. She said she would rather die than not feel the tie between them. I shake as I realize what my mother had done. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was life always determined by choices? She had chosen to leave her child, leave me, and in the end, her mate, resulting in both of us essentially one day, to lose our mind, I closed my eyes then because I knew. I knew from the past choices of my mother. I knew from watching my father become crazed. From bearing the burden, how selfish and cruel of her, to not fight for us. The king smiles as he sees I've already made my choice. It was nice meeting you, Fayette. I smile back up at him. Were you happy? He pauses and shakes his head. My life was hard, Fayette. It was difficult. I won't say it was easy. But I can say that where there was pain, there was also equal joy. I nod at his words and sit back, taking in the blank void of the ballroom. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The king whispers, wrapping his arm around me in a comforting gesture. It will be like falling asleep. I smile at that. Goodbye, Fayette. Goodbye. Chapter 50, in which it's the sun 6 years after. The palace sat in silence, the sun just starting to loom over the horizon. However, there were some creatures that were already awake, already moving. The sounds of running feet could be heard, desperate in their attempt to get away as another, heavier set followed in pursuit. Get back here. The squeal laughter of the little boy rang within the hallways, lighting up the sleeping castle as they took in the sound. Finally the man bent down, catching the runaway as the boy screamed in delight when the hands lifted him in the air. Got you. The laughter was met with a stern voice as another man turned the corner. Really? So much noise so early in the day? The boy struggled in his attempt to get down as the man placed him back upon solid ground. Grandpa. The older man groaned. I dislike this nickname. It makes me sound old. The man laughed as, despite his complaints, the other man sighed and lifted the small boy. Come on, Eli. Let's go to breakfast. Maybe this time you can try calling Rena Grandma. The little boy cheered in delight, while the other man shook his head. I have to go wake her up. The older male sighed. Honestly, should be up already. What are we paying Lizzie and Jane to do? His grumbling continued as he mumbled to the little boy, the child's laughter echoing down the hall as they walked away. The man grinned before turning around and walking down into his destination. Opening the door softly, he grinned as he unceremoniously leapt onto the bed. The sleeping figure gasped, sitting up and clinging to her chest as she took in the gleaming dark eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She laughed and lightly hit his shaking frame as he chuckled in delight, pleased that he had caused such a reaction from her. Morning, my sunshine. She grinned at him, her blonde hair falling down her frame. Good morning. A predatory gleam reached his eyes as he took in her disheveled figure. Alto, what are you? No. She laughed as he crawled on top her, bending his head down to have better access to her neck. She gasped, arching her back as he smiled against her. He bent down, his lips capturing hers as she moaned softly underneath. Her hands reached lower, eagerly trying to undo his pounce. Alto laughed at her actions. I've ruined you. Pulling back to take in her flushed face and eager eyes. Do you remember when just the simplest touch made you blush? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His eyes not leaving hers as she laughed at the memories. I think this is acceptable behavior between husband and wife, the woman said, smiling up at Alto. He growled again at the words. Slowly he pulled back the edge of her shirt to reveal the fresh mark upon her shoulder. Claimed again during the night. He smiled as he remembered. Who knew a human could take a mate mark? She smiled at his words. It was something he always said, always marveled at, when he took in her skin. Unlucky I can. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He quickly, in one fluid motion, pulled off his shirt, letting her take in the glory of his skin. Yes, she licked her lips, the action causing him to pull her bottom lip down with his thumb. It was still there, mate bond or not, the heat, the desire. It still coursed D and ran through them. It made Alton smile at the thought. It had not been the bond after all that made him love her. It was her, all her. She was the one that made his demons go to rest. She was the one that pushed past his dark clouds. The sunshine he needed upon his grey days, as he was her own son. When the memories of the past became too much for her, he was the one who could soothe away her pain. Why, he asked, bending down so he could lick and suck at the very mark in question. She gasped and arched her back, her hands going to his hair as she whispered, "Because it shows that I am yours. You don't need a mark to prove that." "No," she laughed, "but I like the physical reminder." He growled then, the sound sending shivers down her as he roughly grabbed her hips and looked into her blue eyes. "How about another physical reminder?" Fayette laughed at the question. "Some poet you are." "Fayette, my son," he wrapped himself securely around his mate, knowing he would never let go of the creature that escaped death, just to come back to him. "Consume me with your love, until I am nothing more but a heap of ashes, devoted to you." She smiled from his words. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." PRDANDASHEX August. The man laid with his eyes open, staring at a girl within his arms. "August." The woman softly walked up to the scene, her eyes tearing up as she took in the sight. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "The doctors are here. They have to look at her. They have to declare her." She wasn't able to finish the sentence as the words choked within her throat. Silence hung within the air. The man still did not move. Another set of footsteps could be heard, until the low moan of a woman reached the man's ears. A set of hands, no, a set of hands, made its way into his view as two girls fell onto their knees, grabbing the hand of the still form. Sobs echoed around the room, yet the man remained silent. Then another appeared, and another, until the room was filled, not only with people, but with the soft cries of moans of pain as the news spread around, until the man snapped from his silence out. The one word had the mass shivering as a darkness invaded their lungs. No one could move. No one could speak. Instead, the gleaming, dark golden eyes sparked out against them, power surfacing and choking each and every one as the monster rose from his stupor. Out the word was said, even more quietly than the first time, but it was still heard. "August, she's gone. Let her," I said out. The beast roared its sorrow, roared its cry of hurt and pain as he lashed out. Many complied to his wishes, wasting no time in rushing away and darting through the door into the safety of the halls. However, only a few closed their eyes against the fear and took a shivering breath against it. "She's here." He shook the form that laid within his hands, the hair falling delicately away from the still face. "She's not gone. She's right here." The girls hugged each other, lost in the folds of the other's sobs as they cried out a name into their suffering. "Fayette, Fayette, Fayette." And the man bared his teeth, flashing them to reveal fangs, thrashing his hand that did not hold the girl to show claws, glaring to show his golden eyes as his monster rose within, unleashing its control from him. The others stood stunned, unable to process this bleeding man in front of them and the inevitable news that he held. And then he sobbed. Some left the room then, because they could not handle, as they opened the door and clung to their chest, The noise of the dying animal that cried into the room. The noise of the soul that had been ripped and now laid in a scattered array of broken hearts and fragile minds. The queen moved closer to the king, seeking some comfort as she beheld the sight of the lodge, black wolf, and the tears that fell from his eyes to his beloved's face. She felt tears of her own join his, as they slid down her cheeks, but her misery was nothing. Her pain nothing, nothing compared to his. She wanted to plug her ears to cast away the noise of the whines and whimpers. One man boldly stepped forward, only to be met with a snarl as the wolf stood over the lifeless vessel. He raised his hands. In silent surrender. Prince August, I have to declare the time of death. The word rang into the room, and that was when the wolf truly lost it. He raised his head, howls echoing and shaking the core of their souls as they felt his pain, as they felt his sorrow. Soon though his body gave out, and the wolf collapsed next to the girl, not moving. Any who came near were met with growls, snarls. The king closed his eyes and shook his head as he silently led his queen out of the room. 2 souls died today, causing a sob to escape the queen's mouth as she quickly stifled it with her hand. Only a handful of people remained. The 2 girls who held each other continued to cry, sobbing their fallen friend's name, as the tears thickened their chests and tightened their faces. And yet the wolf did not move. The doctors stood silently around, waiting for the moment to make the final declaration, until the wolf raised his head. He shifted back into a man, quickly pulling clothing on his body as he frantically got out and raced to stand next to the girl. Was that a heartbeat? The doctors gave each other mournful looks as the man pressed his ear to the girl's chest. Prince August, no words can express how silence. The doctor felt his lips shut involuntarily as he and the others watched with sad eyes the frantic actions of the prince in denial. They each shook their head. If only it was. The prince's eyes gleamed as he ushered the doctors forward, allowing them finally to have access. She's alive. One doctor bravely took the girl's hand, pressing his fingers to her wrist as he said, I'm so sorry, but... He paused in his words as his eyes widened. He looked down at the girl. Then his gaze returned to the others. I need the defibrillators now. Without hesitation, the others moved into action. The man ripped away the clothing from the girl's chest, moving to the other side as he watched with anxious eyes. The sobbing girls stopped, their own eyes watching and wide as the first clear. An pulse of electric shock was sent. Then another. The girl's body jumped with each set until upon the last. Her still form moved. Blue eyes started open. Air gasped back into lungs. Frantic pumps of blood and heartbeat shoved its way back through its functions. The gasping breath of the girls mingled in with the others as the doctors stood in awe. The girls sat in wonder, and the manse orbed in relief. The blue eyes examined those who watched her, before her head silently turned to the dark man. Something was different. He couldn't put the exact notion upon it, but something was different within her eyes. He realized then that he felt no pulse within his mind. He didn't feel her. He started to panic again as he reached for her face, making sure she was real, making sure she was warm and alive and really with him. His panicked breaths and actions had her blinking twice as she tried to capture her surroundings, tried to take in the distortion of it all, until she registered who it was that held her face, who it was that cried above her. A smile broke out upon her features, one that left the man breathless and in awe. She slowly reached a hand out to cup his own as a single tear escaped her eye. They each stared into the other, silent and crying as the girl echoed the words that had been whispered to her long ago. There you are. I've been looking for you. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.